Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support the show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Salutations, everybody. It is Maddie here today, and welcome to episode 178 of Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast. This is our annual showcase predictions episode. As always, I'm joined by the man, the myth, the legend, the main villain even, maybe, Lord Cognito. Sir, how are you today?
Being a villain is fun.
It is fun, isn't it?
I got my villain shirt. I got my Oryx. I got my Crota.
You're the villain of LSM. I'm the villain of the Xbox community. We just gotta change the show name eventually. Defining Villains.
Defining Villains. I like that. Yeah, doing good, man. Just busy as hell. A lot going on. Fly out tomorrow morning. My first Dream Hack. I'll be in Dallas. So any Realm of the Dukes that's from Dallas, holla at me. I will be out there. Probably in some Iron Lord wear, and nice. Then the following week is I'll be out there for Summer Games Fest showcase, and so these next 2 weeks are absolute hell for me. So I'm scrambling, man. I'm all over the place. I appreciate y'all accommodating me.
Yeah, Cog's got a haircut. We're on a time limit here, but that's not going to stop us if we get to the end of the show, and we still got to keep going because I got another man here to help hold it down. He is the man with a million. Rand Al Thor, you join us every year for this. We always appreciate it. How are you, good sir? Thank you for joining us.
I'm doing good. Thank you for having me, Cog. Maddie, it's always a pleasure to be here with you guys. But Maddie, I got a bone to pick with you.
Oh, no.
And Cog
We're doing this on the air? Oh,
yeah,
no.
It's I didn't like how my boy Cog got jumped last week. I was not a fan. 2v1? I mean, it wasn't fair. I literally had texted Cog. I'm like, yo, let's make it a fair fight. 2v2, let's go.
Well, now you guys can 2v1 me on Hellblade. Go ahead. I'm willing to hear it.
Oh, man.
This is all part of me making Cog the villain, right? I thought Gene coming in and just... I mean, he trounced Ninja Theory on a level I was not anticipating. It sounded deeply personal for him.
He was holding on to those ones.
Yeah, I was not expecting it, but something with Hellblade 2 set him off. Somehow me, who did not like the game much, ended up in the middle of the two of you.
Yes, that was actually funny. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Gene kind of saved me there. But Rand, please. I mean, so you liked Hellblade 2? You've been enjoying it? I saw your review was pretty positive of it.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty positive for the most part. It was a game that's exactly what I expected and what I thought we would get. And while I don't think it reached the heights of storytelling of the first game, because I've had this conversation with Cog a lot, I was just like, I don't think it comes to like the first game story was so freaking good, and it was also quite unexpected. Like we didn't know what to expect with Hellblade 1, right? The story and the lengths they would go to. So this one, I think it loses some of that specialness that the first one had a little bit. And I don't know, the thing that I like the most, which is odd because of how everything is like, I really jived the cinematic combat. Mm-hmm. That was just something I was just like really, I don't know, like I had just come off Stellar Blade. So here I am coming off of a gamey game with XP and buying moves and doing side quests and all this sort of stuff. And I'm like, now I'm going in the complete opposite direction of like cinematic combat, basically a movie, and how like gritty and intense it all was. And I was just like, yeah, this is super cool. Like, I don't know. Like, I really jived with the game. I played it like 3 times.
Nice.
With the different narrators. And
you did all 3.
I did all 3.
Nice.
And I was just like, hey man, I get why some people don't like it. Like I get why you wouldn't like it or didn't like it. But I mean, walking sims are one of my favorite genres in general. I love a good story. Like if you'd ask me what's one of my favorite games of all time, I'd be like, What Remains of Edith Finch.
Ooh, Classic.
So like walking and just listening and looking around does not bother me at all.
Sure.
Well, I know it does bother other people. So,
Yeah.
I feel you on that. Yeah, because there are some fantastic ones. One of my favorites is Superliminal. It's a it's kind of like a puzzle game. It's still like a walking sim, but it gets a little creepy at one point. It's like a 3-hour long game. I think it's like $20. It was on Game Pass for a while. I remember playing with Laylee though, and it was just like it was excellent. Yeah, so those games can be pretty special.
You remember Overwatch and how cool that game was?
Yeah.
There's some really cool. I don't know. That term just got thrown out as like a derogatory term, like, oh, you're just a walking sim and stuff. And
wait, did you mean Firewatch?
You said Firewatch, right?
What game did I say?
You said Overwatch.
All right. That was Firewatch.
I laughed because I was like, I think called Overwatch a walking sim.
I was thinking Firewatch too.
I was like, wait, I meant Firewatch. I'm sorry, LSM community.
You're good, bro. You're good.
And Firewatch, but.
That was really good. Yeah, nice twist. I don't want to spoil it, but nice twist towards.
Yeah.
And I was telling last week with Gene. I was like, that's why I asked. I was like, did you like Detroit? And he kind of was like, no. And I was like, we're starting to get more to the crux of the issue.
Yeah, you were digging. You were digging.
Yeah, I was like, okay, so we got some Ninja Theory slander that he didn't like. Remember with the Devil May Cry? I saw someone put up the clip of what he was talking about.
Yeah,
what he on Duke. Yeah. I never knew they did that.
Neither did I. That was crazy though.
I never knew that he had the wig and they turned. I was like, oh, they did slip. Yeah. So G been holding on to this grudge for this theory for a minute.
Yeah.
I was like, okay.
The funny thing is like with because I remember people were outraged that they did the DMC reboot, right?
Yeah.
But I don't care. I'll say it. The Devil May Cry reboot was way better than Devil May Cry 4.
I love it more than any DMC game I've played.
I mean,
I'm not afraid to admit that either. I love that game.
I played the DMC reboot twice because I played it on the 360, got all the achievements, and then I played it on the Xbox One when they ported it and did it all again.
Yeah,
I really, really like that game.
Combat is so good. It's so good. That's why it was like blowing my mind at times that Hellblade 2's combat was slimmed down compared to the first one. I'm like, you guys did DMC. Like, come on, just a little more. Man, but I get the intent of design.
I get you.
Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, this is our predictions episode. Before we get into all of that, I mean, we're jumping ahead of what we're playing. We're jumping ahead of outside of one warm-up question. Like, it's just all of the Xbox first-party studios, from Activision Blizzard to Bethesda to, of course, Xbox first-party studios. We're getting into all of that here today, and our predictions for each, as well as yours. They're going to be included here thanks to all of your write-ins over on patreon.com/laststandmedia. You can sign up there to be part of our show. But also, hey, rare merch promotion here. Health is Wealth t-shirts and tank tops are live. I've ordered mine already. It's free, by the way. I work here, for God's sakes. Potter Anderson writes in saying, greetings, your dookinesses. That's a word, I promise. First time, long time. Nothing to say, but thanks for inspiring me to get back to the gym. I pre-ordered the Health is Wealth tank top so I can sport it as part of my new fitness journey. Thank you guys for keeping my days sexy and active. Sorry, Cog. Matt's got my heart since the ham radio days as I go through my life as a humble locksmith. Thank you, Dukes. Our pleasure, Hunter. And yes, that's available now. It's awesome to see this, by the way, that a lot of people were writing in on the Patreon thread when this was put out, and people were like, yo, let's go and buy the tank top to go wear this at the gym. I'm like, that's awesome, man. Like, I didn't expect that kind of turnout, but yeah, a lot of people seem to be really enjoying it, which is just awesome. There'll be a link down below if you want to search it up, laststandmedia.store. You can get your Health is Wealth t-shirt, tank top, what have you. Me and Cog got an order of each coming in, and so maybe at SGF we'll be sporting it. I don't know if it'll come in that soon. We'll see.
Okay, for the tank, sun's out, guns out. You know what it is.
That'd be so nice.
Salute.
But our promotions are over. Thank you for being a part of what we do here. Let's start off with a tough but direct question, and we'll get into the Xbox Game Showcase on June 9th. Oh, one other thing I should throw out there is a little bit of a programming update. I put this on our Patreon thread, but most people don't even read what we write on the Patreon thread, so I'm going to say it here. This is our show for this week, so it's going to go out. Next week, there will be no Defining Duke, as in when we typically record on, I think it would have been the 5th, and it'll go out on the 6th. That's not happening next week because that episode would become outdated with the news that's going to happen at the showcase. So we're going to do what we do every year. We're going to record our reaction right after the showcase, whether it be on the 9th, and it comes out on the 9th. It's about production and timing. Cog and I have, of course, a few appointments all throughout the weekend. And then latest Monday, it goes out. I have yet to talk to Dustin about if it's hitting like all free feeds at once or something like that. But nonetheless, that is what's happening. And then your regularly scheduled Defining Duke will hit that same Thursday. So we're going to be doubling up that week to catch up for the week we're missing. So just a heads up on that with how programming is running. Keep that in mind for when you inevitably write in the Defining Duke Discord chat, where's the show? It's not coming next week. We'll see you on Sunday or Monday. Yeah. With that, let's start off with our first write-in. Drew, just Drew, writes in, "Sup, gentlemen, simple question. Do you think we hear the words Xbox exclusive at the showcase?"
Exclusive.
This is a good question that I feel could go either way.
No, I really would have loved it if my co-host of Xbox 2 was here for this episode.
I know.
But he's already down in LA waiting for you guys to show up with him next week.
Yeah.
That's an interesting question because of what's going on. I had posed this question to Cognito like a week ago or so. I said to him, do you think we see the PS5 logo in any of the trailers at the showcase? No. And he was like, "Oh no. It's like taking a."
I gotta say it like that. No.
Like,
why would my cogs voice that?
I don't know. Do we get anything? That's a really good question. And with the way everything sort of is with Microsoft and Xbox about like what games may or what game may not, I'm gonna say no. I think they've in recent years, or at least last year, I don't remember them doing the classic Xbox exclusive, right? Like world premiere Xbox exclusive tagline they usually do. I could be mistaken.
I'll double check it right now.
I don't think they used that last year. The last time I really remember them going hard on the exclusive tagline was 2020. Was it 2021 when they put the exclusive branding very front and center on both Redfall and Starfield in the trailers? Like even Sarah Bond was like, Starfield, and yes, it's exclusive.
I remember that.
Right?
Yeah.
I can't remember if they've been using it in their voiceover trailers. I don't think they have been.
It just says Xbox Game Studios presents, and then it'll say like play it with Game Pass.
So I don't think we hear a mention of exclusive. I don't think they'll use like it on a poster like they did for Starfield and Redfall. So I'm going to say no.
Yeah, it's usually the Game Pass tag. I don't think they do any sort of PlayStation logos. I think many games that are going to be announced are going to be coming to PlayStation. But yeah, I'm rewatching little clips of last year's showcase, and it's just like play it day one with Game Pass. There's no like console exclusive tag or anything along those lines. But yeah, I don't think they shoot themselves in the foot, if you will, that hard, because they still benefit a lot if you buy the game on their platform. That's how they get the most revenue. So they still want to have the association with their brand. As for Xbox exclusive, given that we didn't really see it last year, I don't think you really see it this year. I think especially it makes more sense this year with the trajectory of Xbox. You know, we're hearing even major leaked games that we'll talk about later in the show, like Doom: The Dark Ages is going to be multi-platform. I think what they're going to do is really push Game Pass as much as possible. Not only because right now I feel like if there's any time to push it and move that needle, it's right now. But also I think that's going to be the strongest element that creates association with their brand. I think they've kind of given up on exclusives moving the needle for them, because they've, quite frankly, outside of Redfall, had some really great exclusives for the last few years, and it still hasn't really pushed things in one direction or the other. So I think they're going to lean into Game Pass and really overemphasize that fact, where you're just kind of potentially mind-boggled at all the value you're getting in the service. But what about you, Cog? Do we hear the words Xbox exclusive at all here?
We gonna get world premiere. And at the end, play on Game Pass. You're gonna get that voiceover. But yeah, I agree with both of you. I think that they're going to be very cognizant not to push that narrative. Game Pass is the narrative they're going to push, and then I think it's going to be a situation in post showcase where, for example, whether it be like a Doom or another title, when you're like, okay, there's PlayStation support. So I will stay consistent that I don't anticipate any PlayStation logos, right? See what I'm saying? Because they're going to keep the integrity of their showcase and want to create the facade that even if it's through marketing, they've got the rights, they're controlling the narrative, and then you got to go find out, that kind of thing after, with a Ryan McCaffrey interview, or you got to find out 30 phrases.
Flyer post, maybe. Yeah.
Exactly. And then they'll give you the additional message on top where then people can outrage after that. Yeah. But on the showcase, I think it would behoove them probably not to.
Agreed. So we're all in alignment there. Mm-hmm. Let's make this interesting. Let's move on to the Xbox Game Showcase itself. Now, normally what I do is I run down the entire first-party family in alphabetical order, but I wanted to switch things up this year. We have a new edition in Activision Blizzard. There's a lot of rumors of backwards compatibility. I wanted to go over third-party stuff first and kind of just, again, mix things up a little bit for our usual prediction show instead of starting with 343 and moving to like Arcane. This was also a moment where it kind of hit me about the missing Tango Gameworks, the missing Arcane Austin, where I had Roundhouse usually on the list. I'm like, oh my God, like we lost so many teams that we've been making predictions about for years. And so that definitely was one that it kind of stung a second time putting this together. But nonetheless here, Activision Blizzard. So there's a laundry list of options here. I'm just going to lay them all out and then see what you guys think may pop up here. So we already know there's Call of Duty Black Ops 6 with the developer direct afterwards. We can talk about expectations for that. There was a newly announced studio in Elsewhere Entertainment. They're focusing on a narrative-driven game. They're using resources from Activision Blizzard in the U.S. They're located in Poland. There's the Toys for Bob partnership that was confirmed by Toys for Bob and Xbox. There is that Infinity Ward RPG that's been floating around for a while. We've heard about Diablo 4 getting that new expansion this summer. There's still Overwatch 2 kicking around. There's other IP like Crash Bandicoot, Spyro, Tony Hawk. And no doubt this will bring up conversations about back compat, Game Pass drops. We'll start off with this just so we can go in a direction here. Leah's Cool Jenkins writes, hey, Dukes and Rand, do we finally see a big drop of Activision Blizzard games onto Game Pass during the showcase? Surely it's been long enough, hasn't it? Do we get the COD back catalog all at once, or will it take a slower drip feed? Thanks, fellas, and have a 5-hour walking sim kind of day. There we go. It's 2 on 2 now.
It's even.
Let's kick it to you, Cog.
Yo.
If we get the Activision Blizzard games onto Game Pass, not if, like they're going to be added, how much? What's added? I think what is the big question here? Because we hear these rumors of like, oh, they're going to dump the whole back compat catalog, man. Like we're going to get Spider-Man. We're going to get Transformers. Like we're going to get all these games, which I want to have happen. It's just sometimes hard to fathom. Is Call of Duty going to be in that mix? Do they kind of draw it out a little bit? Because one thing that we saw with Bethesda is, as exciting as it was as a consumer, and that's kind of what matters to us, looking at it from the business angle, I think Xbox probably wished that they drip fed some of the Bethesda titles when they announced that was a partnership that was officially happening. So what do you think they do with the Activision Blizzard games going on to Game Pass?
Yeah, I think I'm kind of in the same alignment with as far as like a drip feed, because there's a part of me that's like, obviously we know the new Call of Duty Black Ops 6, that's going to be a huge splash for the main direct, right? Mm-hmm. But that's something that you're going to get at a later date. So I think it does behoove them to say, hey, you know what? Maybe they pick 1 or 2 Call of Duty specifically and say, okay, Black Ops, OG, you know what I mean? Something maybe to tie it in and nail that in. So they say, hey, you can play that right now. My guess, if I had to guess, I do think we'll get like 1 or 2 surprises. Now, obviously the hard ones with the hard ones. And if I see some Transformers War for Cybertron, all is well for me. This is the monster year. Monster year ABK. Yeah. But I think we will get, if I had to guess, put a gun to my head on it, I'm gonna say probably about 2 to 3 titles. I think they'll start to drip feed through the year, because people have to understand the process of getting these games certified. It's not as simple as flipping a switch, and there's a whole back end process and database as far as including them into Game Pass, and then from the licensing stuff. So yeah, I think we get 1 or 2 surprises with Call of Duty, and drip feed of BC throughout the year. But it's going to be huge for them, because I think they need to link a Call of Duty game for now while you wait for the new one. You know what I'm saying? I think that'd be cool.
Yeah, that's been my mindset, is I think Call of Duty is something they're really going to push here. And they'd be stupid not to, right? They're probably identifying like, hey, what's going to move the needle for Game Pass? What's going to get us new subs? And I think if they said every month a new Call of Duty game is dropping into Game Pass with, obviously Black Ops 6, which has been confirmed to be coming day one to Game Pass, which is some big news there because there was some concern and question marks around, like, are they going to do it? The business is kind of shifting, but they're going for it. And props to them. They're going to swing hard here and try to make this thing work. And I respect that completely. So I think monthly Call of Duty drops is a shoo-in. Rand, what about you? What do you think they do with this back catalog of Activision Blizzard games? They've been holding on tight to it. Is the FTC's watchful eye maybe leading to them approaching a little cautiously with this? How do you think they're going to handle this back compat library?
I think some of the holdup has been figuring out what to do with some of the PC ports for some of these games. So we know that they're very much like, we need to grow PC Game Pass, right? Because if it was just console related, the games would already be there. They're all on console. You could add them to Game Pass. I think the PC stuff is sort of the holdup and trying to find out the best strategy, because as you guys said, while we all love the idea of a big drop like Bethesda, from what I understand, they sort of wish they didn't do that. So I think we will see at the showcase, whether it's at the end or the beginning, but somebody's going to lay out like a roadmap of this is what we're doing with ABK content on Game Pass. And I do agree with you guys that more than likely there's going to be some Call of Duty that drops into Game Pass that day. The question is which one. I don't think it can be last year's, because I would imagine Sony still has the marketing for that, or at least they wouldn't be able to. So I don't think it'd be last year's game. In my mind, I'd always envisioned like a thing where it was like, okay, here's what we're doing. In July, it's Crash month, and you get all the Crash games, right?
Okay.
August, it's a celebration of Black Ops, and you get all the Black Ops games on Game Pass. And then September is a celebration of Modern Warfare. You get all the Modern Warfare,
Zampella.
Because I don't know, if you just do one, that'll stretch out for a long time. But if you sort of do it by, I don't know, branding or franchise, you can do more. And then you could tie in like Crash and Spyro and some of the other stuff. So they probably have an idea of what they're going to do, and we're going to see whatever their plan is take form at the showcase at June. Yeah.
Now, I like that idea a lot of this kind of themed monthly drop. It's going to be interesting because there are rumors of like Xbox 360 JRPGs. We'll get into that in our back compat section.
Yeah.
Actually, it's relevant now, so we can just throw it in there. But yeah, there are rumors of Xbox 360 JRPGs, and it's like there's so much back compat rumors flying around. I think some of that's been manifested through people just wanting it to happen. Like, hey, we want back compat to come back, and we want it to be meaningful. Because again, that's a huge thing for this brand. Like that was one of the, when there weren't exclusives being delivered, it's like, well, this is the place that's a console where I can throw in discs back to the OG Xbox, and it works. And I've talked to COG on the show about how I think important it would be if they could figure out how to get cloud streaming done with 360 games, with OG Xbox games, where you could like play on your phone. Again, when I tried to stream it from my Xbox to my iPad one time, that didn't work. I think really enabling back compat on a level where it's like, hey, when we say play anywhere with anything, like we mean it, where, you can access previous generations, current generations, that sort of thing. So I think that'd be fantastic. I'm very keen on the 360 JRPG rumor, obviously, because I think of Lost Odyssey. Right, that is
that's how we get Maddie back. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, for real. That would nothing would make me scream from the rooftops louder than that. But especially because Mistwalker, there's a rumor that Fantasian, which is their game on the Apple Arcade, is coming to consoles, and that's going to be announced at the Developer Direct. Or not Developer Direct, sorry, Nintendo Direct. Getting them all these directs, getting them mixed up here. So it seems like they're making a comeback of some kind, potentially, if rumors are to be believed, and you can connect one dot to the other and see what they're doing next, maybe. But yeah, there's been a lot percolating around back compat. So I hope there is a meaningful move made there, especially because one thing Sarah Bond, if we're to take her word, that she's really hit over the head is about generations carrying forward. And she said something recently in the Bloomberg article. I don't remember the exact quote, but she kept talking about like taking your games forward. We talked about forward compatibility a lot, how it's like, they're probably making sure they can sustain what they're making now for future generations. But I think a lot of people are also interpreting that as like going back and making sure you can access the rest of your library. If they could find some way through emulation or streaming to just crack that code, I know there's some games that'll be locked down through licensing, and it's not as easy as Cog said earlier, flipping a switch. But if they could figure out something massive for back compat, that would lead to a storm of good PR for Xbox, because people love back compat for good reason. You just get to access everything in one place, and that is a huge selling point, especially if the future of your box is something very PC-like with that console appearance. That could go a real long way with people. So,
or if your new handheld is ARM-based and they need emulation to... to get the back compat working, like, we're going to bring everything forward. I wonder what that really means. It's like, well, if this device is ARM-based and everything else is x86, maybe that's what they're talking about. But yeah,
it's good. It's one of those things that I hope there's gold in where everyone's mining, because
so Lost Odyssey's it for you, right? That's the North Star for you.
You get him back.
Yeah.
What? Because Maddie's the villain right now, right?
It's villain.
Maddie's the villain. Although I do find it interesting. People are like, Maddie, you're just trying to, what is it? You're negative on Xbox because it brings clicks and the stuff. But it's, my review of Hellblade, I had some people being like, you're just a shoe.
No way you could like it, Rand. There's no way.
It's always so you get like both. It's like if you're too negative on it, people will say one thing, and if you like it too much, people say the other thing.
Yeah, it's a little tiring, but it's whatever at the end. It's how the internet operates, unfortunately. There's just no nuance in the places those conversations percolate, and that's just how it is, I fear. Yeah. But we also have other things. We have beyond Black Ops. We have. Do you have any expectations for this one? Do you guys think this is going to be like a big COD in terms of like how hard they're swinging? Because we saw someone from Treyarch say that they've been playtesting this thing for 2 years, which is longer than the development cycle MW3, which I know isn't saying much, but I mean, that's a long time for a Call of Duty game. And we're hearing rumors of it being more open world. So I'm expecting big things from this Call of Duty. I'm not going to overhype it in the sense that and pretend like, because it's associated with Xbox. Like, I love this thing now. Like, I'm so excited for COD. It's like, no, I'm a fair weather COD fan. I used to be a huge fanboy back in high school and early college, but like, now you got to do something kind of interesting with the campaign to bring my casual ass in, and then I might dabble in the multiplayer. So I really hope they swing big with something here. Zombies, especially, I think if they swing hard there, like there's a lot they can show off to make this extremely compelling. And I think for a lot of people, this is going to be their quote first COD in a while. That was the sentiment I saw. I know it's just a small sample size on Twitter, but when I put out my thoughts on just them going day one with Game Pass, a lot of people were like, great, like, I'm not a huge COD fan, but I'm going to be checking it out. So there's going to be a lot of eyes on this one, no doubt. What's the expectation for you, Cog, with Black Ops 6? Are you excited? And how hard do you think they're going to swing with what they show off here? Do you think it's going to be different from other CODs? Because it's always the feeling, right? Every COD we step in, like, how is this going to be different? And it's, mostly the same.
Yeah, development cycle and the way the studio's talking is definitely a different energy around it. And I will say, for them to be popping off the way they are about like you haven't seen anything yet kind of energy, and then obviously that extra year, what have you, I'm excited. I mean, there's a part of me, look, I'll be honest with you, like in my hey, obviously Zampella and the Infinity War ones were the better ones for me, but I must admit, when Black Ops 1 and 2 first came out, and that's when we started to see the studio identity and complete different flavor of Call of Duty, I really fell in love with it. I believe it was like the pick 10 system or whatever it was called, and the perks and stuff like that. I'm like, yo, they're doing something different in the space. And I was hardcore with it. So there is now the nostalgia. I was coming in like you, Maddie, like, all right, free 99 Game Pass. Of course, I'm gonna try you, but my days are over. But there is a part of me now that, especially now that it's getting a direct, right? I want to see how they deep dive. I want to see, what things they add to the systems. Now, obviously, we did get the news that they are still holding on to past generations, so that tempered me a little bit.
Yeah, the PS4 stuff.
Yeah, like
that's like Genshin Impact energy. Like, I want to get into the game because it's on consoles and it looks great on consoles, and you remember it's tied to the phones. I'm like, how far can you really go with this thing?
So there's a part of me that's like, even though the studio themselves are popping off, like, yo, you're about to be blown away. I'm like, yeah, but you're still kind of tied to the old generation. And then most likely we still have to think about potential Nintendo Switch successor that, they're going to get a 10-year deal with. We assume that that's a little bit more powerful than the PS4 or the Xbox One. So I'm coming in, not tempered expectations. I'm coming in with some slight hype only because now, and the reason I know why too. Also, the way they're handling the rollout, right? Because let's be honest, Rand, like I was kind of surprised that they're telling us now, Game Pass, Call of Duty. Like to me, this is something you could have saved all the way up until the actual event. So it's like it's almost like this hype cycle going, like as if there's more to talk about, there's more to show and stuff like that. So I want to see if they actually listen to Cog's dream, which is really, besides putting your foot forward with the service, but really going extra hard with the marketing in terms of hardware and other things. Because I did like seeing, I don't know, Rand, I like seeing the logo. I like seeing play it in Game Pass. I thought that was nice.
Yeah.
You don't really see those these days. You always got to find out, is it not? That kind of energy. So, yeah.
I think that'd be an announcement that they save for the showcase, the Game Pass stuff. Like, I was like, like the punctuation mark. Like, everything you just saw, it's on Game Pass. I'm like, unless they're being foolish, like, I feel like there's got to be a level of confidence if you're going to reveal that now.
Right.
Maybe it's more just like you get a couple marketing beats out of like the announcement of it. Well, here's the announcement of the reveal, and in the reveal, it's coming to Game Pass day one. So everybody writes their articles, makes their videos, the news percolates, and then you can also then have that second wave of news about it when you show it off. So it's more than just like one news beat; it's like multiple news beats over the course.
Yeah.
Call of Duty Black Ops 6 is an interesting one because it's like the first Call of Duty game in development for 4 years, which we've never seen.
Out of the salt mines. Come on now.
I've always loved Black Ops, so Treyarch Call of Duties are my favorite. So I mean, they could be striking with some real fire here.
They're actually your favorite. Oh, okay.
Because the Treyarch ones are always my least favorites.
Oh, so you the Infinity War dude?
I was an Infinity War dude. I was a Modern Warfare
guy. Okay, it's funny the subsense of Call of Duty plays in the
It's so funny though because enjoy it. It's just like I prefer Modern Warfare
because they all kind of feel the same. But there was something to me about Treyarch CODs.
It felt a tad different though,
right? And that's how I felt about MW. I'm like, there's like a gunk to this game, man. Like I don't get it.
I was with you, Rand, like the first two with Infinity War, and then I felt like Treyarch had it. Like,
Black Ops was their moment for sure.
Yeah, Black Ops for me. But so you ain't like Black Ops like that?
Well, it's not that like I didn't like it. I just preferred Modern Warfare. And if you'd ask me, I'd be like, no, I want Modern Warfare. I don't like Black Ops.
Gotcha.
And I played Black Ops 1. I played Black Ops 2. I didn't play 3 because I think 3 was the one that was like 4-player co-op future stuff. I didn't play that one. 4 didn't have a single player, so that was dead to me. I'm a weird person.
We know.
LSM community. I don't play Call of Duty for the multiplayer. I play it for the single player. That's all I care about with Call of Duty, right? So when Call of Duty 4 didn't have a campaign, I didn't play it. Or Black Ops 4. Then there was Call of Duty Black Ops. What was it? Came out in 2020. Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, which I played. It was enjoyable.
Funny thing though, that campaign, bro. I love that one.
It was good. Is me and you, we play the Call of Duty games, right? The campaigns stretching over time, right? Cog hasn't played them in a long time, right? So
I know where you're going with this.
Here we go.
Me and you get Modern Warfare 3. And me and you are disgusted.
Yeah, bro. I tried to save Cog. I tried to save him, man. Like, don't even get me started. I tried to save this man. This dude wasn't even on his villain arc when he was capping for fucking.
He plays the game. He plays the game, and he hasn't played a COD campaign in years. And he's like, "This is fire! This is amazing!" And I'm like, "Oh my lord!" He's like, "Are you and Maddie are nuts? How do you not like this?" I'm like, "How? What?" That's because you haven't played any of these in like 5 or 6 years. So you don't know what true greatness is.
Just like you ain't played a multiplayer.
but you don't understand
the pure package, sir.
Yeah, but you don't see me stepping into the multiplayer, one of the worst ones, and being like, "This is amazing, though."
Well, Call of Duty will certainly tear us apart, but with Toys for Bob unite us, do we think that a partnership bears fruit here? Do we think we get an announcement about what this company would be working on? I mean, people are throwing out the theory that Banjo being tossed to Toys for Bob is a pretty obvious idea. It seems early days. Toys for Bob shrunk down a little bit. There was fear that they were going to get closed down. They managed to get free. They're working independently in partnership with Microsoft. So do we think we get anything from them here? Because, I mean, I think Activision has the potential to sort of serve as a really a beacon of light for Xbox in a kind of dark time, because you have this partnership, which could signify something significant moving forward for Xbox. Then you have Elsewhere Entertainment, which is like, hey, you just closed down a bunch of studios. Do you kind of do a CGI trailer announcement of what this company's working on to, again, point to saying like, yeah, we just opened this new studio? I know I'm talking more from the PR angle, but I really feel like Xbox finds themselves on their heels often, and so they behave defensively. So if that trend were to continue, I feel they would do certain moves that would save their skin, win them some good vibes. And I think these two in particular would be them, especially if Toys for Bob does a long-awaited Banjo game. I think that would be huge, right? We've talked for how long about, you know, Banjo being a thing that should be returning for Xbox. They kind of need that more kid-friendly game. I mean, even PlayStation's doing it. By the time this goes out, the showcase will have gone live. So I don't know if it's official, but we keep hearing so much about a new Astro Bot game. And it's like, they're pushing for that younger demographic as well. I think Xbox is kind of missing that a little bit outside of what's available in Game Pass. So Rand, what do you think of Toys for Bob? And do you think we get any sort of fruits born from this partnership at the showcase?
I don't think so. I think it's too early to showcase whatever they've been working on. And I don't think it's Banjo, honestly. If I had to take a guess, I would say it's probably Spyro. There were rumors that there was a new Spyro game in the works. I think their website even recently updated with some iconography of the thing from Crash Bandicoot, but purple, I want to say. If I'm not mistaken. Cog, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yep. I'll give you the link right now.
Yeah, I just can't imagine it being Banjo, because if Microsoft was looking for a developer for Banjo, and at the time, you know, they're still under the yoke of Activision Blizzard, Microsoft wouldn't probably go to them to contract them out on that, and I don't think Activision would want them to make it. So Banjo doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I don't know who's making Banjo. I know there's rumors out there that there's one in development, but I would not have that. Toys for Bob would be a good one, but I just don't think it's them. I think it's whatever they're making is Spyro is a Spyro based or Crash based, something that they would probably need the Microsoft IP for. But yeah, I don't think we see it. I think it's also probably too early.
Sure.
So yeah.
Cog, what about you? You know, Toys for Bob, we covered the partnership. There was worry the company shutting down. Do you think they make an appearance here at all to show off what they're working on in partnership with Xbox?
I'm going to say also no, too, only because of the fact that, you know, they just recently, broke away. They put the announcement today, obviously, that they're independent, stuff like that. You know, that's a good sign, but I do think that they probably need more time to cook. And there's a part of me that feels from a marketing standpoint that Microsoft understands that they're going to separate and give ABK, because technically they're not ABK anymore.
True.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, so you're like the kid who moved on. All right, you're going to college now. You moved out the house. Yeah. You know, we love you still. You know, come back at us when your project's ready, then we'll have you on the stage. So I think they want to kind of keep the messaging separate from them. So I think that,
good point. Very good point. Yeah, I agree with you. Diablo 4 is probably a shoo-in, right? We have the expansion coming up soon. We know Game Pass really drove some high player counts for Diablo 4. Still really enjoyed the game, but I think this is going to be a big moment of resurgence for that game. So I think this is going to be one of the spotlights for Activision Blizzard during the showcase. I don't even think that's much of a prediction. It's pretty much a shoo-in at this point. Anything else we want to throw out there for Activision Blizzard? Any random predictions, thoughts, feelings, ideas surrounding their various IP and projects announced?
I mean, the Diablo 4 expansion is a good one. I would imagine that Microsoft loves doing that stuff, so I would imagine that'll be there. Jez would say this, so I'll say it for him. World of Warcraft expansion. The War Within. I think it's supposed to come out this year.
Nice.
Would not be surprised to see World of Warcraft at the show.
Do you think a console port happens? Because that's the big question that they keep getting asked. And all their answers have, as we've covered up, how many times on Duke Cog? Like, how many times have we said them going like, yeah, we're looking into it. Like, they've never shut it down. They always said, of course we talk about it. Of course we think about it. Of course we want it to happen. So they haven't been really shy about the desire. So do you think Rand, that they announced like a console port for WoW?
I do think there'll be a console port down the line, but I don't think it would be one of those things where they're ready to announce it now. But okay. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, because World of Warcraft is a very PC centric IP and game, and this is I don't know, I still think of like Xbox as like console based or more console based, but it's like, what does World of Warcraft really fit in an Xbox show? Maybe it does. I mean, they did have that Riot announcement a couple years back, and that was strictly focused on PC.
Yeah.
So I could easily see, because Microsoft has a lot of these huge live service games that they run now. So I mean, like, is it, so it's like, yeah, why not? We know there's an expansion coming for World of Warcraft, so like, why not have a trailer for that, right? And there's no BlizzCon this year either, so
right. That's what I was thinking, and I was just thinking to myself, like, being that no BlizzCon, maybe they do utilize this as a marketing beat to talk about. I agree with you, Rand. I do feel we're a little early, but I think you can tease that you are working on a console version of WoW, just to kind of get the base up, like, oh wow, WoW is coming to the platform. Because the way I look at it is, ABK's got to show out. This is the new kid in the block. He's the new kid, family member in the house. They want to give them, as much as they can in a similar fashion, the way they did Bethesda last year. So yeah, only to add on to what you guys said, I definitely think Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred will get the expansion beat. That's what supposed to be their biggest thing. Diablo is kind of rocking right now with that latest season update. I'm curious about Overwatch, man. I think they kind of need some type of expansion or content, drop there. But yeah, that's what I'm going with. My pie in the sky. I'll do it. I'll make Jess about. I want to go for some WoW info. Obviously, expansion, yes, but because of the fact that they're not doing BlizzCon, there's a part of me that says you could get away with teasing something. So that's my big prediction.
I don't know. Like, part of me was thinking, what some of the games that Phil mentioned, like Guitar Hero. He's mentioned those in interviews previously when talking about the acquisition. It's like, could we see a Guitar Hero make a comeback? And it's like, but then it's like, he's mentioned StarCraft.
Yes.
Right? And it's like, okay, maybe there's a StarCraft game in development. I think there was some job postings that Blizzard's working on some action RPG or something as well.
Yeah.
And it's like, would they announce a new StarCraft here? Or is that something you would hold for an eventual comeback of BlizzCon at some point? Right? Where, I don't know, like, I feel like if you're announcing a new StarCraft, that's end of show, like one more thing. And this show isn't really structured like that. It's going to be just like last year's, where you have a bunch of games, you have one last game, Phil comes out, be like, here's everything you've seen, and now COD. Where like, I think, like, I don't know, Maddie, if I'm kind of crazy, doesn't StarCraft kind of seem like a one last sort of, here's a CGI trailer, everybody screams and goes home happy?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of requests around it for sure, but I think that's the conflict of interest right now with Xbox and the companies they own. Is like, I'll talk about it a little bit more when we get to id Software, but like Doom, I don't know if we're going to get a lot of Doom gameplay, because they always do the gameplay reveal at QuakeCon. Like, that's Doom is the heartbeat of QuakeCon. As someone who saw the Doom Eternal gameplay reveal there, like, that's the main reason a lot of people show up. It's a ton of fun. That's why that convention outside of Quake as well, like, exists. It's a super important thing for it. BlizzCon, it's like, that's a huge thing for Activision Blizzard fans. And now you can potentially rip quality reveals away from that to bolster your own shows. It's an abundance of riches, and in a good sense. Like, it's a good problem to have, where it makes it tough to guess where they show up, and it means that whenever they show up, they can show up in big, meaningful ways, which is exciting. I would say, for me as a player, like, StarCraft isn't a get out of my seat moment, but that's why I Xbox would probably have to do like investigations on the audience, the demographics, and be like, hey, maybe if we want to create hype for this, let's bring it to the audience that's there for that, which would be BlizzCon. So I feel like I would be in alignment with you that maybe they hold off for a show like that next year, especially because technically the deal closed at the end of last year. That project would have, unless they were doing some shady backroom deals, had to have been greenlit without Xbox's know-how. So that decision would have likely been made before their involvement. So if they decide to greenlight it, I think it would be too early for them to show off anything meaningful. So that's where I kind of stand on it. Otherwise, I think maybe we see like this is more pie in the sky. I don't know how they would do it, but like we've always talked about evolving PC Game Pass, and I think some sort of BattleNet integration could go a long way. I don't know if they show that off, but you brought up the Riot announcement, and that was just a very big PC centric announcement. Still one of the best reasons to get PC Game Pass if you like their games, because I mean, again, as a League player, just getting all the champs is like worth the Game Pass subscription alone. So I'm curious if they do anything with BattleNet there. We already saw with Diablo how they actually were willing to, with Game Pass, go beyond the app to set up BattleNet. So we'll see how the integration works, but that would be something I hope to see. Otherwise,
didn't League just announce like a $450 microtransaction bundle in their game, or am I thinking of some other game?
I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised.
I think one of my buddies sent me something in the Discord. He's like $450 microtransactions. I could have sworn it was for League of Legends, but maybe it was for something else. Maybe it was for Valorant or whatever. I don't know.
Okay.
But that's like, wow.
I don't see it right now. Hold on. No, I think I found it. Yeah, Riot announced Faker RE collection with the bundle costing roughly $450, and someone said microtransactions don't seem micro anymore.
Yeah,
very true. All right, let's get into third-party stuff, and then after this, we'll get into the Xbox or hardware, and then the Xbox first-party family. So we got a litany of companies to go through here. There's Sega, there's Square Enix, there's EA, IO Interactive, Certain Affinity. There's likely ones I didn't list here because I want to always give us room to just think and imagine and speculate. So, Cog, I want to kick it to you. From this list I have here, or anything off the top of your dome, any predictions, any thoughts, any expectations on who in the third-party family will show up? Will certain things that I've listed here, like Persona 6, Sonic, Final Fantasy, and so on, show up in Game Pass, show up on Xbox in any way? What are we feeling with this?
Sega.
Yeah, we knew you'd be going there right away.
Sega.
That's why I handed it to him.
What's going on, baby? What we doing out here? Oh, man. So ways to go. I mean, look, the reality is I've got solve on the ropes. But I gotta be smart the way we play it. I think even though we got the green logo and iconography of Persona 6, which is just
you saw it leaked, right?
Yeah. Oh, fits so perfectly into getting them out of here.
Now, can I ask? What does the color scheme have to do with Persona?
It's nothing. It's just a noise.
Nothing. It's just
just
people go crazy because like, red was Persona 5, but does it have any actual meaning?
It's usually a meaning connected to like the theme of the game.
So
and
we know
it defines
it's green,
the art style.
But then
as
like,
well.
what does green do have to?
I'm playing it like a double entendre.
Okay,
you know what I'm saying? Like it's
they pick green to be
Xbox.
Team Green. Yeah.
Just to mess with it because he felt that for those Realm of the Dukes who don't know what the bet is that he feels that the Persona franchise from Atlas, he felt that Atlas had a tight grip and it would never really come over to the Xbox platform. So we started to break them down. Obviously, you see 5 Royale, you see all the other Persona games. So this is the holy grail, the last one. But I do think it is a little too early because of Metaphor. Yeah, Metaphor needs to cook. So what I'm going to say is I think it's time we kind of hear maybe a little bit more of Super Game. I know shout out to my man RK, Lord Sonic in the building. He may want something. But the other thing that I think is going to happen, I think I'm still a little too early because on a prediction between me and you, Maddie, we have I took a shot in the dark with calling my shot would win Infinite Wealth would enter Game Pass. But I still think that's too early. And there's a part of me that feels like that could be saved up for like a TGS. So I'm going to surprise around with the Dukes. With all my Sega love, all my excitement, it's going to be muted. I think it's going to be muted from now. I don't expect, outside of Metaphor, maybe a smaller super game type of project that we've already kind of seen announced at the Game Awards. I don't know if they show out yet. I can't see it just yet. I think I'm just a little too early. I want to put the hammer down, but I'm thinking a little too early. But what you guys thinking?
Yeah, I think Persona 6 doesn't happen here just because of Metaphor. I know Persona has a notoriously long marketing cycle, so maybe they do a title card reveal, but Atlas can literally do that on their own profiles and platforms, and they'll make a ton of noise. So I don't think they need Xbox for this. So I think, if anything, you see Metaphor. RK128, Lord Sonic, did write in about Sonic, said, "Blessed day, Dukes and the Xbox One." My prediction for the Xbox Game Showcase is admittedly a bold one, but I think it's long overdue. My man, Sonic the Hedgehog, will finally join the Xbox Game Pass family. The Sega partnership with Xbox has been very successful up to this point, and Sonic is the only remaining pillar Sega brand not on the service. While a more realistic expectation is the newest release, like Superstars and Frontiers coming to the service, my long shot is leveraging the back compat program. The 360 era games are all on Xbox platforms, Adventure 1 and 2, Unleashed, Generations, All-Star Racing Transformed, etc. And adding in some OG Xbox titles like Sonic Heroes and Shadow the Hedgehog would be huge. What do you think of this? Will the blue blur speed onto Game Pass, or am I staring at the Sega blue skies a little too hard? I didn't expect to like a walking simulator this much kind of day. It's 3-on-2 now.
Even in odds. Shout out to Arcade Law. Let's give it that salute.
All right. Yeah. So I think Sonic has a good chance of showing up just because you have the Sonic X Shadow Generations game, which hasn't really seen much marketing. Obviously, I think this is going to be a good window for them to blow it out. I wonder about a Game Pass deal here, because one thing Sega's been crafty with is like, here's your man who erased his name so that you can buy infinite wealth. So here's your Sonic X Shadow so you can buy X, whatever that may be. That. So I feel like I'm kind of in alignment here with RK128 that maybe we do get some Sonic news. Now, I'm not going to get too pie in the sky here. I would love to see the 360 era Sonic games make their way back. OG Xbox is pretty pie in the sky based on rumors we're hearing of Sonic Heroes remake and that sort of stuff. So I don't know if they're going to do that just because Sega would lose out on that type of stuff. That's a ton of money for them to make. But I could see a little Sonic showing up here. I don't think we get, Frontiers 2, but I think aligning yourself with Sonic X Shadow Generations and then saying, hey, it's coming to Game Pass, and here are a few other Sonic games coming to Game Pass. Like we have Frontiers, we have other ones as well. Maybe that's something you also wait for Tokyo Game Show to do, because it feels like a smaller scale announcement. So I don't know. I could be 50-50 on that, but I feel like out of everything Sega, I feel like Sonic would be the most likely to show up. What about you, Rand? Any thoughts on Sega and what could appear here? Are you against COG and his Persona 6 prediction? My Persona 6 prediction? How are you feeling about Sega?
Don't let me down, Rand.
No, I feel like Persona's not going to show up. I mean, they're trying to sell what's the name of that game?
Metaphor, Refantasia.
Yeah, like that. And we know Xbox has marketing for that. Every time they show it, it's got the Xbox logo. So that seems like a shoo-in, I would say, for the showcase. So no Persona 6. They don't need to show it. As for Sega and Sonic, I don't really care. I just don't. I really don't care. I mean, I guess, you got Sonic Generations Shadow, that game, which actually is a really good game. I played it on the 360.
Okay. Yeah.
It was actually, that might be the last Sonic game I played, honestly.
Honestly, a good place to stop, right? Yeah, it got really bad from there. That's where I stopped too.
That was a really good game, though.
Yeah, it's so much fun. I'm very excited for the Shadow component of this. Shadow's my favorite.
I don't know. What else does Sega... Let's see. I mean, I think you all would agree that we're not going to see like a Jet Set Radio or the Golden Axe or crazy. Could we see? Because remember, there's supposed to be more games within that super game. Do we see that? Like, oh, here's a couple more games from within the super game, or is that held for? Because don't forget, we got the Keeleys. We got the other show, Keeley 2, with the Summer Games Fest, which I think it was revealed the first time, if I'm not mistaken, last year.
So
maybe they go back to that.
Yes, yeah.
I don't know. Like, trying to think what else Sega has cooking that's coming soon.
Trying to look at a list of their franchises.
We don't. There's not a Yakuza game coming soon, right?
No, that seems too soon.
Yeah, too soon.
Yeah.
What about Pragmata? Isn't that a thing? I remember that being at like one of Sony shows.
Was that Sega? I thought that was Capcom.
Oh yeah, right. Well, that was Capcom. You're right. That was right.
Phantasy Star, Panzer Dragoon. They got Shenmue. Imagine that. I'm just scrolling through a list here. Oh man,
that would be funny.
But then
Virtua Fighter. Wasn't there a rumor about Virtua Fighter?
There was.
Yeah. Then again, like, I wouldn't be surprised to see Sonic at Nintendo show.
It's probably a better platform for it. You're right.
Yeah. I wouldn't be too shocked. I don't know. Sega's usually there, but you can only show so many games. And Microsoft has more than enough games of their own first party.
Yep.
With Activision Blizzard and Bethesda to kind of like cover a lot, and it's like, okay, we're only really going to cover things that we have marketing beats for, and they might not have anything on going with Sega right at this moment for something coming out in the near future, so there may not be anything from Sega.
Well, let's shift our attention to the other Japanese developer in Square Enix. This is a big question mark for the Xbox faithful, right? We have Final Fantasy, recent Dragon Quest news. Dragon Quest 3 HD is going to be coming to Xbox, and now there's leaks saying that it's not just going to be 3, but a whole trilogy of Dragon Quest games, which is very exciting because I have not experienced much Dragon Quest in my day. We know Visions of Mana was at the developer direct, so I feel like Square Enix should appear here. The question, as always, is in what capacity. We're looking at former mercenary Square Enix, right? They are multi-platform Square Enix. They're embracing partnerships. They're embracing shipping things on Xbox and on PC and doing multi-platform day and date. So I feel like if Square Enix wants to kind of make a statement, this is a good platform to do so, right? Because you create the message that like we're going to be everywhere. So with that, Cog, again, I want to pass it to you. Just keep this rotation going. Mm-hmm. Does Square Enix show up, and in what capacity?
Yeah, this is the time to strike. This is the time.
The time to strike for Foam Stars port. Yeah.
Why you gotta mess with the moment? That was funny. Oh man, look, man. You know, we seen them peering through the curtains unexpectedly at the early developer direct, giving us that vision. I think it's time. I think they were a little too early on Octo 2, the whole situation there. Mm-hmm. And I think that was one of those situations that someone kind of, because even when it was revealed kind of mishap. Like it was like a weak trailer. And I think now is the time to say, okay, let's even get potentially a Game Pass back with that. Because the initial one was. So I can see that. But I'm going to shoot my shot. I think it's time, y'all. I think it's time, but not for the one everyone thinks. I think it's time for 16 to come on down.
Oh, you're calling for Clyde.
I'm calling for Clive. I think it's time, because of the messiness of the contractual stuff with Rebirth, I do think those are coming, but not right now. I think that whenever maybe Sony potentially have locked that up, they can't break that just yet, but it will eventually come. I think 16 is something that they may look to try to get that investment back. Mm-hmm. And it would be a nice addition to jump on that stage. And I think Microsoft wants to set the tone that the Square games, Enix games, the big Final Fantasies are coming. So that's what I'm going with.
I'm in agreement. I would say 16, definitely Pixel Remaster, no doubt about it. Like I think they might want to run back what they did for the Xbox One generation. Remember when they went like Final Fantasy games are coming to Game Pass? Everyone thought they were going to drop all the Final Fantasy games at once, and they gradually did them over time. And then before they delivered all of them, some left Game Pass, and people were like, well, what the hell's going on here? And we saw over time that relationship deteriorated, and now they're back on the upswing here with Square Enix. So I feel you kind of renew your vows, literally. You could say like, hey, we got Dawn Trail. It's coming out soon. Here's 16. It's coming to Xbox. Here's Pixel Remaster, like Final Fantasy, like we're bringing it to Xbox. Like I feel between that, Visions of Mana, they kind of, they did a gracious thing, if you will,
bro,
right? Which
had no business being there.
They did it though. That's the God's honest truth. Like this is a first party platform. This is an exclusive games platform. And granted, this was before the business update happened. So nowadays this would make more sense. But this was before we knew any better. And they showed up and they said, hey, Square Enix, our doors are open to you. Please utilize our platform. So I feel like you scratch my back, I scratch yours. Let's see what favors this deal won out. I'm a believer that Final Fantasy will show up in a meaningful way at the showcase. What about you, Rand? Square Enix, they showing up at all?
They're definitely going to be there. The question is what and with how much. Because you can make an argument that Visions of Mana would show up again. Right? It is coming out in the summer. Mm-hmm. Microsoft does have the Game Pass bag for that. They could want to market it again.
Pass? I don't think it is.
Maybe it's not. Maybe it was one of those things where there was like a string of text that said it was going to be in Game Pass.
Xbox confirms it's not coming to Game Pass.
Yeah. Okay. So there was kind of one of those rumors that it was, and then like people, but okay, it was at the developer direct, and they could show it again, right? They could come and show Octopath Traveler 2 because that was supposed to be out by now.
Yep.
Early 2024. It's still not here. Dawn Trail's coming. Xbox could be like, hey, we're willing to market whatever you want. We'll throw a trailer up there for Dawn Trail for you guys. And then there's obviously Final Fantasy 16. I don't think Final Fantasy Pixel Remasters is a game you have show up here. I don't think it's like
out here being disrespectful.
That's an email,
That's
an
email.
Not an email.
That's a tweet. That's a tweet. That's like a 15-character tweet.
I think I agree in the sense, yes, like I get where you're coming from. I agree. I'm just saying if you're showing out with like Final Fantasy this and that, I feel like the perfect complement to like a big one is like, we also have Pixel Remaster. So like all these classic ones are here as well. And then you begin your work on getting the other Final Fantasy games into Game Pass, right? Again, I think of what Game Pass is being used as by Sega. Square Enix could do the same. Here's Pixel Remaster, here's 16, and they're going to sell you Final Fantasy 9 Remake. Like that's where my head is at.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, 16 makes a lot of sense to be there. We know the exclusivity, at least according to Sony's trailers, is up soon. And we know Square Enix themselves said that they felt confident that they would hit like their 18-month target or whatever it was when they were talking about the game, which is like, well, how do you feel confident? They obviously know the game's coming to more platforms at some point, whether that's PC and other places like Xbox and maybe even like a Switch 2 down the road, perhaps. And that would be a very strong statement that, don't worry, Final Fantasy is coming back. If you had it wouldn't even have to be this year, really. It could be Final Fantasy 16's coming, right? Whether or not it's coming at the end of the year or coming early next year or whatever. It's more about the announcement to be like, no, Square Enix is here. Xbox fans, don't worry. Final Fantasy is coming back. So I'm kind of with Cog, because like I mentioned, they could show a lot of different things, but I'm kind of with Cog on this one. I think it's going to be Final Fantasy 16 that is what they show.
Okay.
I'm with you, bro.
All right, we got a lot of belief in Final Fantasy. Any other Square Enix predictions, or shall we move along here?
No Foam Stars port, right?
No,
no Foam Stars.
Didn't keep that.
Imagine that's their only announcement. That would be that'd be something.
Yeah, that would not be a go.
EA. I wanted to look at them because our good friend Jess Corden, co-host of Xbox 2 podcast as well, had written in his little predictions article that there was a gameplay reveal happening with Xbox that would bring some solace to a weary fan base. And I read into it a little bit. I was like, well, solace. Like that's been the kind of journalistic thing this last couple of weeks, like lifting the doom from the Xbox fan base, the solace to a weary fan base. Is like, oh, the main villain of Dreadwolf. Do we get a gameplay reveal? Now, I feel like it could happen, but it doesn't make sense to me. I feel like I'm led to believe that BioWare would really want this on the Keighley stage, the biggest stage imaginable, right? Like, not only BioWare, but if you're EA, I'm looking at it this way, right? Bear with me, gents. You are EA. You've given BioWare a long leash. Now, part of that, I think, is due to recognizing your own ineptitude, your poor decision-making, meddling, forcing multiplayer, microtransactions, live service, that sort of stuff. At the same time, the last two games from BioWare have been given a graciously long leash of 7+ years. That's extraordinarily long, even in today's standards, let alone back then when games are coming out a little bit quicker, comparatively speaking. So you've now let BioWare cook on this one for a while, reworking the project, reportedly stripping out monetization of any form. It's single player. I'm hearing really good things about it. I'm very excited to see what it's going to end up being. But there's a good, strong, positive sentiment surrounding this game. Like, this is BioWare, at least with their best foot put forward. We'll see how it's received. And I feel if you're EA, this might be one of BioWare's last big swings before you got to make some real tough business decisions on what to do with this company. They've done their part in like, hey, we've shedded off what we're going to do with Star Wars: The Old Republic. Support companies handling that. Like, we're just focusing on BioWare here at BioWare on Mass Effect and Dragon Age. And they're working on Dreadwolf, and then they're going to move into the next Mass Effect game, which presumably is continuing what's happening with Commander Shepard. So I feel like there's a future to this company, but no doubt this one like needs to succeed in a meaningful way. And it's kind of shades of BioShock Infinite to me, where BioShock Infinite was a long wait, long development time. It comes out, it is a hit, and it does stupid well. It sells millions and millions of copies. And then one day you wake up and it's like, yeah, Irrational Games is completely shrunken down to like 10 employees. They're rebranding and they're no more because the game was in development for so long. It could just never have hoped to make enough money. So I feel like BioWare's already in a hole, and I'm curious how much this game can dig out of it. I say all of that to say, I don't know if the Xbox stage is the right place to really start marketing the next big BioWare game. I feel like you do it on the Keighley stage with millions of viewers, the widest appeal, the widest audience, and speak to everyone rather than a very specifically invested audience. But what say you, gentlemen? Does EA show up in any meaningful way aside from this? I wrote Dragon Age in our script here, but there's certainly other options. Rand, let's kick it to you. How are we feeling about some of my predictions here?
You're right, and I say like, well, what would EA or BioWare want? Do you want to put that on the Keighleys? Then it's also if Xbox does Xbox have marketing rights for it? Maybe not be one of those things where it's like they may want it on the Keighleys, but maybe Xbox has the deal for marketing, and in that case, it shows up at the Xbox show. Because I doubt we see Madden at an Xbox show. I doubt we see NCAA there as well. FIFA or FC as it's called, that's definitely not something that would show up there. Mm-hmm. I would hope for Dead Space 2, but that's dead. Oh, Maddie, Dead Space 2, no,
dude, we're mourning together. Yeah,
I know. So yeah, I'm gonna say yeah. I'm gonna say this is the game that Jez is teasing.
Okay.
Dragon Age Dreadwolf be at the Xbox show. You know, because normally the thing about the Xbox show is, you know, we go over like the third parties. Is normally Xbox kind of in recent years shied away from really showcasing a lot of bigger third-party content because they wanted it to keep it strictly focused more towards games that were coming to Game Pass, right? They might have a couple games.
I think last year they had like 3. One of them was
Star Wars. Where, like, remember the one year was like everything you see here except for like 2 were like, you know, Game Pass, right? Mm-hmm. So normally that kind of let the bigger games move elsewhere, different shows and stuff. So I do think I actually think we'll see more bigger games at the Xbox show this year than I think we normally would. Maybe Call of Duty coming to Game Pass fills the whole thing of like, we need everything to make sure, oh, this is a Game Pass show. It's like, well, that doesn't really matter anymore. We have Call of Duty, so maybe we can have some other stuff. But yeah, and I sort of wonder what that does for, like, what if you were positioning Dragon Age to release around the time of Starfield's DLC? Is that a concern for Bethesda?
Whoa!
You know, it's like, do you pivot if you're Bethesda? If like, hey, if Microsoft knows because they're putting this stuff together, and maybe there's a trailer for Dragon Age and has a release date, because is the release? I don't know much about Dragon Age Dreadwolf. I know you talk about it a lot. I think it's coming this year, right? At least that's the rumor.
That's the rumor, and I'm hearing it's coming.
Yeah.
So
very soon. Like sooner than I think anyone's really expecting.
So okay, so if we're also thinking about like Starfield DLC, right? Shattered Space, presumably the 1-year anniversary of the game. That's kind of like early September is sort of like the beginning of the holiday season. And you know, what if Dragon Age Dreadwolf comes in around that time? Xbox sort of knows because they're preparing the trailers, or at least for the show, and they see that and they're like, what do we do? Do we move Starfield? I don't know. It's because they're both RPGs. I'm just saying, like, you know,
it could present a conflict of interest is fair. Yeah. I am of the mindset, maybe it's a simple mindset, but I think like once it's fantasy, you're fine, right? Like there's no conflict of interest between sci-fi and fantasy, but it's definitely worth keeping an eye on, because if you're Xbox, you don't want to take it from your prized exclusive, you know, in Starfield. It's still very important, and especially with its big expansion, a lot of eyes are going to be on that, and like, how are you going to respond to all of the criticism the game faced? Cog, let's talk to you about Dragon Age. Like, what are our expectations for gameplay reveal? I think it's BioWare already told us summer 2024 trailers, gameplay info, release date. Like, you're going to get it all. So we know what's going to happen.
I just want Dragon Age to be good so I can get my Mass Effect, please. I don't want it to
everyone should be pulling for this game.
And then being like, oh, by the way, EA's like, we shut down BioWare. And then I'm sitting there being like, no.
I know. I know. I'm in the same boat, dude.
I have no interest. Right now, I have no interest in Dragon Age Dreadwolf at all. But
have you played any of the older Dragon Age games?
I played Dragon Age Origins. That's it. Yeah. So I played the first one. My hope is I want this game to do well so they can do and finish the next Mass Effect.
I'm right there with you. I do like Mass Effect more than Dragon Age. My problem with Dragon Age is like it's unbelievable that Mass Effect has a trilogy re-release, not because it doesn't deserve it, because Dragon Age needs it more. It's like you are about to market this thing and put it out in the wild. And this is a game that's spanning back to 2009. And it's not easy to access, especially if you're on Xbox with back compat, you're good. You got Origins 2, Inquisition, all on Game Pass. Back compat for those games are phenomenal. Like that's how I replayed those games. Excellent. But on PC, the especially Dragon Age Origins and 2, not great. Inquisition even is a little questionable, a little funky. These are games that are best on console, and on the PlayStation side of things, you really just have access to Dragon Age Inquisition. So the game's kind of in a hole on catching people up. So it's unbelievable that it doesn't have a legendary edition of any kind, and it needs it. So I hope that this game isn't really sent out in a unfortunate position, but I too hope it does well, just because as someone who I love Dragon Age, but I mean, Mass Effect's definitely my preferred one. Like Mass Effect's incredible. Even when it's at its worst, like Andromeda, it's still really fun to play. Cog, my friend, EA, what are we expecting from them? And of course, your thoughts on any Dragon Age gameplay reveal.
I am conflicted. You guys both made extremely compelling arguments, because on your side, Maddie, there's a part of me that says, you know what? There's so much pressure riding on them. The intent is to knock it out the park and really make a big showing. Jeff Stage would get the broader appeal. But then Rand's argument is also compelling too, because there's a part of me that's like, man, if you look historically, EA has had the great relationship with Xbox on their stage. Obviously, we know that EA games do eventually go to Game Pass. I don't anticipate no Game Pass back. It'll definitely be an EA Play 1 year later situation. But I think of something like Anthem debuting on the Xbox stage, right? Now, correct me if I'm wrong. This is the question I need from both of you, and that is help me narrow it down. Did Dragon's Age Inquisition, where did that reveal? Did that reveal?
I don't know where that revealed.
I don't know where that revealed.
You're talking about.
It's way back.
This had to be 2012.
I know, this is way back. This is
that was Game of the Year 2014.
2014, at the start of the Xbox One console stuff. So
I don't remember.
I don't remember. This is tough. Definitely going to be out here. I agree with you, Maddie. The rumors are going to be. They're coming this year.
No doubt.
There's no doubt. The question is the stage. All right, gun in my head. Xbox got a lot to show. This is tough. This is tough. All right. I am going to go with the Keighley's for now. I'm going to go with Matt. I'm going to play it safe. I just feel because maybe Xbox has the marketing, but man, if they have the marketing, they're going to be on Xbox stage. But there's a part of me that just says they may want the look.
Here, I'm going to give you a little opt-out clause.
All right, give it an opt-out. Both?
Yeah, because
double showing. Yeah,
double showing. Right, you show up at the Keighley's and like gameplay at Xbox. Right?
Yeah,
maybe.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah, you could.
Maybe.
You could.
Yeah, I can sneak out the back door now. I like that one. I like that. Okay.
Well, those are some of the main third-party pickings that I put here on the document. Of course, I can miss some. Are there any that come to mind? I originally had a couple here, if you notice the script's a little shorter, because I was like, wait, that's for Xbox Game Studio. So I moved some stuff around. But is there any other companies that come to mind for you two that are third-party that could step in with like day one Game Pass deals, marketing deals that you think would be at this showcase?
Ubisoft.
Do you think that Star Wars Outlaws promotion continues? I
feel Ubisoft has to have. They've historically have had a decent relationship with Xbox. I think about like Valhalla, Assassin's Creed. Anyone, Rand? Is there any Assassin's Creed?
The Assassin's Creed marketing rights seem to bounce back and forth between PlayStation and Xbox here and there, back and forth. So
If I'm Ubisoft, I hold everything for my own event. They got a fucking killer lineup this year, man.
Well, you know what they did though. You know, you did COG did the whole, or you guys were talking about. You showed off. You're like, hey, Dragon Age Dreadwolf reveal gameplay at Xbox's show. Last year they did Star Wars Outlaws. They did here's a CGI trailer for Star Wars Outlaws, and then tune into the Ubisoft event for the gameplay reveal. So,
good call. They could potentially use. They're going to do their own show, like Maddie said, so they could use a stage for a kickoff point. Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, there's also the Splinter Cell remake lingering around for them. That'd be very. Look, I'm just saying. This is a company. I know it's fun to kick around Ubisoft, but they have shed some fat over the years. They have made some good business decisions. They have focused in on Prince of Persia. They've gotten smaller, and I think it's going to pay off long term because they are about to release some heavy hitters. And if I'm Xbox, I think that's a good call, COG. I think you get a little closer if you can make that happen.
Ubisoft, man, wild card there. I think they'll be there.
I think Star Wars Outlaws will be there. I think Xbox has what seemingly looks like the marketing rights for it. Game comes out in August, so I think it'll be there. I also think Shadows will be there.
Ooh,
Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Okay, we doing it. Okay.
And they could do a thing where it's a really quick 2-minute gameplay trailer followed by, and then Ubisoft could say tune into the Ubisoft show for the full 15-minute gameplay reveal or whatever.
Yeah, I can see that.
I could see Assassin's Creed Shadows being an Xbox show for sure. Yeah. So you'd have 2 Ubisoft titles. Maybe you get the EA title with Dragon Age. Another.
I think there's a lot of compelling arguments for third party this year is what I'm kind of detecting. As talk more. I'm like, there's a lot of reasons why Xbox would want to lean.
There's even another game I was thinking of, Maddie. And this comes from a Japanese publisher. And it's kind of been a little under the radar. People aren't really talking or thinking about it, but it has shown up at Xbox's show. I'm thinking maybe we see Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta again. Remember, because I know it was at PlayStation show originally, but then it was also at the Xbox show, the Xbox third party show. Maybe we see that again.
Okay.
I don't know. How would you feel about that? Because I think that game's supposed to release this year.
That'd be great. Yeah, I would love that. I'm not the biggest Metal Gear head. I love Metal Gear Solid 2. That's the one Metal Gear game I love. Honestly, that game independently earned my respect for Kojima. It was everything else I've played from him. I'm like, this is really good. Metal Gear Solid 3 is really good, but 2 of them, this is a work of art, man. This is just brilliant shit. So that's the remake I hope they do one day. But yeah, I think I could see Xbox doing that. I mean, that just brings Konami in completely. They have some games that have disappeared. The Suikoden remake was supposed to come out September. It was rumored last year, and it's just been gone for 8 months now. Might be time to reshow that. That might be a interesting Japanese partnership to create for Xbox. That's another good third party pick. So I don't know about Metal Gear. I think that would be with the PlayStation Showcase looming. I wish it went before we recorded this, but it is what it is. I feel like it's equally possible for it to show up at that showcase.
I guess it's possible. It showed up at both. It's a bigger game. I can see it at Xboxes. And I don't know if you want to get into indie stuff, but the one indie game that I always had in the front of my mind that will be at this show is Hollow Knight Silksong.
Yeah, I feel like I guess that one all the time. I think I have it in my predictions is that this year it's going to come out. I'm like, it's got to come out.
Yeah, only because remember earlier in the year, there was a store page they put up on the Xbox store.
Yes.
And the Xbox employees were all kind of eye emojis and stuff. So it didn't show up at any Nintendo stuff. So I sort of feel like this is it.
Yeah.
Right. It's going to show up at the Xbox show with the release date. And if you're going to say, because I'm sure there's going to be a bunch of indie games, right?
Oh yeah.
Something that we can't predict, whether it's, I saw Replaced is finally supposed to be coming out this year.
Oh yeah,
the back half of the year. So it's okay, does that show up? Stalker 2 is supposed to come out this year. Yeah, finally, does that show up again at the showcase? There's so many. There's only so much time, and we're sitting here going through all the studios. It's all right, you got to keep in mind, they may only do there's a lot of or maybe 25 games, and it's like it's difficult to pinpoint accurately what could happen.
Well, that could lead to them being very stingent with third-party space or very liberal with it, depending on which way they really go with it. Because you mentioned there's a lot of lock-ins, like Replaced, I think is a pretty easy bet. Yeah. Stalker's an easy bet. Starfield DLC, an easy bet. We already know we have the developer directly. We know a lot about this showcase going in, which is why I felt a little different about this year's prediction show. It's like, I feel like I know a decent amount and some big surprises already.
You want to talk about easy bets? Fallout 76, Sea of Thieves, Elder Scrolls Online, right? Like, I'm just saying.
They do always have that stretch of live service games. They always do.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the live service stretch is coming. And 76, got to be outside.
It's got to be. I would not get upset about it if they did this just because it's time. Like, it's like, hey, man, look, you guys got the numbers now. You got the zeitgeist. Yeah. Yeah.
I got to ask you, Manny. And I know you did a video about this, and I'm sorry I didn't watch it, but
that's okay.
How are you feeling about Fallout 76 lately? About the Fallout TV show, the resurgence, people playing, seeming like they're loving Fallout. I know you weren't the biggest fan of Fallout 76 when it came out, like everybody, and I know you went back to it. Has it grown on you at all? Or is it kind of still
entirely? Like, I made a re-review of the video, like you mentioned, or the game, like you mentioned, and I think I was very, very fair about it. I was like, look, like I've hung with this game since it came out. So yeah, I'm definitely a lot more jaded than most fans. Like I kind of envy the people who come in late, like, yo, it's great now. I'm like, yeah, if I just skipped out on this game for like 6 years, over a decade, and then came back, I'd be positive too. But I can't be. Also, I think it's always like an inch away from where it needs to be. Like they finally bring a new open world explorable area. Like, hey, you can go to Atlantic City. It's like, yes. This is what we imagined when 76 was announced all those years ago. Like we could go to these new locations and explore them and do new quests and stuff. And like the exploration, which is a BGS hallmark, was bad, not in the Starfield type of bad. It was like, there's no map. There's no map markers. There's no, any location on the map is tied to a quest. So it feels very lifeless, very uninspired. It sucks because like the location itself is phenomenal. So I feel like they're getting there. Skyline Valley, this new update that's coming to 76, looks really good. So I'm thinking that might be a good shot in the arm for me. Everything I've seen, it looks so good that literally when I started to see trailers and teasers for it, I was like, you know what? I don't want to see anything right now. Like I want to just experience this on my own when it comes out. So I think if they kind of go for a roadmap announcement of what's coming to 76, I would not blame them because I feel, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. I just feel like I don't know about my Fallout hopes and dreams is what I'll say, but we'll talk about it.
We'll talk about it.
Before we get into the first party family, this is Xbox related, but we have one more topic I wanted to hit before we go down all the studios. This is a big one. I'm surprised we really only got one right in about this subject. Hardware. This is something Sarah Bond has promised, again, kind of removing the element of surprise. Like something's happening by the end of this year involving hardware. And Xbox has been very clear, like we're not doing a pro model or a mid-generation refresh. There's rumors lingering about next generation starting early for Xbox, which is a rumor I absolutely love. I hope it comes through because I think it would be really good for them. But Xbox is in a really interesting spot where people feel the hardware commitment is about to waver, and this would be a really good time to shore up the defenses. And there's no better place to go than to this write-in here from Namaste25, who asks the very good question, will we have a first glance at Xbox's handheld? And this is where everyone's going, man. Everyone thinks like this is next. And that between now and whenever next generation news arrives, like this is what we're going to get first. They've definitely been toying around a bit, right? They teamed up with the ROG Ally. They saw things were going over there. They got something coming at the end of this year. You know, is it the handheld? Rand, I want to hear from you first because Cog and I have speculated on this plenty, so we'll definitely get at it. But, sir, I don't know where you're quite at on the future of Xbox's hardware. Are they going to really make a strong commitment here? And are they going to announce anything? Because I think something that would be very compelling is if you announced hardware, you have Call of Duty to really push that. Be like, let's say they do the X-Boy, we'll call it, this Xbox handheld. And Black Ops 6 is playable on the X-Boy. Like, you know, like that is something that I feel can push the hardware just without the foolish name. So, Rand, I kick it to you. How are we feeling about Xbox's hardware outlook?
It's interesting. I'm a console guy, so my focus is on like what's the next piece of console hardware look like. What does it do? Stuff like that. There is the handheld, which has dominated a lot of the discussion. A lot of people are excited about the idea of taking their Xbox games on the go, or all that sort of stuff, because people love the Steam Deck, people love the Legion Go, people love the ROG Ally and stuff. I'm not a mobile gamer, so none of that stuff really interests me particularly. But I do think I do think a Xbox handheld would be a good idea.
Wow, this is the first I've heard this from him. Okay. This is new, y'all.
Well, no, I mean, because if you look at just what the fan base would want and how exciting the whole PC handheld space is, there seems to be a lot going on there, right? And Microsoft and Xbox has seemingly embraced a lot of those. Like, they almost talk about the ROG Ally as like one of their own products they make.
Mm-hmm.
So it sort of seems we're getting to the point of that handheld being a thing. And even if like next generation comes early, which I hope it does, kind of like Maddie, especially if you're not doing a pro. Okay, if you're not doing a pro, start the new gen early. I don't think you would even talk about the next gen console, whatever that would be, yet. I know they've revealed the One X early, like I think it was a year ahead of time. This would be 2 years in advance.
Yep.
Not really sure you'd want to do that. Xbox hardware has a problem selling as is. And if you're already trying to show people, be like, but wait, there's more hardware coming in a couple years. And maybe I don't think that's a smart idea. But I do see a scenario, because if you look overall, the Xbox community is they've been through it this year.
Yes,
right, between the third
party,
the third party rumors, and then the third party confirmation of just only 4, but who knows in the future, to studios shutting down that shouldn't have been shut down, like Tango, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's been a lot of consternation. People just don't know what's happening with the future. So when I think of like what thing you could do to like calm a fan base away in a way is like, okay, well, there's a lot of concern about them leaving hardware. And maybe you make a hardware announcement. Or maybe you even, this is me the year where it's like, we know you've been asking for Banjo and Killer Instinct 2. Maybe this is the year where you finally been like, that game you guys have been asking for, it's finally here. Here's Killer Instinct 2, right?
They taking a play out of the Bungie playbook.
Give them what they want.
Say all that to say,
against the wall. Let's go.
I could see them teasing or straight up announcing the Xbox handheld.
Woo!
They've listened to feedback, and that an Xbox handheld is in development, and it'll be releasing in the next couple years or what have you. But more as like we're throwing some scraps to a fan base that has kind of been through the ringer, as like, we're not going anywhere. We got hardware coming. This is one part of our hardware plan. We're going to share it with you now. Because even if it's like you say, a handheld's coming, that wouldn't necessarily prevent, I don't think, anybody from buying current hardware, because it's different, right?
Right.
So I don't know. In my eyes, I wouldn't be surprised if they came out and was like, we are doing a handheld. It is part of our roadmap. It's the kind of thing. I don't know. That's what I was thinking.
Like this, Rand. I like this.
Yeah.
I'm about all of this. Look at my boy coming around. I like this. Because you understand, man, he's anti-handheld. This man is not rocking with handheld. For him to say this and to think about that base that's been clamoring, I like it. I mean, I'll just add on. I got too much to add on. I agree. I think the timing is right. I think, and Maddie, remember, we did our little research, and we saw that little patent situation, and we started to tie it back to a WCF Tech article, and we were like, you guys could do a revision. This is Brooklyn. You'll get a cylindrical joint with a terabyte in there, refresh Series X kind of thing. And it was like, no, this is a different device.
Yeah.
This would not qualify. Revisions wouldn't qualify this type of verbiage. So I'm like, And then we're like, all right, we see Phil. He's very, vocal about the allies, very vocal about handheld and how it would look. And as a person who travels a lot, the way his gaming habits, and you start hearing about flirting with storefronts and Epic or Steam or whatever. And I'm like, okay, you putting this out in the universe a little bit too much, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? You really spitballing publicly for us to hear. So yes, I will say at minimum a reveal, maybe a reveal of like kind of like what Rand said, which in the sense of, I'll be shocked to say, hey, and it's ready this year. I'll be shocked at that. But at least, hey, we are designing this as a component to the Xbox, console family. You still talk about, use the buzzwords about one device that, can do this, but you're still going to be doing another device in the future, and hear about more of our plans kind of thing. And I think it would. I think it actually would go pretty well. I think it would actually pretty good well if they did that. But what say you, Manny, on the your beloved? And
yeah, I'll take it a step further, just because I think we've laid out all the evidence. I think it's pretty clear that something's cooking, whether it's announced this year or not, I guess is what's up to the verdict at the end of the showcase. But I will take it the step and say that I think they have to announce something hardware related, and it has to be something kind of noteworthy, as in, I think they could do a hardware onslaught of like, here's our all digital Series X. It's all adorable. No describe, check it out. And then couple that in with like, but we also have this. But I think they need to do something with hardware because I think it sends a very strong message. I think games carry them far enough, but to say like, hey, we're still here, we're still doing this thing. We'll see how they deploy these gaming strategies onto this hardware, like how they move multi-platform. We're hearing how they want to bring Epic Game Store and Steam to their platform. So we'll see how they utilize these devices. But I think people do look at Xbox as one of the major hardware players. And I think right now, you can't afford to have that feeling of it wavering as you announce a ton of games. And let's be frank, for all the downer energy that's surrounding Xbox, and I understand and respect it, you got to take an honest look at the second half of the year. And I'm not trying to overpromise or anything, but there's a lot of games coming. And I think if you can have that coupled in with like, there's significant hardware movement on the horizon, not just like verbal commitments of next gen, but hey, here's some things happening really soon. And one of them is very different from anything we've done before. If you're looking in the terms of reinvigoration, I think that is an easy way to do so. It sends a very clear message like, hey, bumpy roads behind us. Let's move forward. Like, this is the new Xbox. Whatever that looks like, we'll see. But I think they have to do something hardware related. I think you need to reassure people that are looking to buy consoles for your games that you're not going to be dipping out of this sometime next year, that you are here to stay. As long as when they make that promise, they know they can fulfill it, of course. That involves trusting the words of Xbox, which I think is proven to be a little lackluster. So something to really show for it beyond the verbal commitment would be great. And I think with the amount of teasing they've done this year, not just Phil saying how he'd love it, but really I look at Sarah Bond. She's been very direct about some sort of hardware announcement coming this year. And I don't think you talk about it this much for it to be all digital Series X. I think it's got to be something different. And yes, like Cog mentioned, the evidence is there. This trademark gets resubmitted. And we're like, oh, it's, of course, it's the Series X, right? And they're like, no, you don't do that for like an iteration. It's like, okay, so now the whole perspective of things has changed. So I think I'll go to the length of saying they have to announce something hardware related. And I'd be kind of disappointed if they didn't. If it's not the handheld, that's not where I'd lose my mind. But I think you need to recommit to hardware in a visible manner. So I hope they do so.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I'll throw a monkey wrench into it just because
you're a fun guy. Let's do it.
Typically, at least in recent years, they don't talk about hardware at this event. In fact, the event is called the Xbox Game Showcase. Games being kind of the, sort of thing. And in recent years, Aaron Greenberg has kind of always come on Twitter and being like, no business related things at this event or no acquisitions and stuff. So there is a possibility that they keep this strictly about games and there is no hardware talk. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there.
It's possible, but we do have evidence. Last year, I think no one predicted what is a Series S. What was it? The all black. Remember we were like, whoa, what are they doing? We were like, so I get it. Generally, it's a game showcase, but it could go.
The Halo Infinite Series X.
It's possible. Long
as the Halo wasn't that revealed at the
20th? Gamescom?
Was it the 20th anniversary show?
Might have been. Yeah, I might be off on my timing for that.
I don't.
No, it's a fair point.
Remember
it's
where
a fair
it was.
point. Yeah. I don't give a shit what the label is. I think you bend your rules. Bend your goddamn rules.
You bend them. Okay.
I feel it.
What about that new controller that leaked? Is that still a thing with the haptics and everything?
That would go, in my opinion, like if my theory of back compat is right about cloud-based back compat gaming, I feel you announced the controller with that. Like, hey, you just lift this thing up, it's on, play your favorite games, new and old with this. I think that's a good way to, because I think hardware announcements need a degree of elegance. I don't think outside of a new thing like an Xbox handheld, you can just show a console or a controller and be like, on its own, yeah, let's go, everybody.
Exactly.
Even though that's Xbox's energy, bro, they love their controllers, but they got to get the memo that like we don't love them as much as they do.
Yeah, feel the burn.
Feel the burn. If anyone needs a tweet, is stay your behind
every tragedy in human history, there is an Xbox controller tweet that likely matches very well with it. Nonetheless, if they couple it with kind of gaming related announcements, I think that can go a long way too. Like add some practicality. Yeah. And again, visibility to how we use these things. Like that's the thing they're always missing. They do these flashy trailers for their consoles, but like one of the most captivating, it's more like I guess a product related announcement, but and not hardware, but still it always stuck with me was how they announced xCloud, and how they showed the phone playing Forza Horizon. I think it was 3 or 4. I was like, damn, there's no way we could do that. And it's like, well, now I do that all the time. It's like that vision became reality. And so that has always stuck with me. And I think creating visibility, like these games you see in back compat, like look, we lift up the controller, it turns on, you can just fire up the Xbox app on your smart TV and play Lost Odyssey. I feel like that kind of practicality would go well. But if they just do an individual controller announcement, that I don't think they're dumb enough to do that. I hope they don't. Any other hardware related predictions, gents?
I'm trying to think of what even any other hardware stuff would be besides the
I guess just next gen
digital
stuff. Right.
Series X or whatever it would be.
You don't think they
handheld related or new console?
Do you think they commit to next gen at all? Like I feel it might be a little too early. I think if this year is like, hey, we got like this kind of stopgap piece of hardware in like a Series X and the Xbox handheld, and then kind of let 2025 rock, and maybe you announce something then. I feel like that would make a lot of sense.
I think that's the play because you want to. Now that you're being so bold with Call of Duty as your centerpiece for Game Pass, you want to tie that to existing hardware or a handheld, not necessarily the next gen just yet. So I think this is how you kind of extract more value from what's current. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Let's move into Xbox's first party family. Now we're in the alphabetical order side of things. Arcane Leon is up first. They're working on Blade. Do we expect Blade to show up at the Xbox Games Showcase, Lord Cognito?
Love you, Dinga, but nah. I think we got our fill heat. The man is already set on record. Let us cook.
Yep. He said we're going to go away for a while. Yep. Let us cook.
See you in a few. You do that thing and just make sure you throw logos at the end of your trailer. We good.
Cog needs those logos.
I need logos for
need them
logos.
As long as it's not a PlayStation logo.
Nah, I see all that. But at your show, it's nice to show a logo.
Red, any thoughts on Blade? This is a pretty easy one for us.
I mean, this is pretty easy no for me.
Yeah.
I don't think we see it again for a couple years, probably. I mean, I think the rumor is that it's targeting fall 2027 or something, or sometime in 2027.
Wow.
So you're some time away. And I know Xbox has kind of been, they do announce games early, right? I mean, we're still waiting on seeing Everwild again, and it's they revealed that game in 2019.
Not about Everwild.
This is like the easiest one. It's like, no, we ain't seen it this year, and we probably ain't seeing it next year either.
Okay. Well, then let's make things a little more complicated for ourselves, shall we? Bethesda Game Studios, the makers of Fallout nowadays, Elder Scrolls, of course, the beloved Starfield. A lot of our write-ins here centralize around Fallout, so I'd like to begin there. Interest is high. There's that Fallout TV show that really brought the series to another new level. There's demands for a remaster. Kazden Risk writes in, hey, Dukes, what's the final verdict what are the chances that we get a Fallout JPEG on screen? Thanks, and have a we need to jump on the Fallout hype, but don't have a game started kind of day. Meanwhile, Daniel J writes in, greetings, Dukes and friends. How are we feeling about Fallout's presence at the Xbox Showcase? The common theory is that Fallout 3 Remastered is coming, but do you guys think that'll be it, aside from 76, of course? Could we be surprised with New Vegas alongside it? Maybe a surprise announcement of a new project that's further down the road. Would love to hear what you guys expect to see and what you're hoping to see. Keep up the great work, gents, and I'm excited to see you guys at Sacred versus Duke show here in San Diego. Looking forward to it, Daniel.
Yes, sir.
All right. So, Fallout. Cog, you were the proponent of the JPEG on screen, the inventor, the initiator. This was your vision. Let's start there. Do we see it? Does it happen?
Oh, you put me on the spot. Oh, man. If rumors are to be believed, a lot of consolidation at Zenimax lately, a lot of shuttering, a lot of efficiency talks, Rand? There's a lot of stuff for maybe potential reasons. I mean, this thing, Fallout TV show is hotter than fish grease.
Yeah.
Bruh, they cook and they need something. But do they placate and say, hey, 76 content, hey, Fallout 3 remaster and think that's enough? That's the key. And there's still a part of me that feels like they need a PR win after this awful situation, with Tango. But it's like, is it the conversation side of like, is it really time? As much as I would love that JPEG to come on that screen and say, yo, we're working on the next entry. God Howard come out with the jacket. I really, man, I'm gonna have to temper my expectation as much as it pains me to do this. And I would love to be wrong, but I'm gonna say probably no.
You're the architect, and you're saying no.
Yeah, because you know what it is. It's just I feel like when Todd's ready, he ready. And if he ain't got nothing, he ain't probably going to do a JPEG. You know what I'm saying? And then remember, they still got indie to pop out this year, right? They still got a marketing blitz to kind of get us going. So it's like, as much as I think it would be dope, look, I want this. I want to be wrong. I want to be wrong and they at least talk about it, right? So for now, Cog's going to go conservative Cog.
Okay. Conservative Cog. A new version of Cog is in the chat.
But we may get the Fallout remaster, we may get an Oblivion, we may get everything else. And 76, you gonna get some 76 though.
Yeah.
You gonna get this 76.
Double down, yeah.
You get the double down on the 76. And then also Starfield's gotta breathe with Shattered Space. So it's like, man, I hope I'm wrong. I hope they do the whole and I could be like, yes, I was wrong. But I give it up to you guys. What you think?
Let's kick it to you, Rand. Because obviously when I go, I'm going to go for a while when it comes to Fallout. So
as far as like what we'll see from Bethesda, like game studios, I think Starfield DLC is a shoo-in, right? We're going to see that for sure.
Pretty much confirmed.
What exactly is Shattered Space? Is it House Faroon focus, which I think we kind of all would agree that it would be.
It was on one of the file names on the bottom right corner. So it's going to be something to do with House Faroon, no doubt.
Cog's been on me to start up Starfield again because of the new updates and stuff.
Yes,
and I told him, I was like, listen,
let's not play.
I'll play Starfield again when the expansion comes out.
Okay.
And I mean,
that's fair.
I'm still very high on Starfield. I think I played through the campaign twice because my achievements were broken, Maddie. I didn't get no achievements when I played through it the first time, remember?
Yes, yeah, we both had the same issue. And then I was stupid when I was popping achievements. I tried to test modding for a video, and then I just disabled all my achievements on my files. So I was like, shit.
So I had a whole bunch of saves. So I was like, well, if I load up this save, I'm like two missions behind this one, So I replayed a lot of the missions again. But so that'll be there. Fallout related.
What we doing?
See, this is sort of my line of thinking along with like StarCraft.
Okay.
Whereas like I feel like StarCraft is end of the show worthy kind of thing.
Ooh.
And we know we're not getting one of those this year because of the Call of Duty stuff.
Right.
Maybe StarCraft is better served off being at a BlizzCon event. And Fallout, I also feel like if you're doing a Fallout tease for a new game, that is end of show worthy.
Oh yeah.
And we ain't doing that this year. So even if you were saying, okay, who's doing it? Because it wouldn't be Bethesda themselves. Maybe, okay, Obsidian's like, after we do Avowed, this is like, we're moving that team to do this. Or maybe Josh Sawyer's team's doing that or early work on it and until whatever. Like that sort of tease, you know, I'm reminded of the Fallout 3 teaser where it was like the music plays, you go through that destroyed bus, and then the power armor dude shows up, and Ron Perlman's voice is like, war never changes, right? And then you see like Fallout Chicago, right? Where it's not Fallout 5, it's
repping the whole sound.
Do a city in there quick.
I mean, come on, who wouldn't want to play a Fallout Chicago, right?
I'm down.
I got great iconography everywhere. But who would make it? So I don't really think that would be, you would do that. But okay, Fallout 3 Remastered, probably there's a better chance of that. But I gotta ask Maddie, are we really like, to me, if you're doing Fallout 3 again, that needs to be a full-on remake, not remaster. Are we really gonna remaster a game from 2008? Like, I don't know. To me, it's kind of one of those things where I don't know. I know, like, okay, I feel like people would like a Fallout 3, and especially with how the world seems to be very much along, like, being, we need as much Fallout as we could get. That Fallout 3 remaster remake is a no-brainer, but they would have started development years back, presumably. But to me, with how, I don't know, and I think of two games from 2008 into now, I'm thinking, you can't just do a remaster for that. That needs to be a full-on remake. And I don't think they would do that, or like would spend the money to do that, thinking that there wouldn't have been that much interest. But now they're probably like, oh my God, there actually would have been that much interest. We should have poured more budget into it.
MPD say.
You know, so I don't know. I'm going to say no, but Maddie, I think you put out a video recently about the Fallout rumors, if I'm not mistaken. So what do you think?
Just to interrupt really quick, Fallout 4, number 5 in April MPD. Previous last month's rank was 87.
What about that Fallout 76, Cog?
Previous rank 159.
What number was it this month?
Now it is 8.
Ooh.
That's hilarious.
People are paying. It's in both Fallout games are in the top 10 of April 2024 NPD.
Wow. And I think
that is insane.
Isn't Fallout 76 in both subscription services as well, PlayStation Plus and
76 is in both subscription services, which is kind of surprising.
Buying. Sorry, Maddie, continue.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, so this is an interesting one because there's where there's smoke, there's fire. And there's been a lot of smoke. There's, in particular, I think, of the FTC leak. And it was slated for 2024. Now, what I've noticed when really studying that leak is a lot of things that were coming out on that list all got a 2-year bump backwards. Yes. Which would put Fallout 3 Remaster in 2026 instead.
Just in time for Season 2, baby!
Yes. Yes, actually.
Stupid.
Yes. I think if I remove my fanship from the situation, here's how I realistically see the situation playing out. Number one, a lot of people are expecting something happening at the end of this year. I don't think that's going to happen. It's still Starfield's time. Whether people like that or not, I think it's still Starfield's time. You know, I think if you're Bethesda Game Studios, you want it to be Starfield's time. You want to have people looking at the expansion, not like, all right, cool, Fallout. How I see things playing out is if you get any sort of remaster announcement from Bethesda Game Studios this year, I think it's Oblivion. I think that goes first. Because again, looking at the timelines and such, Oblivion was to come first.
That is true.
I think Oblivion will be ready sooner. Oblivion was also outsourced, reportedly, based on the leaks we had, to Virtuos. And Oblivion is going to be remade, like they're porting the old engine into, or the project, sorry, not the engine, the project into Unreal Engine 5. And so we don't know how far that'll allow them to remake certain things. If it's just going to make the lighting better, or if they're going to be able to really like tweak the visuals, make dungeons look less repetitive, et cetera, et cetera. But I think Oblivion will set up as a template for what a Bethesda Game Studios remaster remake looks like. The reason why it's a question mark right now is because the leak we got that was this person's identity was confirmed by the moderators over on Gaming Leaks and Rumors was that this was an Oblivion remake / remaster, and there was a lot of deliberation on which way they should go with it. And there's a lot of belief across the game dev community that it's like, well, they could pick that kind of late based on the way they're doing this remake remaster. So I think what's going to happen is you get Oblivion first, and we see what that is, and that'll sort of set the stage for what a Fallout 3 remaster remake could look like. So I think you kind of get a little bit of both. I don't know if they do it from the ground of a remake, but I think I was told to temper my expectations a little bit on Fallout 3. And I think I'll just say I think it's going to happen, but I think we're going to be waiting a while. I'll just kind of leave it at that. And so I think it's going to happen. It's just, I don't think it's this year. And so we'll see where it ends up. But I know that it's a really good time to strike. And I think if you have frustration on any lack of announcement, it should be pointed at earlier leadership, as far as I'm concerned, as in like something should have been in the oven. Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, as soon as the deal was done, the ink is dry. Let's get to work. And I think Fallout should have been. I know Starfield was the focus. I'm not going to try to get to hindsight 2020. My frustration, if there is no Fallout, is like, look, y'all, like, come on now. Like, what are we doing? Like, did it really take this TV show to make you guys wake up and go like, oh shit, like, people fucking like this thing?
They really love it.
They want to spend money on this thing.
They love us.
That is the level of incompetence that I talk about sometimes. Not to just dogpile, but like that's what I'm talking about. It is so obvious you do a Fallout. It's so fucking obvious. And look what it took. And that's why if you don't get anything, don't be mad it didn't happen. But be mad at why it wasn't happening in the first place. And that if it's going to happen, it's going to be later down the line. But yeah, I think Oblivion remaster remake seems pretty much a shoo-in. I don't know if it's at this showcase though, because the leak did say potential 2025. Again, with the delays, that schedule was made during COVID. Things got bumped back a couple of years. Is Oblivion a later in the year title? I think that has the better shot of showing up. And that would be my pick personally. If I were to make a prediction, I don't think Fallout 3 Remaster shows up. I think Oblivion could show up. Starfield's a definite. No doubt about it.
So this is where I normally say to Maddie every time we're on these things, it's like Fallout 5, 2035.
It's aged like fine wine. It's aged like fine wine. There's a time Rand said that. I was like, you're funny, Rand. Like, that's not going to happen. Oh, shit. It's coming up fast. It's coming up really fast. We're only 11 years away.
11 more years. The Fallout TV show will be over by
don't do that. Don't do that to the boy.
4 years at that point.
That's crazy.
I think you're right about season 2 of Fallout. Like, there's a lot of hype for Fallout now, and you've rebuilt the interest. I think they probably want to let 76 cook for a while. I think 76 gets the predominant Fallout focus here, if anything, and I think it's a good time to do so. You kind of ride that wave for a while, and hopefully this whole show has sparked some interest in like, let's get some partnerships done. Let's hand this IP out a little bit more. We have someone in-house who wants to make us a Fallout spin-off game, so maybe we should take him up on that when a certain medieval game comes out at the end of this year. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
Mm-hmm. But what if they just go on to Avowed 2?
Ooh,
no. Nah, you ain't having that.
No, I think business has kicked in. Oh, Obsidian, you want your place in the family? get to work on high-profile IP, as Mr. Booty put it.
Gotta help your older brother.
So how much of this do you think is strictly strictly related to like Todd doesn't like other people playing with his toys?
I don't know, to be honest. I really don't know. I think he puts on a good front on interviews. I'll say, like, he's compelling in his interviews that he wants to find things to work. And I think here's the funny part. I think Todd's more of a perfectionist than we understand. And I say that because his games aren't perfect. The imperfection, I think, makes them so great. When I look at Fallout 3, Oblivion, Skyrim, like that little jankiness that allows you so much extra freedom is what makes them special. But we don't really see that in his work per se, but maybe in those partnerships, like he said on multiple times, he's been on record saying like, yeah, we've been pitched Fallout TV show and movies a ton of times. And look, the one time he goes and says, let's give them the green light, they make fucking gold as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. They make arguably the best Fallout story. So, at a certain point, I'm like, does he not like people playing with his toys, or does he just have a good eye for like what will work? And I know it's hard to imagine because of how people feel about his games, but I think they're fantastic. And I feel like he's got a great eye for talent. And so I think maybe he's just a little more picky about the partnership. At the same time, Obsidian's a proven quantity. They make your style of games. People love their games. They made a game in your franchise, and it's also beloved. Like, that's where I think the protection energy comes up. Todd did say in an interview he loves Obsidian, he loves Fergus Urquhart. He kind of shook his head when Greg Miller asked the question, because I think he's like, this is stupid. But again, I don't know if he's putting on a front in the interview. But I don't know what it comes down to. I just think the problem really is that nothing was happening potentially in the first place, or there was no haste when maybe they had no confidence in the TV show. Like after 76, maybe they got a little timid and they're like, you know what, let's not go all in on this thing because we could sink the ship with this one.
I feel that way.
And so that's the only rationale, because it's easy for us now. And that's the only thing I've said in Bethesda defense. It's easy now to say like, hey, this show is lit. Like, where's the game?
And
they're probably like, damn, you all like this? Like, I mean, we have a video of when Todd was told by IGN we're giving it a 9. He was fucking stunned. He was like, are you really giving it a 9? Like, he was
Starfield a 9.
Yeah.
Yo.
Yeah.
Still sold, Ray.
You're right though. Could you imagine going 11 years or however long it would take if like they do Elder Scrolls next, and then like, okay, now it's Fallout, but you don't get anything in between? And I'll be honest, a Fallout remaster I don't think is really going to satiate the masses.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think it's completely fair to say.
It's like I know part of me thinks like they didn't think the TV show would be as big as it is. We're talking like the biggest Prime show ever.
Yeah, bigger than the boys.
Then it's like you can't really time TV shows and games. Like you could say, look at The Last of Us. Like they didn't have anything to align with The Last of Us show. I mean, they tried to with like the remakes of the second one and the first one, but it didn't really anything new. I don't know. Like I sort of feel I'll go against you, Maddie. I don't think Obsidian's going to do a Fallout game.
Oh,
I don't think they're going to do a Fallout game.
Oh,
so you're probably looking at somebody else.
Fergus Urquhart's dying wish is not going to be honored. He said, "Before I go,"
his deathbed.
He said, "Before I go," he's like, "I want to work on a new Fallout game." You don't think that gets honored? As industry vet gets
snubbed? I'm just saying, just for the sake of devil's advocate, right?
Okay.
Where we all agree, I don't think they're going to work on another one.
Okay,
and I think it'll be somebody else. I don't know who. But I can imagine Xbox and Bethesda being like, we need to find someone. We need to find someone quick. Right? Oh, we loving the fact that people are playing 76 and stuff. In Exile, Clockwork Revolution, maybe coming out next year. But what are we gonna go to a turn-based Fallout? I don't think that's what people want. Right?
I think, but here's the thing. I'll say in defense of that idea, Gears went to Gears Tactics and did well. And so I feel like if you can transition that fan base a little bit, or like Halo to Halo Wars, I feel like it's not too much of a leap to say, hey, we're making a game that pays homage to the old Fallout games with the Wasteland engine. Like, how do you build the whole Wasteland engine and not use that for a Fallout game?
But if there was one game, like that you're sitting on that is a literal gold mine at this point, more so than any other stuff you're sitting on, it's Fallout. And the fact that we may not see a brand new Fallout until 11 years from now is kind of ridiculous when you think about it.
Keep throwing more years on this, bro. Like first
I'm just saying,
5, now it's 11. Like,
bro,
what are we doing?
When do you think? Well, because what was the timeline on the next Elder Scrolls according to that leak? Was it 2026? So that would be 2 years, so 2028.
Yeah.
And then they start working on Fallout 5. I mean, how many seasons of the Fallout TV show we're expecting them to get? 4?
Man, Tango Sacrifice gonna mean something. Arcade Austin going sacrifice gonna mean something. Damn it, that's what I'm going.
They better.
It
That's
better
the
be.
thing.
You want big. What's bigger and better, according to Matt Voody, right? Bigger, iconic titles. It ain't nothing
Fallout
big.
76 content.
Nah, man, I can't. Don't do me like that. Nah, man, I can't. I refuse to go.
I don't think they do a JPEG. I think the reality is they need a short-term answer, a mid-term answer, and a long-term answer. The long-term answer is BGS. I think the short-term answer is obviously remasters. You can just pedal out Fallout 3, then New Vegas, do them separately, bring creations to them, bring mods to them, make them the kind of modern definitive edition, the Skyrim special edition, if you will, of these Fallout games. And then from there, in the middle of all that, hopefully they've ironed out a partnership with someone somewhere to work on a Fallout game. And I think it would be really cool if they just said, hey, let's do what we did with Obsidian. Here's Creation Engine 2. Here's what we did with Starfield. Here's all the systems. Please go make a Fallout game with this technology. And just like what happened with Fallout 3 to New Vegas, you actually, it helped that a lot of the environmental assets and stuff were also built for Fallout New Vegas, but nonetheless, you might get something a little quicker that way if they actually hand the tech over, which is something I would love to see Bethesda do, because to me, this is more of like an enthusiast take, but that is exciting to see, like, one tool that's more in-house stuff be used by different developers. That's why it was so cool to see Obsidian do New Vegas nowadays, because it's like, oh my God, they took Bethesda's tool set and they did so much with it. And they made it in a quicker span of time, and it's bigger than Fallout 3. So, I would love to see them do that. So I think that's their short, mid, and long-term plan. I just don't know if we get a peek at that this year. And so I think 76 might take the brunt of the Fallout hype. And if you package that in with, like, hey, we're also doing Starfield DLC, and maybe you get the Oblivion remaster remake, then now you've got a package where not too much pressure on any one project. And I think Starfield's DLC could stand out on its own. If you get the Oblivion remake remaster, I think that is just the creme de la creme. That's the top of the mountain of everything that they're showing. Even at this whole showcase, I would lose my mind, but we'll see. But that seems to be like a 2025 game. All right. Any thoughts on BGS before we move on to another really interesting one?
Let's get it. No?
All right. The Coalition, working on Gears of War, supporting every single fucking Xbox studio under the sun. Reports are coming in from Jez that they're supporting Avowed and help them move it over to, I think, what do you say, Unreal Engine 5.3 or something like that. So, yeah, just the Coalition doing God's work, hoping that they get some time to focus on their own stuff. Like, they were doing tech demos for Unreal Engine 5. Like, we had a really interesting write-in. I'm sorry I didn't get to credit the write-in, but I didn't know how relevant it would be to the show. But someone had posted that Ninja Theory could kind of be like a Coalition, since of like how technically sound, you could say what you will about Hellblade, but on a visual level, on a tech front, they know what they're doing. So could be useful for other teams. We'll see if that happens. But Gears of War, right? There's number one been so many. We're talking about remasters. Marcus Phoenix collection, like, it's got its own name even already. Like, everyone's saying, give us the Marcus Phoenix collection, right? Give us Gears 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Judgment, all in one package in preparation for Gears of War 6, or I'm sorry, Gears 6 is what they call it now. But yeah, the Gears of War franchise has been gone for a while. Really, the last thing we saw was at the launch of the Series X and S generation. We got Hivebusters and Next Gen. It was really the Next Gen showpiece for the Series X at the time, because they didn't have any launch games.
Facts.
So COG, the COG, if you will, Gears of War. We're hearing a lot of murmurs around a Gears 6. Do we see that? But also, is it coupled with any sort of remaster announcement here as well?
The big one. Yeah, it's time, Coalition. It's time. You have helped everyone. You've Matrix demoed. You're helping every team up their version of Unreal Engine 5. You guys are the stewards of Unreal Engine. I mean, right now, Ninja Theory would like a word with you as far as who's the more graphical in the house, but that's a good competition. It's fun. But yeah, it's time. It's time. And obviously the rumors that we've heard, it's to the effect, right, Rand? Like, if you liked Ninja Theories, what you call it, Hellblade 2, you ain't seen nothing yet kind of energy. That's, kind of things I've heard. But yeah, it is time to see what's going on with Gears 6. So yes, I'm going to say yes, they are there. I'm probably going to have the dissenting opinion. I think Rand knows what I'm about to say. I need to see the collection before I believe it just yet. I am probably the lone person who, until I always felt like, even when it was first announced, I've always felt like people want this to happen because of Master Chief Collection, right? Mm-hmm. And people forget there's still a Gears 1 remake. You know what I'm saying? Like, 1 was done already. So, look.
Crazy. It just happened and then just did nothing else.
Did nothing else afterwards. Now, granted, yeah, it would be great for them to have that as almost like a test bed to say, okay, you know what? We announced Gear 6 and we give you this now. Mm-hmm. I hope I'm wrong and I hope it's there. I've never firmly been on board with this one. I'm sorry, Special Nick. I'm sorry. A lot of people who've been, not that I don't want it. I just was like, I don't know yet until I see it. So sure. Gear 6 for sure. We'll see about the rest. That's where I'm at.
All right, Rand. He hit you with a little So I'm curious what Rand's thinking on this.
So I really haven't sat down to do my like whole prediction stuff yet. But one of the things I have kind of pegged is how they start the show, or at least take away the COD deep dive. Like, what's the show starts with, and what is the last game we see before like Phil comes out, and then he goes to COD's thing. And in my mind, you're ending with Gear 6, right? But it's more of you see a trailer and it is the Marcus Phoenix collection or whatever nomenclature they want to use to name this thing. I also don't think it's Gears 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it's just Gears 1, 2, and 3. Right? Just the OG trilogy. And you see a trailer for that.
No Judgment?
No, I don't think you get Judgment in it. Maybe you do. But, okay, let's say you add Judgment, but I definitely don't think you get 4 or 5 in it.
Okay.
Right? So you have this Gears collection and remade in UE5. You know, maybe it's like just the second one. Or I think the rumor was that it was like Gears 2 was completely remade in UE5 and the other ones were kind of just remastered a little bit. And then you see the release date and it's like August 25th or whatever it would be. And you're like, okay, we got Gears like leading off the season. Like, it's like, okay, I play some Gears collection, right? But then they're not done, and they give you a quick look at like, hey, this is what we're cooking next, and it's Gear 6. And if you thought Sending with Saga, Blade 2 looked good, you're gonna look at this and be like, oh my lord! Yeah. And you see a trailer for that, and that's the last thing you see before Phil takes the stage. Gear 6 coming back alongside Gears Collection, which launches this year. And whether or not Gears 6 is next year or 2026, I couldn't tell you. But I feel like it is going to close the show. They'll close it with the Gears Collection coming out this year and a Gears 6 thing coming out in the future. But yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you mentioning someone hitting the stage made me remind me of one of my predictions. I don't think any execs are going to hit the stage this year.
Ooh,
yeah. I don't think anyone hits the stage. I don't think anyone's got the fucking balls to hit the stage this year.
Wow.
No, I think it's games, voiceover. Yeah, like maybe.
How do you present hardware then if you don't have somebody to actually?
You got trailers for that. You got hands for that.
Trailers for that. Okay.
Yeah.
Nobody has the balls.
Sad emotions playing into prediction.
If I'm them, I mean, when the last time did Phil Spencer fucking tweet? Like, everyone went into hiding, bro. Everyone went into hiding.
But Phil's about to go face the music with Ryan McCaffrey that day. He's about to go up to IGN.
Oh, they have an interview booked?
Yeah.
Oh. All right, he'll have his come to Jesus moment then. Not on the show. He ain't
gonna show up on his.
No, he's not going to show up on his big day.
Okay, it's a prediction. That's a prediction.
Yeah, no Xbox execs at this showcase.
He said, "Yo, just roll the tape."
Yeah. Well, when you look at the opening to the Xbox show last year, the first 3 games they just went back to back to back, and then Sarah Bond showed up. I'm like, "Yo,
minimalist.
Let's not do the speech and the hoity-toity bullshit. Like, let's just
but that's what Xbox loves to do. That stuff." And then
they ain't gonna love it this year. They're probably gonna be number 1.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, it's not live. So what does it really matter?
You know, I want to see Matt Booty get on stage. That's what I want to see. I want this man to get on stage. This man's in hiding constantly. I want him on stage. Actually, that's who I want.
That's who you want. That's it.
Yeah. I want him to introduce his new studios, his new games. You know, like as the head of Xbox Game Studios, the head of Bethesda. Get on stage and rep your team, man.
As well.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Rep your team.
All right.
So you're sticking with it. No Xbox.
I like that. I like that.
No Xbox execs.
It's hilarious, and I love it. I love that he's staying in on business with it.
Same for the sideshow. Same for the sideshow. Part of it's a desire, but I will admit. But like honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they have minimal presence. Like show up in the beginning. Hey, welcome to the showcase. Yeah, we got like a bunch of great games. Boom, show. Go. And at the end, like one more speech. That's probably what's going to happen, which is minimal compared to what they usually do.
We know what the speech is going to be at the end. Phil Spencer's going to come out on stage, and he's going to tell you recap all the stuff you just watched.
Facts.
He does
I think Sarah Bond does it. I think Sarah Bond does the recap.
Ooh.
I think
that's a possibility.
You got to give her a PR win right now. She got eaten alive for the Bloomberg thing. If you're Xbox, I feel like you gotta give her an easy win here and just be like, go announce that Xbox handheld, girl. Like, go ahead, go win some fans back.
Why you have to say it like that, right? Go out there, girl, and send it. Here's the W, girl. Go out there and put that new fly high with our way. Like the most layup situation ever.
You got this easy.
There's no way you can mess this up. Go out there and this is the funniest joint you've ever said on Defiance. Like, you was like, no executive. Yo, this is wild funny. I love it. I love how you standing on it.
Could you imagine if it was live and like, you know, they take the stage and like people started booing in the crowd or whatever?
Oh yeah, isn't it live this year?
No, it's taped.
It's taped.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay. So there you go. There you go. It's just that simple. There's no fear of the Rotten Tomatoes. So,
oh my Lord.
Yeah. There you go.
I would like that to be the case, Maddie, but I have a feeling at least one executive will show up at some point to say something. So.
I think it's fair. I think it's fair. I think it would be a bold move to do no execs, a no exec showcase.
Just no exec showcase.
No exec showcase.
Just put in parentheses in like the YouTube title.
No execs. That's funny.
All right. For me with Gears of War, I'm sorry, I pulled this completely off track there.
That's great. That's great.
I think Gears 6, I agree with your theory, Rand. I feel like Gears 6 is a great show closer because I also have my closer and ender picked, and this was my show finale before you go into Call of Duty. Because now we're speaking to the dude bros here. Like when you brand your showcase around Call of Duty, you need some more dude bro energy. I think it's a good time to show Gears. I think I get a feeling. I feel like it's time. I'm going to buy into the remaster rumors. There's been nothing concrete. Jez has been pushed back against that whenever Special Nick stepped out and talked about it. So, you know, I feel like I'm going to buy into the rumor a little bit because I think it's necessary, you know, because when they announced Gears 6, I mean, they did it loosely with the JPEG. I mean, it was going to be a while. So I feel like if you're going to reveal it now, I don't see a world where like, yeah, and it's coming out next year. Like I still feel this is one that's I think a couple of years away.
Yeah.
And so it's what's in between then if you're going to reveal Gears 6. And it's like I feel a whole collection of them in one, like a Master Chief Collection experience for the Gears family, bringing it to PlayStation. All right. I'm gonna say
Manny, people won't like that though. People aren't gonna like
They don't announce
Gears.
that on stage, by the way. That's
that's
the after party.
McCaffrey interview.
That's the
later.
after party. 100%.
Explain to us why this is going.
Yeah, like you say, Xbox and PC on stage, and they find out in the wire post PlayStation consoles as well. Yeah,
absolutely.
That's going to be the memo for the whole show. But I think this is an easy show closer. You know, it's one of your biggest IP. It marks again. I'll get into this whole spiel in the next couple of studios, but I feel like I'm Xbox. I'm targeting what are wins? What reminds people of the good times? We're already hearing the 360 rumors. These were the good times, man. Gears 1, 2, and 3 on the Xbox 360. What a trilogy. What a time it was. And guess what? You can experience that again on your Xbox or PlayStation, but you'll find out later. So yeah, I think the coalition shows out a bit here, and I do think I agree with Rand. I think they close out the show. This doesn't feel like all right, we'll stick this in like the third quarter. You know, like I think this has to end it or open it, but I have my opener picked already, so I'm going to say ending it.
I got my opener picked as well.
I wonder if I feel like we're in alignment.
I feel like we might have the same opener, but we'll see.
Next up here, Compulsion Games, developers of We Happy Few, but now South of Midnight. which was shown off for the first time last year. This is one of the draft picks from 2018 for Xbox. Cog, want to hear from you on this one. What do you think happens with South of Midnight? Do you think they show up again? They had the reveal, or is this like they go away until next year? Because we don't really have an idea of the window. But I actually showed Laylee the trailer for that game the other night, and I was reminded, this is a great trailer. Like, I'm very excited for this game. Because it reminded me a bit of, we were watching Coraline for her birthday, and I was like, this kind of reminds me of that. And Coraline's a great movie, by the way, for anyone who hasn't seen it. Love that movie. But Cog, South of Midnight, what's our feeling? Is this showing up?
Gonna say no. I think we saw you last year. We wanted to know what you were doing. You showed us. All right, cool. You got to go in there and cook. I mean, they've been working on it for a while, but I think probably, unless the release date was this year, which I don't anticipate, that's the next time we see them, when they're ready to release. So probably like a year away. That's what I'm thinking.
What about you, Rand? South of Midnight.
I agree with Cog. I don't think it's this year. I think the next time we see South of Midnight, it's in the January Developer Direct.
Nice.
Next year, where they show off the game with like gameplay and stuff, and maybe give you a release window. So they skip E3, because you got to figure now, Xbox has a bunch of different events. They got E3, and then you have like a Developer Direct at the beginning of next year. So you could have, okay, we're not going to show off something because we're going to show it off, in a few more months anyways, right? So that's what I sort of feel. Like, we'll see it at the Developer Direct next year.
Yeah, I'm in agreement that I feel this is it's a really good idea, Rand. Like a good Developer Direct target where it's not too far out, because I'm still in that cycle at times of thinking this summer and then, okay, what's next summer? But there's a lot of beats throughout the year. There's a lot of places they could target things. Of course, the Game Awards being one of those spots. But I think a Developer Direct at the top of 2025, because that seems to be, now we've done it 2 years in a row, right? So that seems to be the statement, like, here's what's coming for the year from Xbox. And then the summer showcase is like that official update of like, here's the release dates for those games you saw previously. Like, I think we're going to get a release date for Avowed and so on and so forth. But South of Midnight, I'm in agreement. I don't think it shows up here. I don't think it's super far out. I think it's a 2025 game. But I think, Developer Direct, top of next year seems like a pretty good area to put it. I think that's not too far off where it feels completely out of reach.
Yeah, unless by some miracle it actually is this year. And then if it is, we would see it at the showcase.
I just think there's too much this year where most of the Xbox stuff that is shown off from first party has to be 2025. And I think they're going to be very selective of that because, you don't want to over deliver too many 2025 games, right? So
Shotgun Blast.
Yeah, the Shotgun Blast is coming. Be ready. This is an interesting one. Double Fine doing Psychonauts 2. This is an unannounced project that they teased at the top of the year. I remember thinking they were going to be one that showed up at the Developer Direct this year. They didn't. Still nothing from them. I don't know what the hell they're working on, but I think they got to show up. I just feel like, it's been, 3 years since Psychonauts 2. This game that they're working on here was shelved to get Psychonauts 2 out the door, so it was in development for some time. I feel like this is a good moment for Double Fine to show out with some sort of announcement. They could fall right in the middle of the showcase somewhere. Xbox Game Studios presents Double Fine game. Boom, here you go. So I think this is going to show up. Whatever the hell it is, I think it'll be there. Rand, how are we feeling about this?
I don't know, honestly. Damn. I could easily also say what I just said about Compulsion as could fall to Double Fine, where you don't see it, but then you see it at the top of a Developer Direct next year. I'm gonna say no. I don't think we see whatever they're working on.
God, what about you? Double Fine.
It's tough. I'm gonna go with my heart. I need to see what they're doing, man. I need to see what they're working on, but I think Rand may end up being right with this. It's just I feel it's enough time to kind of know what the project is, at least, to give us like a flavor trailer or a vertical slice. So I'm gonna go with my heart. I want to see what they cooking, man. After Psychonauts.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I think Double Fine shows up.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm gonna kick this one right to you, Rand. The Initiative, developers of Perfect Dark.
A
lot of the Crystal Dynamic devs involved in this one, sir. We heard rumors. What do you think? Does this show up?
So this is my show opener.
Okay, we are in alignment here.
We are in alignment then?
Okay, yeah, you and I have the
you
same
just
idea.
set the tone with it.
Well, I look at last year, and I think they did a wonderful job coming out with Fable right away. There's a lot of rumors and speculation. Even it seemed like Xbox themselves teased it a little bit in a way. We don't really see them teasing a lot nowadays on social stuff, but in my eyes, it's a game that we've already seen in 2020. We haven't seen it since then. The comparisons to Fable are so apt in that regard. And I feel like, all right, well, if you're going to close the show, you close with something new, which would be Gears 6, but you open with something we haven't seen in a while. I think, what do we call it, Cog? The Elusive 5 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
The games from 2020 that were revealed that we haven't seen
There's the Elusive 5 and there's the Sinister 6.
So, it'd be Perfect Dark. So I feel we open up the show, we get that Initiative Crystal Dynamics logo, and we see, gameplay. Maybe not like full on gameplay, but like how Fable did it with like snippets of gameplay. Apparently, we see some Perfect Dark, and we see what it is, and how it looks. That's my guess. I don't know. I just feel like it works, Maddie. You know what I mean? Like opening up the show.
It just works.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I think it opens the show, and I can get into one of my theories about this.
Let's go.
Is targeting insecurities. I think if you want to reassure this base, right? It was kind of hinting at it with hardware. You got to target the insecurities. So whether it opens the show or not, whatever. But this is a big doubt, right? There's a lot of question marks floating around this. There's a lot of question marks floating around hardware. If as a viewer, as a consumer of Xbox content, I'm coming from the angle of please reassure me of things. I would like to see Xbox target the insecurities like Perfect Dark, hardware. I'll spoil this one, State of Decay 3. I would like...
Oh, me and you in the same pocket.
Shore up the defenses, please. Yep. Let me know that things are okay, right? Even if they're not coming out this year. Let these be your 2025 teases. If that means that certain projects, like even my beloved Oblivion remaster or Fallout, if that's got to take the fall to reassure the base, I think we do that because you got to target things that have been announced and gone for a while. I think Fable could even use a second update. We'll talk about that later, but I think Perfect Dark, you've got to go after it. If you are able to show this thing off and you're confident about it, by the way, I don't want them to make any stupid decisions, but if you feel good about it and you know that this is actually going to come out, because I was sitting here punting it at 2028. I was like, we're not seeing this for another half a decade almost. Perfect Dark, if it's good to show it. If you could put a window on it, do it. Like, let people know, like, oh, the wait was worth it. Like, this does not only have to show, but the pressure is show extremely well. This is a brand new studio from the ground up. It's a huge moment. It really is. It's almost like, okay, it's game 7. Everything that happened before this does not matter, right? I know we changed developers. I know we lost some of the staff. I know we brought in Crystal Dynamics. It's game 7. It's a 0-0 game, though, when that showcase starts. It's like, okay, get the first goal. Initiative. Show up with Perfect Dark. Show out. Wipe away the doubt. Wipe away the insecurities. That would be... If I'm Phil Spencer, that's mission. That's the mission statement, right? Like, just target everything people are concerned about. Like, go down the list. What are we seeing on Twitter? What are we seeing on YouTube? What are we seeing in the press? What are people worried about? Go after it. And this is absolutely, to me, like number 1 or 2 on the list. Like, what's going on with Perfect Dark? Why is the initiative been given such a long leash? Explain it to me. And the best explanation is like, well, it looks damn good, Matt. Check it out. So, yeah, I hope Perfect Dark shows out. I'm predicting it will be there, and I think it will open the show because I think for most people not in the cut, this will be a, oh, shit, like, wow, that's here? For most people not paying attention to Xbox and rumors and they're in the cut like us, I think this will be a really pleasant surprise for a lot of people tuning in if it opens the show.
And you remember what, I think it was Matt, was it Matt Booty who said last year?
No.
Didn't he?
What did Matt Booty say last year, Rand?
Wasn't it something like, he said Derek Gallagher told him that if Perfect Dark wasn't going to be shown next year, then he could fire him or something like that.
Or something along. We know he's going to do that.
I missed that one.
Is that actually a quote?
Something along those lines.
Missed that one.
It could have been
Gallagher,
shown.
we're gonna have to let you go. Here's a severance package informed by local laws. Thank you for your time, sir.
Damn.
But I like how me and you are on the wavelength here. We both were like Perfect Dark's opening, Gears is closing.
Yeah.
Cog, how are you feeling, man?
Bro,
You know?
Matty cooking right now, man. He stole my whole
He stole all your whole bars, all your bars.
Nah, he created his own flow. Like y'all on fire. This is what I've been going on. This is my whole theme coming in was like, this is the revenge of booty. He gonna let y'all know.
The revenge of booty. I love it.
It's the revenge. Y'all been too disrespectful. Y'all been too disrespectful. He listening, and I listen. It's the same like last year. Dudes was running off at the mouth with the Fables direction. We don't even know what it is, and then they set it off and smacked you in the mouth and said, "Oh my God!" People are like, but it can't be real though. It can't be that good looking. Like it's going to go down. They got the game.
The revenge of booty. I love it.
It's the revenge of booty. He hearing y'all. He like, all right, I'm not out there talking. I'm not on stage. I'm going to show y'all. And Matty stole about that. I said it's going to be all the insecurity games. It's going to be Perfect Dark. It's going to be State of Decay. You know what I'm saying? And I'm hoping it's Double Fine. I may be pushing that one. But look, I love both of y'all though on this opening thing. I didn't even think about that. That's a perfect way to set it up. If it is ready, you know, if it's as impressive as we expect it to be, then yeah, you do it. Daryl Gallagher's got a lot of pressure on him, especially the Crystal Dynamics situation, right? How that whole studio, the whole quadruple A, like the best possible thing, if it is ready and if it looks impressive, is you set the tone early. You shut everyone up. You go, oh, okay. There it is. We good. And that's gonna quell a lot of the noise. So I hope it's first. You know what I'm saying? I like that opener. But yeah, it's time, bro. It's time. So I expect it to be there. So it's just a matter of the order. But I love y'all both of y'all choice. I want to steal it, but y'all both came up with it. I might have to go with something else. But
it's all yours. You can have it.
Yeah. I like that. I like that a lot, honestly. Yeah, I'll steal it. I'll roll with you.
Come on now.
I like it. Let's unify front. I love it.
I mean, because like what else could even open the show, really? What else are you doing? You're not open with COD. Right,
I would actually
COD
say
would still be showing in the show though.
If Oblivion, maybe this is my fanship speaking a little too much, but I feel like Oblivion, if it's like a remake, could definitely, I think, be a good show opener. But you know, then you transition to a lot of stuff. Then you really burden it with like a lot of BGS stuff because they definitely could have multiple things to show. So I don't know if that's maybe the wisest thing, but I feel like that's a quality one. Maybe you start off with a 2024 release date. Maybe they had smart, like, hey, let's just put a date on Indie, or like, let's put a date on Avowed.
That was there's also what I worry about because they got 2 that's dropping this year.
Yeah,
with Avowed, and so maybe you those are the known quantities. Maybe you get those out of the way early and build. But you could go either way. I like both of y'all thought process.
Because the other thing is with these games that they want to show off is one thing you've picked up on, Cog, in the last couple of showcases. Sometimes there's a little get you out the way nice and early to like let the other stars kind of show out. So I think you start off strong, but like what's game 2? So maybe it doesn't exactly answer our question, but is it possible they put something up front that you kind of forget about deeper in the show when they hit you that onslaught? Because one thing I will say I was feeling after the showcase followed by the Starfield Direct, I thought that may have for a brief moment been a one-time thing because I felt very overwhelmed once it was all done. I was like, this is so much to take in. It's a ton. Maybe they're making another special exception here. We'll see if every year gets an extended developer direct attached to the showcase. But nonetheless, I'll be interested to see what they open the show with. And I think it could be a number of titles, but I think it's got to be like a big 2025 game.
Yeah. What if it was the Doom the Dark Ages?
Well, let's talk about it. Id Software is actually up next on the list. Obviously, it's been leaked, and we have it right in here from Mr. Scott if you're nasty. Lord Dukes and Honorary Dukes. Doom Dark Ages, medieval setting and themes. This game seems like a given, but what changes do you foresee gameplay-wise? Medieval weapons, slower pace? Do we get a release window? Have a rip and tear kind of day. Rand, please continue as we've already had it leaked. Doom the Dark Ages is going to be announced at the Xbox showcase.
I mean, it's about time, right?
Yeah.
There were Quake rumors, right? About what were they doing next? Maybe is it Quake? Because as those of us who have played through all the DLC for Doom Eternal, The Ancient Gods, part 1 and 2, we know that the story ended. It had a conclusion. That whole storyline is finished. Yeah. So even when I was thinking about what could id do next, I was like, well, they can't do Doom again. You just finished. I was like, okay, well, maybe you start Quake and you do what you did for Quake that you just did for Doom. Yeah. But you're going to go back to the well, which I'm not really against because Doom is fucking fantastic.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, completely.
So, all right, we're going to do a medieval Doom. How does that work? What does that look like? Color me intrigued. But then you look at where's the Doom is a show opener or show closer. Probably the first time you see it is a show closer. So, I mean, I suppose you could close the show with it here, and it's not, you don't close with Gear 6.
But do you close a first-person shooter followed by a first-person shooter? Am I thinking too deep on that?
But I mean, Doom is incredibly successful, though.
Yeah.
Cool.
And you mentioned before, Shooter Bros, the Dude Bros.
Ooh,
What's more Dude
so
Bro than
Dude Bro.
Doom?
Yeah,
right?
Double.
Double.
Yeah.
So it's like, where do you position that in these reveals? Because it is a massive game. It will be a massive game, right? I can't wait to see what it looks like. And so all right, well, maybe you just position it in the middle of the show somewhere, right? When you kind of want to start building up the excitement levels once again, you kind of throw in this, and it's like, boom, you get it ready to go. It could close the show. Like if I had a 1A, 1B closer, 1A Gear 6, but then it's like you could do Doom, and I don't think you lose anything by doing either or, right?
Or if you really want to open strong, Doom then Perfect Dark.
Oh wow!
Go back to back. Go back to back, like Addict style. Back to back.
Last year was what was it? Fable and then Compulsion with South of Midnight. So I mean,
for the weaknesses.
Maddie, I'm liking this because you could do Perfect Dark right into Doom, and then like welcome to the Xbox showcase, and you have
voiceover, right? That's not.
We don't.
Executive.
No execs here.
What was the third game? What was the game after Compulsion's game? Do you remember?
That was the third party. It was Star Wars Outlaws.
Oh, that's right. Vividly. That's right.
Yeah, I remember that was it, dude. That was. I'm not exaggerating. That was like one of my favorite showcases. Like I loved last year's showcase.
How do you feel about this?
To follow up.
Open Perfect Dark, followed Doom Dark Ages, followed by Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Oh, excellent.
Boom. Welcome to the Xbox Game Showcase.
No boom welcome. Yeah, no, we just keep going. Yeah.
Okay, we don't keep going. We just boom.
Yeah,
boom,
but game 4. That's why I want the boom.
No. What I mean is they did like, okay, this is rated E through M, and they ran those 3 trailers. And then it was finally like the intro. It wasn't like Sarah Bond did come on, but it was like, welcome to the Xbox Game Showcase, and then Sarah Bond came on. Like but you could run those 3 games, 2 huge new announcements, a re-reveal of 1, plus a huge third party. I mean, outside of Call of Duty Game Pass, or Call of Duty in general, what's the biggest third party game of the fall? It's going to be Assassin's Creed Shadows. You 1, 2, 3, boom, you're good.
Yeah,
that's I like that, Maddie. I like that a lot.
That's good. That's strong.
I feel like the back-to-back was a really good move by them. And I mean, last year's showcase was so good that I didn't think it really hurt the showcase to go back-to-back with 2 heavy hitters like that. I know some people wouldn't consider South of Midnight a heavy hitter, but as someone who really liked We Happy Few's like ideas and its tone, I was really keen on seeing like what can this team do with a Microsoft budget. So for me, like it was an awesome back-to-back start there. Like, oh, we get eyes on Fable. I was a little like, oh my God, is that gameplay or not? And then we find out it's gameplay, so that hit even harder learning after the fact, and then you get Compulsion's game. So I feel like they're not scared of the hardcore back-to-back, and I think this would be a good 1-2 punch to be like, hey, we're here to go. And also it leaves Doom in a spot where if it's the second game to go, let's say, or if it opens, I expect gameplay, but if it's the second game to go, QuakeCon is the X factor. They usually save the big gameplay debut for that. Maybe that changes this year. Maybe they do something different for QuakeCon. I don't know if Xbox is going to meddle in those affairs at all, because that's really special. Like they always have Hugo and Marty get on stage and they just like talk about this next game and then show it off for like 20 minutes straight. So I'll be interested to see if they do that. Maybe they just show more gameplay at that point and that's really it. But yeah, I think second game can also give it that cushion to not show all its cards at once. And that'd be 2 2025 games in a row, no doubt.
Nice.
All right, let's take a look at In Exile Entertainment, developers of Clockwork Revolution, shown off last year, and Wasteland. All right, Cog, what are we feeling about Brian Fargo and the team? Do they show out here at all?
Love this team. So much on this docket, man. They're still about a year out. Gonna say no. As much as I want to see, and I like this is one of my hitters.
Yeah.
These are one of my shooters.
Yeah.
These people keep sleeping on. I think they're going to shock everything when they drop. Yeah, man. They showed last year. Again, that was part of what I'm gonna use, Maddie, the confidence builders. What you call it? Focus on the
insecurities.
Insecurities. I like that. That was part of the insecurity. Everybody's like, yo, what are they doing? What since they've hired them? Yeah, like they cooking. So let them cook. They're probably a year or two away. Wasteland, I don't expect anything from that. And I don't think there's any other IP besides that. So yeah, I'm gonna say NXL. As much as I want to see you, I'm gonna say you gotta sit this one out. Just too many games, bruh.
Rand, what about you? You thinking NXL is making an appearance here?
I'm gonna have the same answer I had for Compulsion. That it is something you're going to see again at the Developer Direct.
I like that.
Yeah. Part of me, my heart says like they got to be doing something with the Wasteland engine. Do they just leave that behind? I mean, Clockwork Revolution looks like it's worth the investment, no doubt about it. But do you have something between then and now, or all their attention on Clockwork Revolution? I agree, though. Ultimately, I think you're not going to see them here. They showed out really, in my opinion, I thought they showed out really strong with Clockwork Revolution. Pardon me, last year, and so I'm very keen to see more of that game. But I think, oh man, if you have a developer direct at the top of next year, and you're like, yeah, we got Clockwork Revolution, we got South of Midnight, we got Fable, dude. Holy shit. So that would be amazing. So I'm cool if they let this kind of cook for a little longer to show something off more extensively the top of next year. MachineGames, pretty much a lock-in. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle developers. Of course, there's also Wolfenstein.
Is there though, Maddie?
Damn.
What do you mean? Like,
I'm just saying, like, also Wolfenstein. It's like I still remember the first times I came on Defining Duke. I'm like, "Where's Wolfenstein 3?" And like, it's come. We all thought it was going to be revealed at the 2021 show.
Yeah,
it ain't been nothing. 3 years now, and they're doing Indiana Jones. There's no Wolfenstein, bro.
Yeah,
it's over.
Yeah, I have to agree. Yeah, I think the showing of Indiana Jones and how far along it is, and now knowing how close it is, shows to us all that, yeah, I think Wolfenstein's an abandoned initiative for a more valuable IP, as one would put it. So I can't hate the choice here, but I absolutely loved, this is my game of the show for the Developer Direct. I thought Indiana Jones and the Great Circle looked fantastic. Tom Warren of The Verge leaked that this is supposed to be releasing in December. So end of the year game, a way to cap off 2024 in grand fashion. So I feel like this is a lot. Can I ask you this? Sure.
Is that a smart release date? Do you think December is a smart time frame to release a game of this caliber?
Because
I know Cog, because me and Cog had this conversation. Cog does not like this idea whatsoever.
Cog feels strong on it. I have thoughts, but I want to hear what Cog has to say. He doesn't like this.
It's just, I'm so frustrated because it's like they've got the games. And this seems to always plague Xbox, where when they have some quality stuff, they do the shotgun blast.
Yeah, say it.
Yeah, you had to be that extra. That was good. They get the damn shotgun blast. And then it's like, bro, when you have quality, and then somehow the quality always finds a way to miss the cutoff mark for critical reception. Now, granted, Forza Horizon 5 wasn't their fault. I felt they should have been right at that pocket to be included, and we heard the verbiage, okay, I'm over it, but I felt that was a flag on the play, Rand. Forza Horizon 5, that was a 90 Metacritic game. I'm not even going to get started on that, how emotional I was about that, but whatever. But then Halo Infinite want to drop right after that. Misses the window for any type of multiplayer. Say what you want about it, but the game from a multiplayer standpoint, from what it garnered, everything it did at that launch window was phenomenal. So now we got this, and it's just like, here we go again. Like, not saying that the game can't sell in December. It could be financially successful, commercially successful. I'm not saying that. It's just that they've got to change the culture that they don't have quality games. When we walked at that Developer Direct, listen, Rand, don't get mad. I apologize to you now.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to apologize to you now. Our friendship will be tested right now. But when the Developer Direct started this year, I came into it like, Hellblade. I walked out like, oh, there's a new champ in town. That's how much Indiana Jones affected me. I was like, oh, I didn't see this, right? And granted, I know some people have controversy about the first person. Oh, no, they're doing something unique. It looks phenomenal. And I know how MachineGames lays it down when it comes to that gameplay. Yeah. And I'm not worried about the story. And then Todd's there. Todd's cherry on a Sunday. You know what I'm saying? On top of this. So now I'm looking at it like, this looks like one of those special, critically acclaimed. There's a part of me like, I wouldn't mind if you got delayed. Get out of December, bro. Like it's gonna be farting to win energy. No one's gonna remember the Game Award, Game of the Year nomination is gonna come, and then once again, I want a year. I'm just gonna be selfish. I'm gonna put it out there. People go ahead. I want a year where they actually have quality games and they actually qualify for nominations. So you could have 2 or 3 Xbox titles. You say Indiana Jones, hopefully for Maddie a vow. You know what I'm saying? One other joint where you like, okay, there's a changing of the code. That's what's needed. Putting this in.
You want a winning culture at Xbox.
Yeah, we got to. Remember, I told you the thing to turn this around is games, right? Quality games. They've got them. They appear to have them. So now line them up correct. There's no need for you to rush out December for what? Like, why? Are we that financially tied that we can't move it to January, February, and set off next year or something like? I'm being emotional.
This year is a great example. Yeah, because like last year was a perfect example of the template I always imagined for Xbox. I was like, wow, there was something happening like every quarter of the year, and it was really fun. It was a lot of fun to be a part of the ecosystem. It was like, oh, High Five Rush. I know Redfall speaks for itself, but you had that. You had Minecraft. Was it
Legends?
Thank you, Legends. Thank you. And then you had Starfield. Like you had a lot going on throughout the whole year. Like there was always something happening.
Your fave, Forza Motorsport.
Yeah, well,
you love that Forza.
I do love my Forza bros.
Yeah, I mean, look, my thinking, I will admit, is emotional and does not go in line with the finances and how Game Pass is structured. Because even Maddie, remember, I had to check myself. I was mad at them with Halo right behind Forza Horizon 5. But then we saw from a sales and subscription, like it did well for them, right? But I just want also critical acclaim. And that's my hope. So if something happened to happen, I wouldn't be that upset. But we'll see. We'll see. That rant over. I had to get that out. It's been bothering
me. I had this conversation with him, and he was talking my ear off about it. And I was just like, December's a really small delay, and boom, you're next year at this point. You're 2025, right? Like you're January. Like, would it be better to release the game in January? Because January usually has some heavy hitters that sell well. Would it be better to have Indiana Jones in January than December?
I have a theory. And I think the position Game Pass has found itself in is a big factor in this.
Yes.
I feel this is an all chips on the table year. I think Xbox would spread this out. But I think with Call of Duty Day One, about Starfield DLC, the third-party marketing deals, whatever comes in there, Indiana Jones, like they have something really, if the release cadence pans out like we imagine it will, they have something really strong to offer you every single month for the last 4 months of the year, with the cherry being on top, Call of Duty, that they're hoping to see a big surge. So I think they are trying to swing really hard and just try to see if they can get that surge, right? Again, we learned the hard truth about Starfield not moving that needle as much for Game Pass like we all thought it did. Still sold well, but it didn't move the Game Pass subscription needle as much as we thought it would. So this is, I think, that I don't want to say it's a final swing, but it's their big swing to be like, all right, all in. Like we're just doing everything here. Do I think Indiana Jones is going to retain? I mean, I don't know what it's going to do, but maybe that's their mindset. Maybe that's why they've picked December as sort of a continuation of sustaining that subscriber base. I think, again, you spreading it out a month or two isn't going to hurt. I think you're just not ever going to get around. Like I have too many friends who do this, who just subscribe to Game Pass for a month. Oh, Indiana Jones looks cool. Subscribe in December, play, unsubscribe. You're done. Like, I just think, I think that's, you can't get around that. There's always people who are going to try to get money for our games for the cheapest value they can. So many people played Hellblade 2 for free. Many people did. Yeah. Dustin did. He got it for free. He unsubscribed from Game Pass. They gave him a refund. So if you're Xbox, I mean, you might want to keep people locked in for as many months as you can because you're getting a lot of those unsubscribers. So yeah, we'll see what happens. But I think that's why Indiana Jones is stuck there. I think that's maybe even why Avowed is going to stick in November, despite my claims that maybe it'll get delayed, because I think maybe it's like, hey, we need all this content here and now.
Good point.
And maybe we don't know what the 2025 roadmap looks like. Maybe we have stuff already early in 2025. That would be amazing. I want more early year Xbox games. Like playing Hellblade in May was great. I would love some of the, early January, February would be cool.
It sort of did seem like a game like Towerborn was maybe supposed to be slotted early this year and then get pushed a little bit.
I agree.
Well, we know Indiana Jones is likely happening at the showcase, so let's get a little interesting here with a recent release in Hellblade 2 from Ninja Theory. They are also working on Project Mara. There's a third project they're working on. Jez said it was recently greenlit. So they got a lot happening at Ninja Theory. Randall, want to hear from you first. What do you think Ninja Theory does at the showcase, if anything? Do we even get a promotion for Hellblade 2?
Nah, I don't.
That DLC, bro.
They hardly marketed Hellblade 2. We're not going to see it again.
Yeah.
I don't think there's going to be DLC or expansion. They're probably the greenlit game that Jez is talking about is probably Hellblade 3.
Okay.
You do got to ask yourself is like, as much as I would like the franchise to continue, because I do like Hellblade, you do got to look at, how many people played it on Game Pass, how many people bought it on PC. Is there an audience for the Hellblade? Do
Good
people
point.
really want it? And that's an answer they're going to have to come up with themselves. I'm curious about Project Mara, what it is. Is it also going to be a really short experience, that really lifelike experience of like a horror variety? I don't know, but either way, I don't think we see Ninja Theory again for a bit. I don't think we see them again until like 2026, honestly.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a pretty easy one. Ninja Theory doesn't show up. Any thoughts from you, Connor?
I think I think you guys nailed it. From what they were saying, more experimental psychological horror game. I do want to see them in that space, but they just dropped. Let's just hope they continue to exist. They continue to do.
I was trying to keep that out.
No, I got it. I gotta say, it's the elephant in the room.
Yeah.
It's the elephant in the room. When you have a situation like Tango, where creative vision and quality apparently, is supposed to be celebrated, you do look at a situation like Ninja Theory and you go, okay, I hope, as much as I love the game, that it met targets for them internally. And at least Chez says that they were greenlit. But to Rand's point, is it Mara next to kind of take a break and, from Hellblade 3, or is it right into Hellblade? So that's the question. But long short of it, I don't see them here.
Yeah.
At the showcase.
Well, Cog, I know your time is winding down with us here, so let's move on to Obsidian Entertainment, where I want you to go first. Avowed, The Outer Worlds 2 in development. I think we hear from the Black Rock here, no doubt about it. But what are you expecting? Yeah. What are you hoping for here?
Whew, these are my people. These are my people. All right, the Black Rock. What we doing? So obviously we have a release this year, right? I'm still going to hold my title, even though Bethesda has come back to reign, supreme a lot. They have been the most consistent Xbox game studio. They have been the one that's been literally holding this generation on their back. Avowed is the big one. I like that Coalition has jumped in to help them with the version update to version 0.3 or whatever they call it, right? You know what I'm saying? So it looks like it was, they're going to get some tips there. Because, to Maddie's point, I know I'm going to love this game, but we need to know that it's graphically going to be hitting correctly. We need to know that combat has weight and has just those little question marks that I think is keeping it from the masses from really buying on. Because as much as I still like it, I have to give the noise some effect to its original showing, which seemed a bit darker, and people liked that vibe of the first showing of Avowed. Remember, it was dark and the spell crafting and whatever, and then it went a little lighter. But they just got to show out, and they just really, I personally want to see impact on that combat. I want to see a little bit more refined gameplay. Mm-hmm. I do agree with Maddie 100%. You got to show me now the skill tree. Show me what you do. I feel like they still haven't all the way showed this game correctly, which is weird from Obsidian that tends to show things
they're
correctly.
usually really good.
Yeah, so I think we should get to that point now. I feel that, they'll probably have coming around. I'm sticking with it. It's dropping this year. I know Maddie does not believe that. I'm sticking that it's coming.
Well, if you think I'm bad, let me read this right in real quick.
Let's go. Let's read
Embers
it right.
Arcade says, my prediction is a bit pessimistic. Shout out to Embers Arcade, one of our final guests on DDU. Avowed has been my most anticipated title since its announcement, and current speculation points to a Q4 2024 release. I believe we'll finally get a release date, but a finger will curl on the monkey's paw. It'll be fall 2025. Here's to hoping that Avowed arrives sooner than later. Thanks, and have a milk went bad, but I didn't notice until after I poured it into the cereal kind of day. Ooh,
man, that's awful. I've had that.
So if you thought I was pessimistic, I was like, mild delay. Give it a couple of months. My man thinks it's going to fall next year.
Man, he's getting that Starfield Redfall delay.
Yeah, man. Look, anything is possible, but no, I think they're coming, man. I think they're gonna drop. As far as the initial question, as far as everything else, we saw Outer Worlds 2 way early, I felt.
Yeah.
I felt way early. I remember that little funny thing. But nah, it's a lot to show. They're probably gonna wait. Nah, just one. Just one. They'll Avowed, all in on Avowed. That's what I'm rolling with. And I know they got other stuff cooking, but hey, if you want to show Vegas too, and you want to do something that you're aligning with the TV show, hey, by all means, Furcross, you come out there and you let us know. Maybe this is time letting you know that you get something on your deathbed. Look, man, I love this studio. He's got fantastic team. Again, they've been the foundation of the series console as far as I'm concerned. Now that the Bethesda's gotten itself together and doing what they're supposed to do, but I'm excited. And hopefully Avowed shows well. So
what about
confidence? What's up? Talk to me.
Maybe not necessarily Outer Worlds 2, but what if we doing a Grounded 2?
That's a good one.
Right? Like,
Grounded team moved on to something.
Yeah,
probably Grounded 2.
Yeah. No, Rand, you right. Because this is why I love Obsidian. They're the only functional studio that can do multiple projects at one time, and I'm not worried about, for the most part, the quality. So we know Grounded 2, because we all felt it was weird that they gonna put Grounded everywhere and now stop. I'm like, what you mean stop the final update? This is the time to do more, not to get corporate call, but microtransaction and or something like this is the time to cake out.
Yeah, the business decision didn't make sense.
Yeah, because look at you. They were 167 last month APD. They are now number 12. Grounded is cooking, y'all.
And Grounded's got a TV show coming on Netflix.
I don't think you go all in without.
Get me excited.
Well, the thing is I wasn't big on the Grounded 2 idea. That just sounds it's as weird as when I talked about Smite 2. Like when people were my friend and I always used to joke about Smite 2. I was like, yeah, no way that they make a fucking MOBA sequel and call it Smite 2. Like that's so weird, and they do it right.
Yeah.
And so just like the idea of a Grounded 2, I was like, nah, no way. Like they'll move on to another smaller, different style project, but. I don't know. When you see that type of number,
bro,
I mean, that isn't just like late blooming success. I mean, the game was pretty successful throughout its early access life. It's 1.0 release. Now it's PlayStation release, shot it again to the top.
Bro.
I mean,
well, don't forget it was on Switch.
It was on Switch too.
There you go.
All right, Rand, the homie's getting me to cross the line. All right.
Just saying,
No, you get me. What it is, I'm being conservative with my baby. You know what I'm saying? But the reality is, that thing is moving out here. And if you announce it too, this is one of the few ones that was on every single platform, including past gen. It was on PlayStation 4, 5, Switch. I can see, what's my man name? Adam Fennicky, I think his name is. Yeah. They could come out and announce. They could do that. And to Rand's point, they've got the the show. Yeah. You need man. There could be time. All right. I'm gonna do it.
We're going
Grounded 2 and put me over there, Jeff. Grounded 2 announce.
Grounded 2 announce alongside a release date reveal of Avowed, essentially.
Yes. Yeah. That's what I'm going with.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I think Avowed release date is a shoo-in. That's got to happen, whether it's delayed or not. I'm wavering a little bit on my delay claims just because I'm hearing Jazz is saying it's looking better, and then you're seeing they transferred this new version of the engine. I'm like, okay, so they're moving along here, and Jazz's words were something along the lines of it should show much better than what has been previously shown off. And so my hope is also, like, my big problem with the Obsidian presentation of the last developer direct was they didn't show Obsidian style strengths. Like, their combat works and it's functional, it's fine. Like, Outer Worlds plays fine, I think it's fun, but like dialogue, choices, skill checks, character building, like, you gotta show a little bit of that in your sizzle reel. Like, that's what people come to Obsidian for, your exploration, your worlds. Like, it's just as important as the shooting and looting, or the slashing and looting, I guess. I guess you could shoot. They have guns in the game, but nonetheless, I'm wavering a bit on my claims. I can't say I'm 50-50. I feel like there's a lot of rationale from what we've seen to be like, oh, it's getting delayed. But Obsidian is really talented. I don't want to doubt them. So I'm going to say it sticks to that leaked November release date. And I think it'll come out this year, and hopefully it comes out good. But yeah, I'll stay reserved just and not go too hard on the delay claims. Maybe I reverse course though when we see it. If I see it and I don't like what I see, I might start calling for it again. But again, I'm really
watching Maddie stream. He'll see a vow and he'll be like, "That shit getting delayed."
Yeah, but I don't think Grounded 2 is happening. I think there's a good chance that you could see the Outer Worlds 2. I feel like I don't know, man. 2021 it was revealed. This game was in pre-production since really right after the Outer Worlds 1 released, if LinkedIn profiles across the industry are to be believed. I think this has been cooking for a lot longer. And while it could be one of those like Metaphor ReFantazio Persona 6 situations where it's like, do we have to show it? I'm opening up the option that I would not be stunned if the Outer Worlds 2 showed up and they're like, and here's what's next after Avowed. I feel like
a double feature, right?
Yeah, I just, again, I'm looking from the insecurity standpoint, and I don't think Outer Worlds 2 or Obsidian are anywhere close to an insecurity, but I'm looking at future promises that you can make. Who can you count on in this world to deliver on those dates? And I think we have a lot of irresponsible studios in the family, but I think you can count on the BlackRock to deliver on their date. So if they say, hey, 2025, we can do it, you do it, you go ahead and do it. I don't know because then if I start shoveling this to like, oh, well, let's put this in the developer direct next year, it's like, well, now you got 4 heavy hitters in that developer direct. I feel like you got to create room for the potential third party, the indie game. So I don't want to make that too top heavy. Again, this is where we talk about the strength of Xbox. Like, do you show up at the Game Awards then? So I'm going to say there's a good chance that you see the Outer Worlds 2. I would not be surprised if that shows up in a little double feature of maybe you get like Avowed, and I don't know what order they would go in. Avowed and then Outer Worlds 2, or Outer Worlds 2 and then Avowed. But yeah, I think Obsidian could have a pretty strong presence here, because might be time to start setting the stage for this final arc of theirs until they move on to a wasteland far away.
Oh, okay. So when do you think Outer Worlds 2 is coming? Next year? 2026?
I'm gonna say late next year.
Next year. All right.
2025.
Yeah. I think, again, I'm saying that operating under the belief that, like, yeah, they've split their attention in a lot of areas, but that Outer Worlds 2 has been in the oven for a lot longer than, like, since last gen.
That's the rumor. Yeah, that's been the rumor. With
Maddie sold me.
Oh,
I wasn't too high on 2 games from Obsidian being there. Avowed is a lock. It's going to be there, but now I'm feeling Outer Worlds 2 being there as well.
I feel like it's not just as likely, but I feel like there's good reason to believe. But do they run into that same problem? Like, hey, are we overriding our hype for one game? Again, I go back to my sci-fi argument. I'm like, well, one's in space with ships and guns. The other's fantasy with wands and spells. Like, I think you're fine, but pick your poison, I suppose. Rand, what do you think about it's coming out? Do you think it's staying in this year?
Yeah, I think it's going to stay this year. I think it'll hit.
Got it. Any other predictions for Obsidian Entertainment, gents?
The most functional Xbox game studio. Put respect on their name.
Well, all right, Cog. That will wrap up our time with you, sir. It's been a blast. Rand and I will wrap up the rest of this list, so long as, Rand, you have the extra time.
Yeah.
Talk about that. All right, I appreciate that.
Cog's got to go get his hair cut, but as you can see in the video, doesn't really got much hair up there. I don't know.
Man, killing me right now. Flights to catch.
I mean, hey, how often do I come on Defining Duke and you're not even going to be here for the whole time?
I know, traveling, brother. We got to get you out for the Games Fest and all that.
Hell yeah, that'd be sick.
But I appreciate the realm of the Dukes holding it down. You know what I'm saying? And we got stuff to talk about. Special show, and then after the the showcase. But I'm looking forward to the DD.
Yeah, we'll have to chat real quick before just to figure out what we're gonna do with that because I have some ideas. So we'll chat. But nonetheless, sir, we'll do a little edit cut and it'll just be Rand and I. So we'll see you then. Next up, Rand, we got Playground Games, developers of Forza Horizon, Fable. This is an interesting X factor to me, bro, because I'm thinking to myself that this could be another double feature potentially. But I'm curious for you because, Fable shows out really strong last year. A lot of people doubting that was gameplay.
Yes.
So you could justify the rerun on Fable and go like, oh, it's gameplay and check this out and show more. At the same time, Forza Horizon 5 is kind of cooking. Do you need to rush it? But I feel like it might be time for a little 6 location tease. Like, hey, we're going to Tokyo. I would love to see that in a Horizon 6. But what do you make of the trajectory of Playground Games? Is it time to focus in on Fable? Do they do a little double feature with Horizon? Are we still years away from a new Horizon? What are you feeling on this?
I've been going back and forth on this one because to me, it's almost time for a new Forza Horizon. Right?
Yeah.
You look at, they're on a 2-year dev cycle previously. Then they switched to a 3-year dev cycle between 4 and 5. And it's like, all right, well, 3 years, that's now. Forza Horizon 6, baby. But then you look at how well Forza Horizon 5 is still doing.
Yeah.
You look at Forza Motorsport just came out late last year, still getting updates. Granted, different type of racing game.
Sure.
But still branded the same, right? It's still Forza.
Yeah. And
then you look at Fable and it's like, all right, they have 2 major projects going on, right? You have the Fable reboot. You have the, I'll say it, pinnacle of the racing genre at this point in time, right? Nothing touches Forza Horizon.
Yeah.
Not even Gran Turismo anymore.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, so if Forza Horizon 6 isn't this year and it's next year, are they really going to release Forza Horizon 6 and Fable in the same year? Roughly even maybe at the end of the year at the same time frame? Because I would imagine me and you are like, Fable's next year.
Right.
But most likely not the beginning of next year, right? Fable is end of the year type of a release. But then Forza Horizon is also normally an end of a year type of release. But then you look at this year and it's like, okay, some of this is granted when is development finished, right? Yeah, and you would look at this year and maybe you're thinking differently than me because you're talking about, okay, you need Indiana Jones, you need Avowed, you need these games at this fall because they're really trying to hit Game Pass. They got the COD, they're trying to make a splash, right? So maybe you would say to me, Rand, it's perfect timing for Forza Horizon 6. What else franchises Xbox has that's even bigger than Forza? Because I think me and you would probably agree at this point in time, the Forza Horizon franchise, outside of Minecraft, is the biggest franchise Xbox has. Bigger than Halo.
The fact that it continues to grow. It's getting more updates. The player count wasn't a fib either. Like that is sustaining. Yeah, it's extremely impressive. Like I didn't think it would fall off hard, but the fact that it's just continuing to grow. I think it was at like 35 plus million players. That's pretty incredible. Like I could see, because here's the thing, Rand. I've made a prediction that when you're Xbox and they're clearly trying to inch toward a multi-platform strategy, I've always picked Forza Horizon. I'm like, that's got to be one of your primary targets. You look at we just looked over the MPDs, like Grounded shot up. You see how Fallout's shot up. I know it's more so a project.
Sea of Thieves.
Sea of Thieves shot up, right? Forza Horizon, if we're looking for just pure business aspect here, microtransaction money, player count, people willing to buy, especially when PlayStation delivered the last Gran Turismo and it was a shitstorm. It's like if you're Xbox and you can bring Forza Horizon over, that might be just worthy of announcement unto its own. But you bring up such a good point in where 6 slots in. And the reason why I think it's an open discussion on whether or not they could pull them both off is there's 2 different teams working on these games. Like they've hired a completely different set of talent and staff to do Fable. That's why it took so long, because they were building an RPG team from the ground up, really. Like they were getting developers from, say, CD Projekt Red, Bethesda, BioWare. Like they were getting all of this different talent across the industry from these RPG studios and amassing them here. And I don't think they were doing it so in their part-time work they could do a racing game. So it seems like there's two separate teams just working on these two projects, and that one's not going to be abandoned for the other. I mean, the supports continue with Forza Horizon, even though developments continue with Fable. So I think there's a good argument to be said that you do get a Horizon 6, if not just a Horizon 5 port this year. Maybe they don't announce that here, but it's such a good question as to where it slots in. These are two totally different audiences, though. I think they could release them both next year if they really wanted to. Is Fable closer than we're giving it credit for? Right? Could it be a middle of the year title? Is that possible?
I mean, anything's possible, but I think Fable seems to me, it seems to be a title that Xbox is positioning as like the next big thing from their Xbox game studios, really. Yeah. I think there's been a lot of money poured into it.
Yeah.
But Forza, like I said, you could have it this year and it could come out. And I mean, imagine that lineup of Gears Collection, Starfield DLC, Avowed, Microsoft Flight Sim 2024, Call of Duty, Forza Horizon 6, Indiana Jones. I mean, that is a ridiculous lineup in the span of 5 months. So part of me thinks, nah, you don't need Forza this year.
True.
And I do think, if I remember correctly, I think they just put an update out for Forza Horizon 5, like a new music station, more some of that stuff. And you're right. As far as it coming to PlayStation, you look at what Sea of Thieves has done, and it's huge over there, right? And I think if you release Forza over there, it would be just as big.
Yeah.
And you would essentially, I don't know, dominate the racing over there in a way, because Gran Turismo doesn't come that often. You got Forza Horizon, and they're different. One's sim. This is an open world racer. So you could essentially put Forza Horizon 5 over there and get an influx of players and money and microtransaction stuff. And when Forza Horizon 6 is ready, you could keep that as like an exclusive to be like, oh, you like it? Come play it over here.
That's my thoughts. Yeah.
I'm thinking Forza Horizon 6 is next year. Because typically...
Release or announcement?
Both.
Got it. Okay.
Typically, Forza Horizon games are announced the year they release. And they're always announced at that June showcase for release in the fall. So it's not even a developer direct thing. It's like, to me, Forza Horizon 6 is fall 2025, announced at the June showcase next year.
I think that's a fair assessment, because one thing that I don't want to ignore is like the developer direct 2 years in a row is sort of depicted like, hey, here's what's releasing this year. And it's pretty unchanging. Like when you look at the 2023 direct, it wasn't like, oh, surprise, we also have this exclusive we're going to tuck in here. Like, oh, Starfield's ending the year. Like there was no real question marks. And so we have our direct, we have our games, and I think it's going to just fill in with more info on that stuff, would leave it in 2025. And I think you're totally on the money that it's like, oh, well, if it is announced and released the same year, then that would leave 2025 open for something like that. And I think that would make for another strong competitive holiday title for them. And it gives you time to port Horizon 5 over if that's what they choose to do. And, you build up that interest in the franchise once more. The MPD does its thing. I think that might be the perfect storm. That might be the best move where you can continue to create focus around Fable. But I wonder, Fable, this is a big question mark for me, because I go back and forth. I'm like, this thing's been kicking around for a while. You see it visually for the first time last year. It's like, okay, well, now we get why. I think they need to do a clap pack kind of showing, like, okay, we're here. This is gameplay. Like, this is combat, or this is exploration, or this is the world. Do you think they show up again? And I say that because I know some people worry about oversaturation, but look, Hellblade 2 got shown off at a lot of showcases.
Yeah.
So I feel like if you're going to do a little overexposure, do it really to the game that can afford it. Hellblade was almost too short to show off as much as they did. But for Fable, I don't mean to be insulting, but like Fable, it's presumably a bigger game. So I feel like you could afford to show it off in back-to-back showcases and put a window on it and be like, 2025 or like spring 2025.
The problem I have with that is I don't think it's releasing until fall of next year at the earliest. So you would show it this year, you'd show it at the developer direct, and then you would show it at the next June showcase for the release date.
Do you leave it out of the top of the year developer direct and do a dedicated full-on direct out after the showcase?
Maybe, but I don't know. my initial thought was Fable wouldn't be there and it would headline the developer direct next year. And we get a deeper look at that alongside like South of Midnight and what was the other game I said? Clockwork Revolution, like 3 of the games.
Yeah.
And then you would show it at the showcase for a full like gameplay release date reveal, essentially.
Sure.
So my initial thoughts is that it won't show up here. But like you said, maybe it's one of those games where you do want to show it off as much as you can leading up to its potential release. Like Forza Horizon, you don't need to. Like you've revealed that stuff 4 months before it comes out for the last 4 of those games, and they've done better and better every single year. So like you don't need to show Forza Horizon 6 early, but Fable, maybe you need to. But I'm just gonna say no. I think we see it again. It's the linchpin of developer direct next year, and then see that this is the other thing I don't. It's difficult because we assume it's 2025, but we don't know. It could easily be a 2026 title, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
And that's a lot of the other things. Like we assume Forza Horizon could be this year or next year. We talk about Doom, the Dark Ages.
Yeah.
We could say presumably next year, but we don't know. Perfect Dark, presumably next year, but maybe not. Gear 6, presumably next year, but who knows? State of Decay 3, presumably next year, but I don't know. Right? The only ones I kind of feel like are locked for next year, or at least South of Midnight and Clockwork Revolution, which I feel like, okay, you show those as developer direct, they feel like they're locked in maybe even earlier in the year. Yeah. But those bigger games, it's like, I don't know. I'm not really too sure. Like, I would like to think, they're 2025, but could you really release a fall of Perfect Dark and Gear 6 and Forza Horizon and Doom? It doesn't really seem like you would want to, first of all. So,
well, I feel like Doom could be due out sooner, like top half of next year. And I say that because number one, you have 4 years already since Doom Eternal. 2, I imagine, then again with DLC and stuff, maybe that give it a little extra time. But you had all of the assets built from Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal. So there's a lot of carryover where I imagine like the systems are up and running. What new things they add, we'll see. But maybe it comes together a lot quicker than games usually do. So maybe Doom isn't this holiday title. I feel like, you're on the money that like Fable's got to be an end of year title. We saw Obsidian do a double dip in 22 with Pentiment and Grounded, where they went back-to-back months. So, maybe there isn't a fear that like if Playground's going to go, maybe they have both games just drop that year. Yeah. You do Fable in like November or like in October, and then you do Forza Horizon 5 or 6, in November. Yeah. It's possible. Yeah. I think you're on the money though, that maybe hold out this year. I would love to see more Fable though. I really would like to see, I
would too.
I feel like this is one that could be maybe I'm biased though. I feel like you could afford to overexpose it because there's been so many questions about it in the sense of what it is. Like, okay, we got the card reveal in 2020. Cool. It's happening. It's Playground Games. Got it. Last year, we get a really, I would say, a visuals reveal. Very brief snippet of gameplay with like swords clashing and stuff. I feel like the opportunity is there to be like, let's show gameplay and put a window. And then, even if it's just a brief 2025, like, not really committing to any part of the year, so that when the developer direct comes around, maybe that's where you start to decorate what it looks like, and then show it off extensively throughout the year. Because you look at how they did things with Starfield, and I mean, it got multiple showings. It got a 15-minute preview at the end of the 2022 showcase, and I got like a 45-minute direct. I remember leading into the release months later, people were like, why are we getting a ton of Starfield trailers? I'm like, they've shown us over an hour of content marketing the game across their last 2 showcases. Like, we've seen a ton with Starfield. So they might market the shit out of it and just show a ton with Fable. I wouldn't take that off the table if they show a little bit this year as well, and then more next year.
Yeah, you're right in the sense that we don't really know what the game is. Even what they showed last year was very much like people were debating if that was real.
Yeah.
I maybe less so now after seeing Hellblade 2. was like, hey, you might have a lot of problems with Hellblade 2, but one of the things we both agree on is like, that's a damn fine looking game.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, well, maybe that Fable stuff was actually real, and it's like, I know you don't care for Forza, but I know you recognize its impact.
I like Horizon. I do.
You
I'm not
like
crazy about
Horizon.
Motorsport.
It seems like everybody likes Horizon.
Yeah, Horizon's just fun as hell. Like that's the thing. Like I'm not gonna act like I'm like picking it up on Game Pass constantly, but like I do enjoy Horizon a lot. Like it is a ton of fun. It's like the only racing series that outside of like Burnout and Need for Speed that I've resonated with in like the modern age, where it's like starting with Horizon 3, I was like, damn, this is really good.
Yeah, the one thing I do worry about Forza Horizon though is like the longer you take to come out, like if they do release it next year, so it'll be 4 years. The game, and this is coming from somebody who loves Forza Horizon, hasn't evolved much since 3 at all. It almost kind of seems like each one of the releases has been, this is Forza Horizon 3, this is Forza Horizon 3.5, this is Forza Horizon 3.8, right? And they don't have to, because that's what people want and it's incredibly popular. I sort of wonder though if like you get into it where it's like you took 4 years and it's still this, you know what I mean?
But do you think it's kind of like Assassin's Creed where like setting is such a huge thing? Like
True. Yeah.
Again, I always go to Tokyo. I'm like, I feel like that's the ace up the sleeve. It's like you could iterate on nothing with Horizon 6, but if you get Tokyo as like the main setting, I mean, some of the nighttime shots in Horizon are just like incredible.
Yeah.
Like a
Forza Horizon 6 Japan would be amazing.
Yeah.
I don't know if you played Crew Motorfest at all.
No.
Oh my God. Hawaii. They did Hawaii so well in that game.
Really?
To the point where I was like, Forza Horizon in Hawaii would have been so cool.
Sure.
But they wouldn't. I wonder. It'd be funny. Me and a couple of my friends would be funny. It was like, wouldn't it be funny if Forza Horizon 6 was planning to be in Hawaii, but then Crew Motorfest stole it from them? Because the Crew Motorfest, you want to talk about plagiarism? They literally was like, make us Forza Horizon, and they did. It's essentially Forza Horizon with their own spin on it.
Those trends.
Yeah. It's interesting though, because I do want to see more Fable.
Yeah.
I do want to see, you don't have to show me a lot, but 2 minutes, show me some gameplay. You don't even need to show the HUD. There's a part of me that thinks like, if you get on the really optimistic side, we're looking at like a developer direct next year, where it's South of Midnight, Clockwork Revolution, Doom, and Fable. As to like your prediction of Doom being like maybe March of 2025.
Yeah.
And then wouldn't that be like a great direct? Like you got 2 smaller games, although they look really good, and then 2 mega games, right?
Yeah. The combination options are just endless for what they can do in 2025. It's like 2023 felt like a year where things are coming to a head. 2024 feels a little less so. And then 25 again feels like things are coming to a head. Like there's just going to be so much stuff and a lot of it very on paper exciting. So it's just about I don't know how they're going to handle it, but that's their job to figure out. But yeah, I'll put to solidify the prediction. I'll say, I think Fable will show up. I think Fable will show up with gameplay. It has to be gameplay. And I think it'll show up with a release window, not a date or anything like that, but I think it'll put like a time of year, like a spring or a winter 2025. I think it would be spring. I'm going to call the shot a little earlier just because I have some faith, a little optimism there, but that's my prediction for Playground. All right. Are you ready for this one? Because it's a tricky one. Rare. Everwild. Sea of Thieves. Sea of Thieves doing big numbers right now. So I think that's all taken care of. Do we get any sort of Disney partnerships? And I think more importantly, talking about the insecurities, Rand, do you target Everwild if you're Xbox and be like, all right, we got to show this shit off? What are you feeling? Because Rare is such a interesting company under Xbox, man. Like they're technically doing quite well right now. Thanks to this bump they got with the PlayStation release of Sea of Thieves, but even before then, Sea of Thieves is just a steady upclimb. Very Forza Horizon 5 like in that regard. Just continue to grow that player base, support it, make interesting partnerships. And while they're not the Rare of yore, they've really found their way with Sea of Thieves, but it's getting to be time for something else. And Everwild has been quiet for years. And so do you think this is the time Rare shows up in any capacity?
I mean, I think every time I think about Rare, and it's like, well, surely this is the year Sea of Thieves doesn't show up. And then they always show up. Sea of Thieves always shows up.
Yeah.
Last year, was it last year where they showed up with like the Monkey Island thing? Or was that the year before?
Yeah. Curse of Monkey Island, I think it was.
Yeah.
I think that was
last year.
Yeah.
So I'm imagining Sea of Thieves shows up again, regardless of whatever they tease, whatever they want. I don't know if we season 13 or 14 stuff. As for Everwild, I'm going to say no.
Yeah.
I want to say yes. I know the game's still in development, but I don't think we see it yet.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I want to see this so bad. And I feel like it's time. Like, I do genuinely feel, hey, rip the Band-Aid off. Let's see what you got. But at the same time, just I think of like little things we saw, like the rebuilding of the team, like how small it is, how it's changed visions. And I would almost wager that there would be a new game from like a different IP under Rare that would show up before Everwild comes out and gets shown off again. Like, I'm sure I wouldn't be surprised if, I don't know if Rare would go and make a Banjo game themselves, but I'm just saying, like, it would not surprise me if like they showed up with a Banjo game before Everwild. Like, to me, I feel like that project is just so far off. But that goes to my original point of this showcase. I feel, if I'm Xbox, is if you could show off Everwild, that would be great. But that goes back to our conversation with Playground. It's like, okay, well, then presumably it's a 2025 game. How much do you have for 2025, right? Like, something's got to get kicked out into 2026 at this point. And I feel like if I'm looking at potential candidates, this is certainly one of them. I don't think Everwild, it doesn't feel like all of a sudden it's close by. Like, anything we're talking about that has that 2025 potential either had really strong rumors surrounding it, like we'll talk about State of Decay 3, some good rumors surrounding it, or like we've seen it and it's time to see it again, like a Fable. So Everwild isn't giving me that feeling like, oh, it's going to show up and it's going to be surprisingly like put together and it's going to be releasing within the next year. It just doesn't feel like that. So I'm going to say Rare is a miss this show. I think they skip out completely.
Okay.
But you make a good point on Sea of Thieves. Sea of Thieves, maybe. It would certainly be a great time. I
want to say, if you went back and looked at the previous like 5 showcases or something, or 4, they've been there every year.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, you're right. Like, they're
maybe this is the year they don't, but it's also on PlayStation now.
Yeah, no, it's the same thing we talked about 76, right? Like, it's the perfect time. So yeah, I think you're right. I think Sea of Thieves.
Now, I don't know what they would show, but it just kind of seems like it's the one game that you can always count to, to be at the show. Yeah,
Sea of Thieves. It seems. I mean, it's much in the same position as Fallout, kind of. I know it's not as much of the zeitgeist, but I mean, they got to be looking at those numbers and saying, like, what can we do? What can we show off? Like, how do we keep these people in? So, yeah, maybe I'll redo it. I think Sea of Thieves shows up. Yeah, you're right. It's consistently there, but this feels like if there's any year for you to not skip, I mean, just logic and income would suggest this is not the year to do so. Maybe next year. All right, we turn our attention.
What about this? What about this? What if it doesn't show up at the Xbox show? It shows up at the Nintendo show announcing it for Switch 2.
Oh, see, that's funny. I thought you were going to go to Keeley's, like, oh, we're multi-plat now.
Well, I mean, they could do that, but
that's a good
it's
point,
only on PlayStation right now. I would imagine it's going to come to the Switch too. Nintendo's having a show in June.
Yeah.
Maybe they talk about Switch 2 games.
Yeah.
What if instead of having it at the Xbox show, you put it at the Nintendo show, being like, this is a launch title for Switch 2. Is that something that's possible? I don't know.
Yeah, the thing with the Switch 2 that's so interesting is how they said that they're not going to show it off at this next Direct. So it's like there are games like Hi-Fi Rush was reported to be a Switch 2 game. It's like, okay. Then no doubt I think Sea of Thieves will be one. Sea of Thieves just I think is a good fit for Switch 2. So I don't know if they're not going to talk about the hardware, but they show off games for it, or are they going to announce it for Switch and then Switch is back compat, so whatever comes to Switch comes to Switch too. Then maybe that's their kind of caveat to get it in there. It really depends on how much Xbox has to show, right? If they don't have a lot to show, they probably keep Sea of Thieves for themselves. If they have a lot to show, which it seems like this year they definitely do, as they do these last few years. Sea of Thieves might be able to go to another showcase, find a new audience, announce itself to a new audience, and that can be pretty cool. I think that's a really good prediction if we don't see it at the Xbox showcase where it may end up, because I don't think they could go through this whole window and not do anything with the new player base they have, right? Like they probably want to keep the pedal to the metal. We turn our attention now to Turn 10. They released Forza Motorsport ended last year, and it's been kind of quiet for them since. So I'll kick it to you, Rand. Do we think that this is something that or a game that we see pop up? Do we get an expansion or new set of content? I feel like no doubt this showcase is due for its kind of live service segment. We were just talking about Sea of Thieves, and if it shows up, we have Fallout 76. I think you throw this in the batch of let's just show all the updates that are coming to all these different Xbox games. Do you think Turn 10 makes an appearance?
Part of me wants to say yes, because you could do a whole thing of here are the tracks and stuff coming to Forza Motorsport in the future, but I also feel like Forza Motorsport isn't on the level of the Horizons or the Fallout 76s or the Elder Scrolls or the Sea of Thieves, where you just kind of sweep it under the rug a little bit. Mm-hmm. And just let it do its, let them do their work, and you don't really show the spotlight to them. Sure. So I'm going to say no, we don't see Forza Motorsport again.
Yeah, I don't have much to add on this one. I agree. I think it just doesn't make sense for them to show up right now, especially because with the lingering potential New Horizon game. I don't want to contradict that potential prediction / feel for Motorsport, which might just blend in a little too much. So I think they're going to quietly keep doing their own thing.
Yeah.
Well, here's a more interesting one. Undead Labs.
Ooh.
State of Decay developers. And we recently heard State of Decay 3 shaping up a little bit. I think it was Jez who also had this report.
I wish he was here for this one, because he loves State of Decay.
Yeah, I enjoyed it a lot. He probably loves it more than me, but I'd be curious to get his thoughts on it. But for you as his lovely co-host, I mean, sir, what do you if
you want to talk about a game that I'm not surprised wasn't part of the 4 coming to PlayStation or a 5, I'm surprised State of Decay 2 is not on PlayStation, to be honest with you.
Oh yeah, but the updates it's still getting was on its 30-something update. Like it's insane.
It feels like it would be a shoehorn. But yeah, I do. We kind of mentioned earlier the elusive 5, right? The 5 games from 2020 that we hadn't seen in a while, which were like Fable, Perfect Dark, Avowed, Everwild, and State of Decay 3. Where we've seen I think we'll see Perfect Dark this year. But last year we got Fable, we got Avowed, and I'm blanking on the other ones, but basically the only ones left to see are Perfect Dark, Everwild, and State of Decay 3. So we got 2 last year. I think we'll get 2 this year. We both agree that Perfect Dark's going to open the show.
Yeah.
And I think we're both going to agree here that we see State of Decay 3 again.
I agree. Yeah.
And, Jez is talking very highly about it. Says it's going to look really good, because he was concerned that it wasn't going to match the trailer from 2020 about how good that CGI trailer looked. And Jez feels that it's actually going to get pretty close to matching that. We know the Coalition is helping out. Their tech team, it is on Unreal. I'm not the biggest fan of State of Decay, personally. I just didn't really care for 2. I didn't play 1. I tried getting into 2, but I don't know. I just couldn't. It just wasn't speaking to me.
Sure.
Maybe 3 does it. Maybe 3rd time's the charm. And but I do expect we'll see it there. So I don't know. Are you a fan of State of Decay? Is this something that you're looking forward to?
I loved the first one when it came out on Xbox Summer Arcade. I played the shit out of that game. I love the first State of Decay, and I love the second State of Decay. It's just more State of Decay, but the amount of updates they've poured into it, I feel like I haven't returned to it in a number of years, but I feel like I'm due to just go check it out again. I think the last time I played was when they added the first map from the first game. But I just love the kind of organic storylines and how everyone interacts in your community and the attachment you get to leveled up characters and like the permadeath element to it. Like it's on paper, I think people look at it and goes like it's a simple zombie game. And it kind of is, but that's the charm of it. It's like it's supposed to be simple, but it's actually so complex and engaging. And so I really love State of Decay. I do. But I want to go back and see what Undead Labs has been cooking. But yeah, you've been wondering for years, like what's going on with State of Decay 3. And I think I thought of two games that are key insecurities to address. And I think if you do Perfect Dark and State of Decay 3, you will quell some fears. And I feel like, that the rumblings are positive. Again, much like Perfect Dark, it's like, all right, I feel like they might be more willing to show something here. It brings up the question, like we've brought up with a lot of these games, does that mean it's ready for 2025? Maybe. Maybe. And I mean, it certainly had the time when you think about it, right? It was announced in 2020. They were bought in 2018. They've had the time and they have the tech support now. So this could be another one that, I mean, there was reports from Kotaku of like culture issues and directional issues. And if they show it off, I think a lot of that will come to light on whether or not it was accurate or not. But if it's announced and they're like, hey, it's coming next year, and it shows out really strong, I mean, that'd be great. I'm excited for this one, and I hope it shows up because we're hearing that it's going to be a visual uptick. And I didn't mind the visuals of the first one. It was a 360 game, Xbox Summer Arcade, whatever. I do remember when I did my review of State of Decay 2, though, I noticed like the shadows in particular, which I know sounds like a nitpick, but I mean, like the game looked pretty awful at times on Xbox One. Maybe not so much nowadays. I haven't played it on Series X in some time, but I don't really recall what I saw then. But I remember reviewing it. I was like, this doesn't look good, even for low standards. Like something's off here. And so I'm keen to see State of Decay 3 because this could be, kind of a big statement where, again, another team, smaller, shows out visually with a really known IP. Like, it's crazy to think about. They're going to be on their third entry with this game. And that's been around since the 360 days, that it's still alive and kicking. But I think it'll show up. And I hope when it does, it's really, it holds the same pillars that make State of Decay special, like the looting, the fear of the zombies hearing you, how vulnerable you are, at the same time as actually being a very pretty game. I was really keen on like how it was like a snow environment. I was like, oh, this could be really fucking cool for like a high fidelity State of Decay game. So yeah, the image in my head is there. I feel like this is one they should show off, and I'm really hoping it's there. But I feel good about it. I feel like this is, with the positive sentiment starting to rise, like all we heard for years about this game was like negative stuff, kind of like Perfect Dark. And it's like, it's good to see maybe as some more positive stuff is dribbling out that they show out. And it's like, actually, it's in a great position. Because I remember when the Kotaku report came out, I reached out to the team at State of Decay, and I was just like, I was straight up with them. I was like, it's Kotaku. Like, I don't know what to believe here. What's going on? Do you want to come on our show and talk about it? And they didn't really comment on it, but they said that they'll come on when they're ready to show more. And that was years ago. And I feel like from my understanding of the messages exchanged, like they share a similar energy of like, what the fuck is this? So we'll see again what comes of it when State of Decay 3 rolls around, but nonetheless, very excited for this one. Very, very excited for it.
Yeah, hopefully you and Jez get what you want. Get what you're looking for with State of Decay 3.
Well, I hope it brings in people like you who are kind of like, it's not, maybe you're saying it's but you're kind of on the fence with it. I hope it kind of speaks to a broader audience, because I mean, it was a big surprise success when it first came out. 2's kept a player count, I guess, enough long around to
25 or 26 updates or something like that.
Yeah, right. You're approaching 30 updates. Like you got to have a player base there, so they're keeping people engaged. And I just hope now you could do so on an even bigger level. You have Game Pass, day one launch.
Yeah,
the fidelity's there.
I could see the game being. I could see, like, if you put out a really good-looking zombie survival game, but a communal zombie survival game, right? There was some tech issues with the second one, like the co-op tether. I could go into your game, but I couldn't be more than what it was like. The tether was, you don't really see co-op tethers anymore in games.
No,
right? Because I remember
was huge on that with I think it was with it was Redfall. He was so big on like the open world tether not being there. It was a huge selling point for him.
Yeah, like there was no tether in Redfall. I remember playing Saints Row, the reboot, for a little bit in co-op, and one person could be on one side of the island, the other person could be on the other. But for whatever reason, State of Decay 2 was like, you could only be like 50 feet from each other. And it was like, well, why wouldn't you want to, I get it from that aspect, but like, what if you could create, I don't know, a shared world where we could all get together and build our base, but you didn't need me to be online to continue. You could just go into the world and do whatever you wanted. And then like it's like a shared world of all of our stuff. Maybe even more than 4. Like, what if you had like a 20 people like server was, there's so many things you could do with that type of game that could make it. I don't know. I really think if they did it right, it could blow up. It could be huge. These type of like game like this could like blow up on Steam.
Yeah, I mean, you look at what happened with what was it, the day before, like that absolutely terrible video game, but people were excited about it. I mean, it was the number one wish listed game on Steam because it was like, a co-op zombie game. Like that's all people want. And so, I mean, yeah, it could be huge for Xbox, right? They already have the PC presence. You have Game Pass. Like I do think State of Decay 3 is like a sleeper heavy hitter for them. So we'll see where they end up with this, but you're feeling that it's going to show up.
Yeah,
it's going to show up this year. All right, cool.
Yep.
Let's move on to Xbox Game Studios to wrap some of this up. Afterwards, we have ZeniMax Online and 343, and we're done. Xbox Game Studios. There's a litany of projects I wrote down here. You can pick anyone you want. I have IO Interactive with the 007 game, also the fantasy RPG, Certain Affinity. There's Microsoft Flight Simulator. There's Contraband. There's OD, Towerborn, Ara History Untold, Stalker 2, 33 Immortals, Replaced. Like, there's a lot to pick from here. And I think all of these are extremely possible, quite frankly.
Yeah, like Stalker 2, it's coming out this year. I feel like that's a shoo-in.
Yeah.
I kind of feel Contraband is going to be there as well. We haven't seen it since 2021. I sort of feel like it's time. And even then, that was a title reveal, really.
Yeah.
So I sort of feel like, okay, even if I wouldn't want it to be like this, but a CGI trailer with people or whatever, like, you got it. I don't know. If it doesn't show up and then we're going into 2025 and there's still no Contraband, it's like, be like, oh, man, what has really gone on with that game?
Yeah. Yeah.
The IO Interactive thing, I know there's been a lot of back and forth about whether that game is still with Xbox. I know in the leak documents we saw last year from the Xbox leak, we do know at one point Project Dragon was an Xbox published game with them, but they changed the name to Project Fantasy. I still think it's with IO Interactive, but who knows? 33 Immortals, isn't that supposed to be that's supposed to be releasing this year? There's so many different indie choices and stuff. Age of Mythology, I think we see that. Age of Mythology Retold. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. I actually think that's supposed to release this year. Maybe early next year. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it again.
That's a good prediction.
A Certain Affinity. Is their Halo game still kicking around? Or their Halo project?
We have a write-in about that. Dylan writes, "Hello, fellas. Is this the show where we finally see what the hell Certain Affinity is working on? We know they're working on something big revolving Halo, and I believe now is the time to show that off. The last rumor was that there was a battle royale, which is no longer a thing, and that's fine by me. So what is this game? ODST 2, a completely new story, or potentially Master Chief's last story? It all could be very exciting. Your guys' thoughts, and as usual, have an A1 day. Thank you, Dylan." So yeah, Rand, what do you think of Certain Affinity? Like that is an interesting one because I guess we could combine 343 with it. It's like, does 343 show up? And how does it look if Certain Affinity shows up with a Halo game of some kind, but your main Halo developer doesn't because they're working quietly on something else? Like we talked about, for example, Bethesda Game Studios showing up with like a new Fallout game, and it's like, well, that would be in tandem with eventually like another like Fallout New Vegas game, and like that would be it wouldn't overshadow what they're already doing. Like they're still active on the IP, but right now you have Halo Infinite in this spot of like, it's the best it's ever been. The amount of content it's getting. I don't know if the player base is fully reflecting that at times. I wish it did because it for all the cranking I did on the game, now it's in a good spot. It's like, go check it out. It's worth it. But Certain Affinity might be stepping up with something big that we've been looking for here. Do you think it's a story-driven game? Do you think it's a multiplayer experience? We also know Certain Affinity was apparently working on like a Monster Hunter style game. I think Jez reported that.
Project Suerte, I believe it was called.
Yeah. So what are we feeling with this company? Because I
don't know.
They've been a big X factor, a big question mark. I feel like every year I predicted them showing up, and they kind of fall in that bin of just, wow, they're not showing up. Okay, so I'm just
some
done.
of those things, like maybe Project Suerte doesn't even exist anymore.
Mm-hmm.
The Halo thing's interesting because they did talk about that. I want to say it was late last year where they said like the big project is something in conjunction with 343. I don't know. I don't know if this is funny or sad, but we haven't seen Halo show up at one of these things since the release of the game, right? They didn't show up in 2022 and they didn't show up in 2023.
Wow.
So Halo has been sidelined. Maybe that's because of how the reception of Halo Infinite after launch, and they felt maybe it wasn't, they shouldn't put it in the spotlight, but it's gotten, people talk about it being like phenomenal now. It just really doesn't have the player numbers to back it up. Like it never regained its numbers on Steam, and it's. I think I looked yesterday. I was looking at like, okay, I wanted to see where Hellblade launched on like most played on Xbox, and like, man, Halo Infinite was number 30,
mm-hmm.
and it was like, whew. No matter what they do, it's kind of just seems people didn't give that game a second chance.
It's so weird. We're in this day and age where second chances are given out. And like, certainly I was one of the biggest critics of Halo Infinite's live service support, but it's like, it's where you want it to be. Like Forge is there. They're doing new maps constantly, new modes constantly. Like
but the problem is you have all these other games and they're all also putting out stuff all the time. So you're not just competing with any of the new releases that come out, but you're also competing with all the old games.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll say Halo shows up. I don't know in what form or factor. I don't know if it'll be something for Infinite. I don't know if it'll be this new game from Certain Affinity. But I'll go on a limb and say we'll see something Halo related.
Yeah, I'm like in the middle. I feel like it's time to see what Certain Affinity's working on. I would love. I mean, that would definitely be a really cool feeling for a showcase to say like, hey, we have a little Halo here, we have a little Gears here, a little Call of Duty here. I mean,
little Doom here,
you little Doom, like that is. I mean, you're speaking to the right demographic, man. Like you really are. It was the shooter box in the 360 days is what it was called. People are wondering if it was the shooter box now with how the acquisitions that Xbox had made. You get Call of Duty. It's like you already had Halo. You have Doom. It's like Wolfenstein. You had all of the dominant shooters under one brand. So especially when you're doing your first big developer direct with Call of Duty, I think showing off something Halo, like this is a good time to do so. I think reminding people, hey, Halo exists. Like go check out Infinite. Like part of it's a product of them just not pushing it enough. Like the team at 343 talks enough, no doubt about it. But I think that the problem with Infinite and why people haven't come back is they kept asking for like time and favors and second chances. And eventually with season 3 getting delayed, I think it was, people lost their fucking minds. Like it was, I think you were on the show you're always on our prediction show, but I think you were on when we talked about that delay and just like, would they show up at the showcase? Like, what's going on here with Halo Infinite? So yeah, it is funny that they haven't shown up in quite some time, but I think Certain Affinity could bring the goods. What exactly it is, man, I hope it's like a story driven game. I really do. That's the thing I have always loved about Halo is it's like one of the few standing IP that has a multiplayer base, but focuses as much on its story and its characters. Doesn't mean it always gets it right, but it's still a very important part of the package that can define sales, I think, in a meaningful way. Which just nowadays, like Call of Duty can have a shitty campaign, but MW3 sold fine. Why is that? Because people love the multiplayer. And it's just as valuable as a part of the package as any, don't get me wrong, but Halo's in a unique position where like you could sell a lot of copies if you do a great campaign. And so I would love to see some sort of, using the engine from Infinite and making a new kind of campaign experience. I would love an ODST style game or a lock focus game. Like some people had said, like telling that story of like what happened to him. Cause there's hints of so much shit that's happened in this time away throughout Halo Infinite. If you listen to some of the audio logs and shit, like there's so many threads they could pull out. Where's the Arbiter? What's going on with Locke? Like, is Locke dead? There was, I always remember that leaked toy with like the one of the brutes having like Locke's helmet. We're like, oh, well, I guess that's what happened to him. Like, I think there's just a lot of stories left to be told, whether they feed into what's going on with Infinite or they're more spin-off like. I would hope that Certain Affinity has something there to show off that, because that would be an authentic surprise. Like, oh shit, okay, like a new Halo game, cool. And 343 really thrives in a co-development effort, in my opinion. Like Halo Wars 2 is probably the best Halo game that company's been a part of since they got the license. You know, as far as I'm concerned, I really love Halo Wars 2. So yeah, I hope Certain Affinity shows up, but in what capacity? Well, let's just hope it's a Halo campaign.
I agree with you. I wouldn't, some ODST style experience, sign me up.
I love the first ODST. Like, that's one of my favorites now. The atmosphere is untouchable. So this could create a really interesting scenario for Xbox, where it's like, just like we're looking for something to bounce Fallout off of. I mean, we have to consider that the feedback, although it's on a negative side of the spectrum, has been very loud and clear about 343. Like, maybe you're not going to rip the license from them, but you've got to find other people to work on it. And so this might be the first step in that direction. And that feedback's been cooking for a while. So they've had time to make that move, develop something, show it off. Where Fallout, maybe we're just getting to the start of that decision making. So yeah, maybe Certain Affinity shows up as like a part of a new era for Halo, and that would be really cool. We had a write in here about IO Interactive because we briefly talked about them. Whoopi77 says, hey y'all, what are the chances we see either IO Interactive's Xbox Fantasy RPG exclusive or their 007 game? It's been a while since we've seen anything from them, and both of these games have been in development for a good bit. Cheers, and have a you get the late night shifts because of bad weekend decisions kind of day. Thank you, Whoopi, for writing in. So yeah, it's been since 2021, top of 2021, that we've seen something from IO Interactive. Do we think we're going to see the 007 game? I feel like that's got to be the further one that's along, right?
You would think. Maybe that could be at the Keeleys.
Yeah, that seems a little more fitting.
Plus, we don't know who's publishing that. I doubt it's Xbox, or maybe IO's self-publishing. If there's one game that would show up from them, assuming it's an exclusive, it's that Project Fantasy.
Yeah.
The question is, when's the timetable on that? I sort of feel like Xbox doesn't want to announce things too early anymore. I think they got a lot of crap for it, rightly so. Well, we know why they announced all those games in 2020, right? Because they didn't have anything, so it was like, we need to announce some games for stuff. And by the way, like all these are so far away. It was something they had to do, but they don't have to do that anymore. So I feel like we're in that era of, unless it's like 2 years away, I feel like 2 years is the perfect point where it's like, all right, 2 years away, you can you could have your CGI announcement trailer, you could do something the following year, and then boom, the next year, the year it's releasing, you could have your gameplay blowout with your release date. You don't need these long 4 or 5 years anymore. And quite, I'm tired of that. Just even the fact that we're wondering about Everwild, a game revealed in 2019, or even Elder Scrolls, a game revealed in 2018, which we both don't expect to see this year.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, I feel like 2 years is the perfect sweet spot for like something else. So I guess it depends on when they expect that game to come out. If it's 2027, probably not this year. But I mean, I like IO Interactive. I don't know about you, but Hitman's amazing. I even enjoyed Kane and Lynch for what it was back in the 360 era.
Yeah.
So I'm a fan of whatever they do. So yeah, I mean, I'd like to see it, but I'm going to say we see it next year.
Yeah, I think it's fair. They're not like a humongous team to my understanding. So them balancing two projects is different from like Obsidian with Microsoft's resources balancing multiple projects. Yeah, I agree with you. I think next year we maybe see something from them. Hitman 3 though was my game of the year in 2021. I fucking love that game. It's
so good.
So good. So yeah, I'm with you that whatever they do, I'm signed up for. And a 007 game is a perfect fit. So whenever that shows up, I'll be excited.
Isn't that game like the third game, the one that blew up? Because they did Hitman under Square Enix. Yeah. And Square Enix dropped them. Right?
So crazy.
And then Warner Brothers published a second game, and then Warner Brothers dropped it.
Yep.
Like, no, whatever. And here they do Hitman 3, and it's like, the biggest thing they ever done. It's like, what? Because Hitman 3 really not that much different than either of the two other Hitmans.
Yeah.
I guess, okay, Hitman 1, they tried to do the episodic content, which I don't think really worked.
Yeah, that didn't resonate. Hitman 2, it's funny because Hitman 2 is like one of the most content-dense games you can purchase right now. Like, I still haven't really dug deep into Hitman 2. I've just played a shit ton of Hitman 3. It's a little more palatable. But Hitman 2, oh my God, if you fire, like, I thought Hitman 3 had a lot of challenges and little things you can complete on the level. I think the entirety, you could collect all the challenges, at least from when I last played Hitman 3, all those challenges throughout all real five of those levels. And I think Miami in Hitman 2 has more than all of those combined.
Miami and Hitman 2 is
incredible.
Yeah, and then I think they added that roguelite mode last year.
Yeah, I haven't touched that yet.
Yeah, which I know a lot of people like. IO Interactive is a great developer. I'm very interesting to see what how their version of Bond is, because Bond would play, I think, a little bit differently than Hitman.
Yeah, maybe not a killer, but I mean the same gadgetry, the same like options of approach. But then there's moments in like Bond where like you kick down doors and you've got guns and it's like crazy action.
To me, like Bond is more action heavy, where Hitman is more very much like stealthy. Get through it, where Bond is, I guess you'd say, like it's like the last level in Hitman on the train is more Bond than it was Hitman.
I see. I think with I think a little bit of Baldur's Gate 3 to Divinity Original Sin 2, where there's a sidestep, but it's pretty clear like they're cut from the same cloth. And I really do hope that's what 007 is. Like, I'm open-minded to whatever it ends up being. If it's got action segments and stuff, that's cool. But I really hope they keep the stealth elements, because I do think when I think of James Bond, I think of like as a kid, like my brain just went off with imagination, just the gadgets you could use, and how like when I played like Nightfire or Everything or Nothing, just how you could infiltrate locations and like rappelling down sides of buildings. Like there was a mixture of action, but like freedom of approach. And I would love to see that captured by IO Interactive. Like I hope they don't leave that behind in exchange for like a full action title. Because that would be a little disappointing for me. Other games we got on this list, replaced in Stalker 2 are pretty much like shoo-ins. I think it's, we already know Stalker 2 is coming out this year. I think replaced, it's finally time. So I think they're going to deliver this year. Contraband's an interesting X factor, dude. I don't fucking know. I really don't know. Last thing I think we heard about Contraband was like Jeff Grubb just saying in passing one time, like, yeah, Avalanche is struggling to hit deadlines with that game. That was before, it was like years since we had seen this game. I don't know about you. When this was revealed, I didn't think it would be a long time.
It wasn't supposed to be. From my understanding.
I remember Jez, because I was covering it for a video one time, and I think Jez or you said on Xbox 2 how it was potentially a 2021 game.
I mean, that was Jez. That would have been Jez.
Yeah, probably Jez. But 2021 game, man, like that is like all these years later. So what happened? It was pitched as almost like people compared to the Sea of Thieves in a way, but like it's about robberies and like heists and
maybe it went back to a little bit of the drawing board. Since Jez had talked about the game as like a vehicular combat experience where you heist things, but maybe they were like, oh no, we need to go back and add guns and
that's what I imagine,
out of a car experience type stuff. To me, it's like, all right, well, if you're gonna do that, you better come out before Grand Theft Auto 6.
Yeah, that's
because I can't imagine anybody's really going to care about a Contraband after GTA 6.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I feel like this will be the third year, so I feel like we'll see it this year. I don't know if it's going to look any good. Avalanche is a pretty good developer, so I got my fingers crossed.
Absolutely. Aria History Untold seems like a shoo-in for a release date.
Yeah, that's supposed to be this year, right?
Yeah, they said the developer direct like late this year, so that I'm very excited for that. That is going to be a time killer for me, but I'm very pumped for it. OD, do we think we hear anything about the Kojima game?
Nah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I agree. That's like, I think I would argue that's not until like next gen type conversation. Like,
I mean, maybe. I mean, we got that supposedly Death Stranding 2's next year.
Yeah.
Do we see Kojima releasing 2 games next year? I don't think so. Maybe OD's 2026.
How big is Kojima Productions? Like, I never thought of that. How big is his team?
I don't think it's that big.
Yeah.
But then again, I think OD is a smaller experience, or even more of a experimental type game.
Yeah.
Than Death Stranding 2
cloud
is.
technology, so it'll be interesting to see how they.
And then we know Kojima's doing like a full like next gen spy game with PlayStation
with a movie
at some
attached
point.
to
So
it.
yeah,
yeah, that's gonna be huge. That's exciting. So yeah, I'm not feeling OD this year. Towerborn, I feel like a lot of these titles that are locked in, I wonder how much they give off to like Summer Games Fest, because I feel Xbox, if a lot of these games we're talking about here, like 33 Immortals, Towerborn, Our History Untold, a lot of these feel like games that, like, this could be a showcase of a lot of things we've already seen and just firming up dates for them, which isn't a bad thing. Yeah. But part of the fun of a showcase is like, oh, new, like I haven't seen that before. Oh, that's exciting. Ooh, I get to see this game for the first time. Like, that's kind of what they stand for. I feel like Xbox has understood that message. So do you see with some of these Xbox Game Studios titles, maybe not like Certain Affinity with a Halo, or if like that fantasy game shows up from IO Interactive, but do you think like Towerborn, 33 Immortals, Our History Untold, maybe even Stalker 2 and Replacing, do you think these are games that just float out to other showcases instead of being on Xbox's stage?
They could. I think the difference between all those and Towerborn is Towerborn's global publishing. Like Xbox, they're publishing that game, whereas Stalker 2 and all the other ones are like a different sort of deal. So if Towerborn were to show up, it would be at the Xbox show. Like you could say Stalker is going to be there, but Stalker could just as easily be at Jeff Keighley's show.
Yeah.
And Towerborn, I think, is still supposed to be this year.
Yeah.
It was a game that I was expecting early in the year before Hellblade 2. I don't know if it got delayed for whatever reasons. I think Jez had mentioned that he had heard it got delayed. But okay, so then if we're adding that to the fall games, you got Towerborn and you got maybe a Gears collection plus Starfield plus COD plus Avowed plus Microsoft Flight Sim, which assuming that's this year, that's going to be at the show. But I mean, you only need like a minute and a half trailer for that and slap a date on it. You don't need to do much more.
Microsoft Flight Simulator 24 actually looks really cool. I can't slander that.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't really need to do like a really long trailer for it. Yeah. You know, Indiana Jones and Avowed, like that is a really I mean, how many games is that right there? Towerborn?
10?
Towerborn, Our History Untold, you said that's coming this year.
Stalker 2.
Yeah, well, I was more speaking the games that Xbox is publishing or
got it.
So Towerborn, Our History Untold, Call of Duty, Avowed, Flight Sim, Indiana Jones, possibly a Gears collection, Starfield DLC. That's 8.
Avowed,
that's 8 things right there. About, like, not to mention a Diablo 4 expansion, a World of Warcraft expansion.
Yeah, it's stacked.
Presumably Overwatch stuff, Sea of Thieves stuff, Fallout 76 stuff.
Yeah.
Like there's
it's a lot.
There's a lot of stuff, you know?
Yeah. Well, we have one more bit of stuff and then we're done here, Rand. So let's do it. Final company on the list here. Zenimax Online Studios, developers of Elder Scrolls Online, 10-year anniversary this year. And we know that they have been cooking a new IP for a while. And this is a team I feel like I've had my finger on the pulse. I feel like I've made these calls before where I'm like, this is the area. You got to show off the new IP. I feel like finally Zenimax Online is going to unveil what they're working on.
Is this the year? Is this the year we see it?
I feel like it's got to. I always say that. Like, I feel like it's got to be. But like, I at a certain point, I'm like, okay, you've built up, like, I think they said they built up a team of over 250 people like working on this game for 4 years now. I'm like, it was in development for a while. Big team, growing team. I imagine they're starting to siphon off developers from ESO.
It just folded the Roundhouse devs into them, right?
Yes. Good point. So now you've possibly added like a 100, 200 man workforce to your giant upcoming MMO. Yeah, like this might be I feel I'm going to predict. I'm going to say I think that the new ZeniMax Online MMO RPG is going to get shown off.
What do you have any inkling of what it possibly could be. I know they mentioned it's a new IP.
Mm-hmm.
So, like,
I think, it's codename Project Kestrel, which really doesn't tell us too much.
What was the Project Kestrel on the infamous leak?
That was, what was that? I think that was supposed to be next year.
Was Project Kestrel Hi-Fi Rush? Or was that?
No, that was Hibiki. That was Project Hibiki.
That was Hibiki? Okay.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure Kestrel, because Platinum, I want to say, was Blade. And then, Kestrel was attached to Zenimax Online Studios. And so I just feel like with the workforce, yes, thank God you brought up that. Just folding in Roundhouse, it's like they're going all in on what they think is going to be a big new IP, is my understanding there. It's like they needed a bigger workforce to either get that game along further or support it, whatever it may be. But when we talked about at the top of the show, which feels like forever ago now, Activision Blizzard and BattleNet and PC Focus, this would fit right in that mold. Like maybe you don't talk about WoW, but you could talk about your own MMORPG that could be huge. And I don't have an inkling, but my assumption is like we're seeing a trend. Like there's a lot of rumors about, say, Larian going on from their fantasy RPG, which no doubt they're working on 2 RPGs now. Like no doubt one's probably Divinity Original Sin 2. I can't imagine they're making another fantasy RPG when they walked away from Baldur's Gate. So they're probably doing like a sci-fi or steampunk kind of game. And I feel like you're going to see the same thing here. Like ZeniMax Online Studios has worked on the same thing that wasn't even theirs for 10 years. They probably want to do something very radically different, I would imagine, is the inclination that's like, let's go do something different. Let's do something crazy. And so I feel like it's going to be more futuristic. And I'm really excited because like I enjoy MMOs. I haven't really fully been invested in one since RuneScape, I would say, when I was younger. But MMOs, they can scratch that right itch and they can be a ton of fun. And Elder Scrolls Online is one I always return to because it's just, they support it really well. You want to talk about a team in an Xbox family that hits a schedule perfectly. They never miss June. This team never, ever misses their deadlines. So I feel like they're reliable and I am excited for what they're doing next, just because unlike many live service or live products, I can't count on them being steady and reliable. But ZeniMax Online Studios, I definitely feel like from what I've studied of them, what I've covered of them, what I've played of them, I can count on them to be consistent, count on them to be reliable. And I'm interested to see, like, hey, they're working on something that is 10 years old, right? So, like, I'm keen to see what a next generation MMO from them looks like and how that steps out onto a very competitive playing field. So I'm thinking it's going to arrive at this showcase. I don't know. I'm going to say maybe next year, but I think this is something like MMOs can be revealed in advance with their cinematic trailers and stuff and gradually build up from there. But I would love to see what they've been working on because I've been so curious. I really do love ZeniMax Online. Like they responded perfectly. I'll just say as a closing point, perfectly to the response of Elder Scrolls Online being solid, kind of mediocre to people and not channeling enough of what makes Elder Scrolls special. I feel like they did a wonderful job listening to that feedback and, making what felt like I played Elder Scrolls Online almost strictly single player. Like it's a ton of fun by myself. It captures not to a T because there's still like a little janky combat, online elements that you come to expect in MMOs, but it feels very much like an Elder Scrolls game. Like there's side locations you can explore off the beaten path, side quests you can pick up, fun choice and consequence, cool character builds. Like it's an awesome game. So I really want to see what they're doing next. So I'm going to say that their new IP shows up at this showcase.
Well, you're the Bethesda master. I'll agree with you. I'm very curious to see. Yeah, if I'm sinking, I guess I'm sinking with you then.
All right,
because it's been just like Doom. It's like you got to show Doom. It's been more than enough time.
Yeah,
but I think at this point in time, I think they're on 5 years on this game. So it's like, all right, well, you don't need to show the gameplay. It could just really be a cool 2.5 minute CGI trailer that MMOs normally do, and then maybe you see it again sometime next year or not. I don't know, but I'm very curious. I don't play MMOs, So a part of me is just like, whenever I see it, I'll look at the CGI trailer and be like, oh, that looks so cool.
Mm-hmm.
And then like as it's revealed as like this is what the game is, I'll be like, I don't care.
Very far from
right. That. And I'm curious if it's truly a new IP. You know, I think Jez had like a pick where it's like, what if they made a Starfield MMO? And that's what this was. And it was like, well, they said new IP, so that wouldn't really fall in line with that. But
yeah.
Or, you know, there's always the rumors about like
that'd be cool though, because Starfield has like
Star Wars something, right?
Yeah, that wouldn't filter under new IP though, right? Like, but
yeah,
Starfield MMO is interesting because they do have all that lore of a war that took place before, and that'd be a huge bet on an IP and that like didn't come out at that point. Like when they started developing it, that'd be fucking crazy.
I mean, you look at some of the things they've done, the licenses, Indiana Jones and Blade are both Marvel Disney related. Maybe in that similar time frame they went and were like, hey, let's build this together. I don't know.
Yeah, dude. I mean, look, there would be no one more over the moon for a Star Wars MMO than me. Like, don't get it twisted. I would totally be about that. But yeah, part of me feels like if you already have a project, like no doubt Elder Scrolls Online is going to continue to be supported for years and years and years. If you already have like something that someone else is, don't you want something of your own? So I feel like as a creative group, they probably just want to make something of their own. And certainly they've earned the opportunity to, and now that they, you know, Elder Scrolls Online is wildly successful, one of the most played MMOs, and you know, you got the budget of Microsoft at your back, and you've got a new team folded in. Like, I feel like it's time to go, right? And like go do something new. So we'll see what they end up doing, but I feel like it's going to be brand new. Like, I feel like it's not going to be anything we've seen before, and I think that'll benefit them. Like, there's a hunger for MMOs. You look at like what Amazon does with every new MMO that they put out, and there is an anticipation for that. Like, there's a desire to go support those games, because when you look at it, it's competitive in that there's a lot of existing ones. You have Elder Scrolls Online, you have Final Fantasy, you have World of Warcraft, but I'm talking about old fucking games in some instances. Like RuneScape is still around. Like these games have long staying power, and a lot of new competitors haven't really hung around long. Like New World kind of fell off. So I would love to see them come out swinging hard and really be like a player who stays in the field. And doesn't have that like immediate boost. They do really well at launch and then fall off. So I'm hoping it's something brand new, because I think that's what seemingly is exciting people as well.
Right.
We'll see.
You know, I know this isn't like we're not going to talk about because we're about to end the show, but what if they snuck in that new game from rumored co-founders of Rocksteady?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, they made a deal with them. Yeah, for
supposedly.
A new game. Yeah, supposedly.
Wouldn't that be something?
That would be cool. There was also, I think it was Project Maverick from People Can Fly, the developers of Outriders.
Yeah, people are wondering what that is. You know, people maybe think it's Gears related, because they did do Gears Judgment.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
But I don't think we see either of those.
Picked up by Amazon or something like that. Didn't I see something recently about? I feel like Amazon picked up someone.
Amazon picked up Maverick's racing game, and Maverick is a studio of ex-Forza Horizon.
That's what it was.
Playground guys.
I got my Mavericks crossed off. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, that's what it was. That'd be a cool one to see as well. Because I loved Outriders. I thought the game was so fucking fun to play. So to know Xbox saw some value in them and was like, let's go do something unique with them, is very exciting. So I'm keen to learn more about that. But that was Outriders was 2021, top of 2021. So 3 years now. Feels a little soon. For that. So I'm not holding my breath. And the Rocksteady one would be really cool. But do you think that's a licensed IP? Do you think like these Rocksteady devs like left and then just went and got like an IP from another comic book holder?
I think that would be a little pretty difficult as like a smaller studio that doesn't have the back. I don't know. Maybe with Microsoft publishing it, maybe they can. Maybe they saw a demo and was like, no, why don't put this license on your game and we have something cooking.
Yeah.
But
yeah. A lot of options. That's what we learned this show. There's a lot of options for what they can show, and that can lead to something pretty magnificent, or it could lead to something where it's like, you know, like a dud. We'll see though, because they might have stuff scattered in the wrong areas, but we'll see where they concentrate their fire most. But nonetheless, it's going to be a really exciting showcase as always. And Rand, I thank you for doing this with me. I really appreciate the amount of time you always throw at this. Good thing I decided, because I think last year
we did it late.
We did it late. We did questions, we did what we're playing, and this is still a long show, but I don't know, somehow in a weird way it feels tighter than last year. But I appreciate you always throwing some time my way to do this. I look forward to it every year, and so it's always good to have you on board, hear your thoughts on what you think's cooking for Xbox. You always bring great insight. So for the people who've listened this far, of course, Rand, where can they find you? I'm sure they're already familiar, but if they're looking for a little more of the man with a million, where can they find you?
You can find me, youtube.com/Rand Al Thor 19. Me and Jez, Xbox 2, every Friday, talking about stuff. And, I took a hiatus from videos. I just wasn't really, I was burned out. I just wasn't really feeling it.
Sure,
but
I get that.
Making the Hellblade video kind of sparked some of that creative juice flowing again. So I think I might get back into it.
You gotta do what's fun. That's what it's simple advice, but it, more so to people out there who don't know it. But yeah, it's just fucking like when you're doing something you don't want to do, it's like it kills your whole drive to make videos. It's fucking tough. Like when I have news to talk about and I'm excited about it versus when I'm like, I guess I kind of got to make a video today because this is my job, and it's like it's such a different feel. So I totally hear you on that, bro.
Yeah. But it's always good to hang out with you and Cog. Cog had to.
Cog's getting his haircut. Yeah,
getting his haircut. He's probably all done, looking spiffy now. So, but it's you guys are amazing. So I love being here with you guys.
Thank you, dude. I love having you here. And so please go listen to Xbox 2. It's a show that I'm not just saying this, I listen to often. It's really good stuff, great insight. So go ahead, please check that out while you seek out other Xbox podcasts beyond Defining Duke. Xbox 2 is the best place to stop as far as I'm concerned. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. Again, a reminder, if you listen to the show all fragmented up, we will not be there next week on June 5th recording date. We'll see you after the showcase. Hopefully the day of, we'll see what we can swing there. We're thinking we're going to record things the morning the showcase happens. Since we're on Pacific time, it may benefit us a little bit. So we'll see what Cog and I can make out there. But nonetheless, we'll definitely be there for a show within the showcase window to react to all that happens. So until then, take good care of yourselves. Check out everything else going on Last Stand. Certainly you won't be starving for content. There's still Summon Sign, still Sacred Symbols Plus if you're a patron, still Punching Up, still Constellation. So you can look forward to all of that. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you once more for tuning in. And the hashtag this week will do, of course, Showcase 2024. We'll keep it simple. DD Showcase 2024. You can tag me on Twitter at G7Status. You can tag the man who's getting his haircut, Lord Cognito, if you want to. And of course, Rand Al Thor 19. You can tag him on Twitter. Let us know your thoughts on the show. With that, take excellent care of yourselves, and I'll see you next time around. Peace out.
Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is recorded from the United States of America. The show is conceived by Matthew Mr. Matty Plays Schroeder and me, Colin Moriarty, and is written and produced by Matthew Schroeder. Matty's co-host is Barry Lord Cognito Eversley. Defining Duke's executive producer is Dustin Furman, and the show is edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand Media's shows, including Defining Duke, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer support level on Patreon, and we're thankful for your kindness and generosity.